Chapter 201. Greetings to our fourth champion! Shouted Bagman to the entire corral and the stands, amplifying his voice with sonorous Maximilian Knight. However, as before, the greetings were sluggish, and their enthusiasm waned considerably as students and guests saw the threat the champions faced and the risks they were taking. One mistake was tantamount to death or serious injury. A young blonde boy, looking no younger than the other champions, walked into the corral. He was wearing a rather stylish three-piece suit with a sparse, almost invisible stripe and a black overcoat on top, to the surprise of many. If Potter and Crumb were in their Quidditch uniforms and Fleur was in a tracksuit, then these clothes were more in keeping with a business meeting than a tournament competition. A meeting with a dragon. Are you worried? Lavender Brown turned to the roommate sitting next to her, Hermione. A silly question, for they were both very worried, clutching the edges of their robes. Except Hermione's face was deathly pale but expressed no emotion. Yes, the girl answered briefly. On the other hand, Lavender couldn't help but notice Max's resemblance to one of the guests who had come to the tournament. He looked a lot like Narcissa Malfoy, and there was no doubt in her mind that it was the mother of their classmate, Draco Malfoy, who sat among the other adult and influential wizards. Thinking about the reasons for this resemblance distracted the girl from her worries, and she almost missed the moment when Max suddenly ran at the dragon, pulling his wand from his sleeve. Wow! Dear audience, what's he doing? Shouted Bagman, and everyone suddenly held their breath. This was something no one had expected. The Horntail didn't think of anything special and simply exhaled a huge, previously unseen jet of flame, into which Max literally flew. Oh! Everyone sighed anxiously in various ways. Only a few noticed that just before he came into contact with the fire, Max seemed to be sucked into an apparition vortex or something like that. He operat! Exclaimed Bagman disbelievingly. But dear spectators! Where, and how? We're still under the dome of Hogwarts' anti-apparition charms. However, only Dumbledore, Delphine in the form of a cat, and another old healer noticed that this was not an apparition vortex but a twisting of matter characteristic of transfiguration. The jet of flame from the dragon's mouth suddenly stopped, and it was like a pinch of pepper hit the dragon in the nose, and the huge monster shook its head. Not a moment later, it was as if the dragon had gone mad. The dragon lunged sharply to the side, jerking its wings and head convulsively, once more. As if trying to scratch its head, the dragon swept it across the ground several times, but clearly, it was only getting worse. The dragon violently slammed its head to the ground, smashing boulders and raising clouds of crumbs and dust into the air, jerked sharply, and tore off the chain it was chained to the arena. But it couldn't take off and only tried a couple more times to get rid of the discomfort. The spectators were as shocked as the draconologists. Nothing was clear yet, and they were not given the go-ahead to act. The raised cloud of dust practically made it difficult to see only the silhouette of the Horntail. After a couple of moments, a tenacious eye would have noticed the tip of a small sword suddenly emerging from the dragon's nape, but there were none of those. However, it was at this moment that the dragon fell to the ground, as if knocked down. Its tongue fell out of its open mouth, and a stream of blood immediately gushed out. Due to the thick dust suspension, no one noticed a tiny bird, literally a couple of centimeters, that escaped from the dragon's mouth and flew to the place where Max was standing. The spectators once again saw a vortex, so similar to an apparition, which instantly transformed into the guy, Max Knight, recently lost from sight. There was no sign of fire or any other damage on him. The guy put his wand back in its sheath in his sleeve and walked briskly to the nest, where he picked up a golden egg. Unbelievable! Yelled Bagman, and the audience from the stands literally exploded with applause. I can't tell you what just happened, but the result is incredible. To the unceasing thunder of applause, Max left the corral. The judges argued, the judges were outraged, but among them, Dumbledore sat calmly and with a slight smile. What is the mighty old wizard happy about? Dumbledore saw the powerful transfiguration performed by the fourth year. Dumbledore is pleased. And as for killing the dragon, the old headmaster loves a good beefsteak and is well aware that meat does not grow on trees. 202, Chapter 202. As soon as I left the corral, I was greeted immediately by McGonagall, whose face was a clear mix of joy and confusion. The reason was obvious: I'd won, but I'd killed a dragon. I have no doubt she would have slain the lizard herself if necessary, but nowhere does it say you have to kill a dragon during the task. Congratulations, Mr. Knight. Still, joy for my success overcame the rest of her doubts. The fastest pass, by far. Less than a minute. But I don't think the judges will appreciate the collateral damage. I was only following the conditions. It seemed to be to get hold of the egg as quickly as possible, and there wasn't a word about anything else. Absolutely. Go to that tent over there, the professor nodded toward the one next to the champion tent. That's where our healer will examine you. Nodding, I quickly made my way to the tent. Inside was the most authentic camping version of our hospital wing. Rows of simple iron beds with screens, and Potter was sitting on one of them with a bandaged arm. A little farther away, next to the nook for various potions and medicines, Fleur sat hugging an egg, glancing sideways at the burnt edge of her sweatpants, where you could now clearly see the girl's chiseled leg. For a brief moment, the feeling of boiled chicken was recalled. Just think of it. Madame Pomfrey emerged from her cubbyhole in her unchanging burgundy and white uniform. Bring on the dragons. The healer quickly approached and, with a couple of passes of her wand, performed a diagnostic. You're perfectly fine, Mr. Knight, she nodded happily and then turned immediately to Harry, who had stirred. Unlike you, Potter. Either you will obey my recommendations, or I will have to apply emergency treatment measures. All right, I got it. I'm sitting down, the boy replied with a mischievous smile, but he stopped creeping toward his freedom. Hermione stepped into the tent with a confident stride and just as confidently reached me, immediately hugging me. Dragons, she spoke softly, almost in my ear as she continued to hug me. I can't believe it. Dragons. Come on, I stroked the girl on the back. Just dragons. Well, yes, just, Hermione pulled away. Still pale, obvious concern in her eyes, though not a single emotion on her face. If you only knew how scared I was when I found out the nature of the task. It wasn't that hard. Indistinct sounds of outrage echoed from the rest of the champions, especially from Potter. Of course, Hermione nodded. It's not hard to kill. It's hard to accomplish the task without killing. You'll probably get your points reduced because of it. Then another member of the action showed up, Ron Weasley. Looking at me with both consternation and dislike at the same time, the redhead headed toward Potter. At the sight of his former friend, the redhead was visibly embarrassed, but he spoke seriously. Harry. Whoever put your name in the cup, I get it, he wants to kill you. Figured it out at last. Replied Potter equally seriously. It took you a long time to figure it out. We watched this drama in silence, and Ron tried to find words but couldn't. Normally, I couldn't keep my mouth shut. In such situations, it's customary to apologize for the inconvenience caused. Oh, fuck you, the redhead said. Son of Death Eaters. Dumbledore will show you yet. Even the foreign guests didn't hold back a chuckle, but there was some shouting and commotion outside, and a chunky red-headed guy in his 20s literally flew into the tent. You. The guy flew over to me, roughly pushing aside Hermione, who was standing nearby, and grabbed me by the chest. He was of England's average height, a little shorter than me. Bastard. Charlie! Exclaimed Ron in surprise. This same Charlie, apparently a Weasley, swung for a punch. At this moment, two more guys burst into the tent, although the second, fair-haired, would be more suitable for the word man. They were all rather stocky, and I could see that their work was dangerous. There were burn marks and minor injuries to their hands, including blisters. I caught a glimpse of all of this as Charlie swung around. I leaned forward and ran my forehead over Charlie's nose, crushing his face and throwing him off me. The two wizards who had run in raised their wands, but then Hermione found a method to relieve stress, and both wizards, under the influence of a powerful spell with the verbal formula Ya, which was a disarming spell, flew out of the tent like corks out of a bottle. You killed it. Charlie looked at me angrily from the floor, wiping blood from his broken nose. There is no need to stir up drama, I grinned involuntarily, but I didn't have time to continue. Ron flew toward me, ready to punch me. Don't touch my broth. A right kick from the body sent Ron lying down with his brother, but unlike Charlie, Ron passed out. There is no need to stir up drama, I began my speech again. The Romanian Dragon Sanctuary is famous for the quality of its dragon ingredients, and the age is also indicated. I squatted over the two lying brothers. Your hypocrisy is as vile as a decomposing corpse, I quietly, literally spat into Weasley's face. What are you accusing me of? That I killed the dragon too soon, and she could have hatched a few clutches of eggs. Charlie was lost. Literally. He clearly didn't know what to say in such a case. How many have you killed personally or helped kill your colleagues? Why is the butcher of a regular slaughterhouse rebuking me for killing an animal? What's going on here? Popped Madame Pomfrey out of her nook, immediately rushing to the aid of the victims. Mr. Knight. Self-defense, I summarized briefly, getting up and heading for the exit. Abruptly, without a swing, but with all my might, I kicked Charlie in the head. The distinctive crunch of his jaw and its obvious deformity, along with the blood splatter and teeth flying out, hinted at severe fractures. And this is for a disrespectful attitude towards a girl. Mr. Knight. Don't you dare beat the wounded in front of me. Outraged Madame Pomfrey, waving her wand over Ron. However, at the same time, she was in no hurry to help Charlie. I nodded to our healer, and we left the tent with Hermione, heading back to the corral. The scores should be announced soon, though I didn't really care about them. 203, Chapter 203. The process of announcing scores has never interested me. More important, I think, was the fact that Hermione didn't let go of my hand. In the end, while the scores were being announced, I wondered about the results of the first task. For starters, I was able to absorb the dragon's soul. Or rather, I was able to do so with a sword. What did it give me? I have no idea. Second, I checked the work of transfiguration into a golem-like creature of various materials. The dragon flames could not damage the alloys due to insufficient temperature, and the magic component was safely blocked by Protogo. Among other things, the low practical value of such skills against wizards became clear to me, at least in the hands of ordinary users, so to speak. A powerful Finita is capable of undoing transfiguration that's undeniable. The range of wandless spells is extremely small for the average wizard, and that means a lot. Transfiguring yourself into some kind of combat form has a number of vulnerabilities against wizards. You might get transfigured back, get pelted with all sorts of spells, and so on. The transfiguration into a form different in size and weight from the wizard's body dramatically increases the amount of magic you consume, which means that not everyone can do it, which means you need to process the spell into a ritual, and performing the ritual takes time. A lot of time. In general, even though Delphine got a master combatant with a similar project, such spells or ritual schemes are not widespread due to their narrow range of use, specifically against weak wizards, golems, or magical creatures. Well, or muggles with their techniques. Max, Hermione literally pulled me out of my thoughts by pulling my hand slightly. Rowena's voice echoed in my head with a kind of doom. I only nodded. Maybe I'll stop by one of these days. In that case, Max, I will ask Kreaker to prepare you the literature on which the Black generations were raised. You may be a lord, by the blood of Black, but it's not the blood that makes you a Black. It only gives you the opportunity to become one. Will the new demands never end? There is no limit to perfection, Max. That was the end of our brief conversation, and I left the house entering the same gloomy alleyway nearby, opposite to the edge of Hogwarts charms. I restored the concealing charms again, and in the cold but waning breeze and the snowflakes melting on my face, I went to the castle. The common room greeted me with the same liveliness, and even the characters were almost the same. Hermione and Lavender were still sitting on the couch, and if the blonde was sadly sipping tea, kindly brought by Parvati, then Hermione was clearly planning some nasty thing. Ladies, I turned to the girls as soon as I approached the sofa. I have news for you. Taking off the bag Kreaker had packed, I handed it to the girls. And what's in it? Asked Parvati immediately. Grab your friends and go look. To your room. And check everything for pests. And lock yourself in. And in general. Not a school, but some kind of obstacle course. Seems like a pretty normal school to me, the Indian girl shrugged, lifting the lively girls off the couch by the arms. Girls can do nastier things than that. The ladies disappeared into the girls' wing, and Seamus and Dean, still in their loose, casual clothes, immediately approached me. Though, Dean is one of the few who wore pants, a shirt and a jumper, even as ordinary clothes. One day someone asked him, why? The answer was simple to the point of madness: in tattered sneakers, jeans, and hoodies, he will walk in his almost ghetto anyway, but here there is a reason and an opportunity to look like a normal person. Previously, he wanted to become a good lawyer, wear suits, and help his not the most sensible comrades in the area to get out of trouble. I wonder if his goals have changed a lot, or after coming of age, he will secretly help them with magic? 215, Chapter 215. Well, what is there? Asked a concerned Seamus. What do you mean? We heard that girls were in trouble. Oh, yes, I sort of solved the problem. How are you guys doing? Are you ready for the ball? You bet. Seamus smiled broadly and straightened the collar of his non-existent tailcoat. Everything's in the best shape. And I'm not going, Dean brushed it off and then smiled slyly. Officially. I hope you haven't come up with a way to disrupt the event. I'm not a Weasley, the mulatto immediately resented. Sneak to an event without a couple, do something underground. Okay. I'm missing something in this life. I knew you would be interested. Nothing criminal, but no administration approval either. Take it, Dean handed me 2 strange and obviously enchanted coins. A pass. I'll show you later, closer to closing time. Oh, you pranksters, I grinned, wagging my finger at the guys. If it's nothing criminal or immoral, I'm in. Why 2 coins? What if Hermione wants to? Though, you haven't even gotten the penalty points yet, little nerds. Seamus jokingly nudged Dean in the shoulder with a smile. A nerd won't kill a dragon in 2 seconds. For a brief moment, Parvati ran out of the door of the women's wing, whom we immediately noticed. Well? I asked impatiently. The girl smiled dazzlingly and showed 2 thumbs, immediately running back in. So everything will be fine, nodded Seamus. That's just. There are still 5 hours before the ball. Are they going to be preparing all this time? Well, They're girls. It's easier for guys. Wake up, wash your face, you're already handsome. That's true. After we talked, our spontaneously formed company went their separate ways. I ran to the Chamber of Secrets out of boredom, but Delphine wasn't there, so I practiced combat transgression on my own, practicing my version of it for moving in the water. It wasn't much different, and it didn't take away the ability to fly in the air, just a little more complicated. I was also able to fly a black cloud through the dungeons and decided to play with the colors. In general, the transgression smoke itself is not smoke but rather a kind of deformation of space, in which the light simply disappears. To give it a different shade, you just need to introduce a structure similar to Lumos, and you will get white smoke. You can play with the color a little to get other colors, but according to Delphine, no one does that unless they want to stand out. I cast a few spells, and then I went back to the common room, under every conceivable spell of stealth, checking my surroundings constantly with the Revelio modifications. Nothing. I couldn't find anyone in the common room, either, but it wasn't time yet. Fairy lights, I whispered the password, standing in front of the portrait of the fat lady. Hey? There's someone here. Yes, a Gryffindor. Ah, well, if it's Gryffindor, and the password is right. The portrait moved aside, and I walked into the quiet common room, where only some of the junior students were sitting and waiting for the others to come out. Or whatever else they were doing, and some were even practicing simple spells from class while the elders were gone. I could understand the junior students with a bunch of senior students around, you couldn't really practice your magic, and not everyone was looking for a private room. After taking off the charms, under the surprised looks of the younger ones, I went to my room, on the way nodding to Seamus, who had just left it in a high-quality tailcoat. I noticed a bundle on my bed. Hey? Max. Neville, in his perfectly tailored tuxedo, was very unexpected. Yes, that's right. I used to associate that name with a chubby boy, but he had started to grow in height in the last few months, and the fullness was disappearing. Yeah. You've got this. The boy had clearly lost weight, but his modesty remained. The girls passed it on. Neville nodded at the bundle on my bed. They say you forgot it in your bag. I don't know what's what, but here, I passed it on. Thank you. And more self-confidence, I clapped the guy on the shoulder in a friendly manner, clearly giving him confidence. I noticed the guy's hands were already a little sweaty from excitement. Do you have gloves for the suit? What? Gloves? Oh, yeah. Right, the guy nodded, heading toward his bed. I completely forgot. 216, Chapter 216. This is a nightmare! Exclaimed Ron, coming out from behind the screen. Yes, they recently put it near each bed because the guys were suddenly shy of each other. And in the shower, damn it, they're not shy. Just awful. Ron spread his arms apart, and I was able to enjoy the guy's wonderful attire. No, seriously, a gorgeous dark maroon coat from a mid-19th century ballroom tuxedo. What's the matter? Potter leaned out from behind his screen, surveyed everyone else's disposition, and walked out completely. I think it's a very extraordinary costume. All those trinkets, bows. I'll cut it off. Don't you dare, I said sharply, drawing the attention of the others. You just don't understand the value of this outfit. You don't understand anything at all, Ron replied angrily and resentfully. Do you have any more clothes to go with it? I won't wear the rest at all. As you wish, I shrugged. But a really good costume will only look good when it's fully assembled. And you can upgrade it with special charms, too. Ask the girls. They know for sure. Do you know? After all your remarks in my direction to help you? Really? Ask your sister since you're shy with the others. Right. That's what I'll do. But these clothes are so. A historically accurate costume is always valuable. And those who don't understand anything will laugh. Believe me, many will appreciate your costume. Hiding behind my screen, I opened the bundle on the bed and pulled out my clothes and a couple of accessories boxes. There weren't many cufflinks, a chronometer on a chain, corners with a chain for my shirt collar. Everything is made of alchemical silver, which makes the jewelry very magically resistant. Oddly enough, these are usually enchanted with various additional effects to clothing, like not being able to crumple it or something like that. It would seem silly but quite practical. The most interesting accessory I found was a shrunken black cane with a silver detachable handle in the shape of a leaping grim. After returning the thing to its original size and examining it properly, I took my second wand out of its sheath and inserted it into the handle with a grin. The magical locking mechanism worked, and the wand was firmly entrenched. This way and that, twisting it in my hands, I was surprised at how comfortably the wand lay in my hand. What a Malfoy, I muttered quietly to myself with a chuckle and inserted the handle into the cane. It was easy and uncomplicated. Took it out, put it back in, no problem. Yes, This wand doesn't suit me very well, but with Rowena's help, I don't feel any effort or discomfort in handling it. Holding the cane, I found a rune under my thumb, and after activating it, I reduced the cane to the size of a wand. Now it could be placed in a special inner pocket of my jacket. As for the clothes themselves, as Kriaker said, they were darker than the Black Knight. A three-piece suit, just the way I like it, with the same black shirt and tie. Well, except that the latter had faintly visible silver thread patterns. The set also included a robe with thin lines of silver patterns along the edges. Thin, but allow you to outline the contour against the background of everything else. Perfect for a ball, of course. Quickly dressed, put on my patent leather shoes, checked everything for folds, which, of course, were not there, put on gloves and, picking up a cane, went out from behind the screen. The guys were still here, staring at me in shock. Potter was funny in his clothes, after all. An expensive tailcoat, a fine robe, but as if it were off someone else's shoulder. Ron looked with obvious envy. I'm shocked. Typical eater. Typical eater, here is you, especially at the table, Mr. Weasley. Copying Snape's manner of speaking, I waved the hem of my robe, turned toward the exit, and walked quickly out of the room. People were already gathered in the common room, waiting for their couples. No one paid much attention to me, many of them were worried. The twins looked a little surprised when they saw me but ended up just giving me the thumbs up with a smile. The rest of them met their companions and walked out of the common room. Sometimes, however, the ladies went down before the boys, but this was rare. Out of habit, I hid in a dark corner of the common room and, with great burning curiosity and light impatience, awaited Hermione's exit. And Lavender, too. I was just curious. I didn't forget to check the space with my spells for hidden people, but all was clear. Gradually the common room became empty. Only me and Seamus were waiting for the girls. Parvati left with Potter, all mysterious and radiant in her scarlet national dress. Yes, it was a dress, though some uninitiated might have confused it with a robe for a brief moment. The juniors and the few who weren't going to the ball looked at Seamus and me and waited. 217, Chapter 217. Chapter 255 already. Thank you for your support. Bonus chapter again, enjoy, smiley face. The door to the women's wing opened again, revealing Lavender in a long beige dress with slightly darker patterns. The dress looked light despite the fact that it was almost floor length and almost completely closed, leaving only her arms and neck open just enough to wear a neat necklace. It's hard to put into words, but combined with the uncomplicated long hairstyle of slightly curly golden hair, it created a surprisingly nice and beautiful look. Well, yes, and gloves to match the dress above the elbow. Lavender came down absolutely happy, smiling broadly and happily at the bewildered Seamus. I guess if they were going to the ball just as friends, it's quite possible that at least one of them would reconsider their attitude. Just as Seamus came to his senses and approached Lavender, who had almost come down the stairs, offering his hand, another certainly beautiful girl appeared in the doorway of the women's wing. From the choices offered and unknown to me, Hermione chose a dress as black as my costume, almost completely def but sleeveless, with a perfectly fitted corsage, and a not particularly but still fluffy floor-length skirt. Rare glints of light along the patterns on the corsage lent volume to the all-black fabric, slightly outlining the girl's figure. The perpetually unruly hair fell in neat, curly strands down her right shoulder, while on her left, it was gathered up and pulled back with a flat silver barrette. Her light makeup, rare and inconspicuous silver accessories did not attract the eye but gave her image a sense of wholeness and completeness. A light cloak over her shoulders and black gloves above her elbow completed the image. Stepping out of the gloom of the unremarkable corner of the common room, I walked up the stairs and gave the girl a hand. You look gorgeous, I turned to Hermione with a slight smile as soon as her hand was in mine. Rest assured, this image will forever remain in my heart. A light and slightly predatory smile visited the girl's face. She was neither embarrassed nor blazing with enthusiasm, holding herself as if the ball were an everyday thing. Her posture, her movements, her gestures, nothing gave away any unnecessary emotion except her eyes. They were full of enthusiasm, and my words were clearly reflected in them. Thank you, Max. At this moment, Dean Thomas chose to run out of the male wing with a crash. In a tailcoat, everything is as it should be. I changed my mind. He announced loudly to all those willing and unwilling to know the reasons for such a fuss. I'm coming. With those words, and to the laughter of the others in the common room, Dean flew out of the common room like a bullet. I once again checked the space with various spells through the wand in my cane. This turned out to be a very convenient thing if you know how to conjure without gestures and words. No one would even suspect if the spell is without visual and other effects, of course. I think, Lavender said with a happy smile. We should all hurry. The ball starts in 10 minutes. So the four of us left the Gryffindor common room, and I checked the space around me again and again, found no one. I was doing this all the way to the Great Hall, and just before the last turn, I slowed down our company. Have you forgotten that we need to find out the identity of the villain? I said to the guys who were perplexed by the sudden stop. Seamus thoughtfully ran his hand through his hair, immediately messing up his hairstyle. His hair is generally unique as you move it, it stays that way. Lavender immediately smoothed a few strands out of her partner's head. Looks like we forgot. I understand that you want to make a splash going down the stairs, but I propose to make it a little differently. We hide the ladies under the disillusionment and pretend to come alone. In order not to part with the girls, we hold our hand like this. I bent my left arm at the elbow and as if to hold the lapel of my jacket at the very button. Like this. Seamus repeated the gesture, and Lavender immediately realized and put her hand on the crook of the guy's elbow. There was just a place for her. Hermione repeated after the blonde. Exactly. That way, we'll be sure the girls are with us. So. I don't know charms, Seamus and Lavender said almost simultaneously. We do. So, we look out for and remember the gloating faces at the sight of us. Ready? Everyone nodded, and I, reducing my cane to the size of the wand, quickly put a concealing charm on Lavender and Hermione. The charms are removable by any witchcraft. You can do it without a wand. Lumos, for example. I see, I heard Lavender's voice from the void, and Hermione already knew that. Let's move out, I returned the cane to its original size. 218, Chapter 218. Leading the invisible girls by the hand, we turned the corner and started down the stairs to the hallway in front of the Great Hall. There, in couples and other groups, wizards crowded, discussing something, having fun. For some, it was casual, and some were just hiding their excitement behind feigned merriment. I immediately found my target and nodded to Seamus in the direction of a small group. The guy nodded in response and walked a little further in order to have a good view but at the same time be in sight. He looked so lonely and sad that I wanted to hit him with an Oscar. My goal was simple. A small group of Slytherins from our class were trying to make fun of Ron and Harry, namely, Crabbe and Goyle in matching green robes over their suits, Theodore Nott and Daphne Greengrass, who looked more than decent and even conservative, black and beige. In the center of this group was Draco in a black tailcoat, white blouse and white waistcoat, and next to... No, now I definitely understand Hermione's decision to give up the pink dress and other princess-style colors. Standing next to Malfoy was Pansy Parkinson in a pink dress and robe. All in some kind of bows and trinkets, and it didn't suit the green-eyed brunette with a bob at all. Not at all. As we got closer to the target, I caught the motive for the teasing, to Ron's costume. He, by the way, put it in order and looked like a very stately red-haired gentleman of past centuries. Very colorful, and Padma, whom the boy had invited, was more than happy with the costume. However, the dumb red-haired fellow preferred to react to Malfoy's banter over his partner's explicit approval. Couldn't you find a couple of galleons for something more decent? Draco ended his speech with his back to me. Remembering all the nuances of Lucius's behavior and getting confirmation of data processing with the possibility of its application from Rowena, I put on a mask of an arrogant aristocrat, whose status was claimed by the loser father. They didn't notice me right away, but the silly Crabbe and Goyle's attempt to warn Malfoy was doomed to fail. Just as Draco was about to take a step forward to provoke Ron, who was already losing his temper, I yanked Malfoy sharply by the elbow with the handle of my cane. Draco, I spoke up, echoing Lucius's tone. Don't disgrace the family and the school with your behavior. For a brief moment, Malfoy didn't even move, and then he screamed sharply and jumped back, with a pale face looking at me in fear and disbelief. The range of emotions on his face was simply inexpressible, and the twins, rushing in for moral support with their presence, gave me the second thumbs up for the day. Night. Draco came to his senses quickly, and now he was turning purple with indignation, under the satisfied gaze of Ron and Potter. And the others were attracted by the noise, too, and many of them were staring at us in anticipation. As always, the crowd was hungry for bread and circuses. Night. Malfoy said again, glancing around. When he didn't see what he was looking for, he cheered up and looked at me with a smirk, fixing his hair with his hand. Why are you alone? Where is your Granger? Maybe she's so poor she doesn't even have a dress? Asked Pansy no less snidely. Seriously, though, she's pretty as long as she keeps quiet. Dress. Continued the conversation, feeling the slightly tense hand of an invisible Hermione on the bend of my elbow. I bet if she does show up, she'll be wearing some kind of rag. What else would you expect from someone like her? Grinned Malfoy. Ron wanted to put in his weighty word because even though the guy doesn't like me, he has a perfectly developed herd instinct. Our people get beaten up was probably like a red rag to a bull, and it didn't matter who our people were, as long as they were our people. But I don't want a fight here. Yet. No way, I pretended to be indignant and looked around at the Slytherins. I'm sure Hermione has a beautiful dress. Wanna bet? Stepped forward Pansy. On what? How about a wish? Or will you chicken out, Gryffindor. Shifting the cane into my left hand, I shook Pansy's outstretched hand. It's not customary to break here. Get ready, knight, smirked Draco. How can you be so sure? They looked at each other so conspiratorially that everything fell into place. Could it be otherwise? Like Malfoy, Parkinson smirked, straightening the non-existent folds on her luxurious pink dress. Professor McGonagall was walking past us, wearing a red checkered robe and a thistle wreath adorning the brim of her hat. She would have walked by if she hadn't noticed me standing there without a pair. Mr. Knight, the professor looked at me sternly with a strange mixture of surprise and suit approval. May I ask where your companion is? For a moment, the space to my left flashed with the black smoke of battle transgression, but it immediately dissipated, revealing Hermione in a dress as black as an abyss. The torches and fires in the bowls that served as illumination added even more depth to the blackness. With that came an even greater contrast of silver accessories and glinting embroidery. Well, my costume is just as contrasting. Here, Professor, Hermione smiled easily without losing face, and some students recoiled, for not everyone is familiar with the effects of battle transgression. To the uninitiated, it can seem like creepy dark magic because the smoke is black. Ooh, the professor didn't hide her surprise, and the corners of her lips quivered as if she were about to smile. A very extraordinary transfiguration skill for a fourth-year student. Commendable, Miss Granger. Thank you. You should follow me. The professor turned and walked on toward the doors of the Great Hall. 219, Chapter 219. What the? Indignation, outrage, and surprise were clearly visible on Pansy's face. The rest were simply shocked by everything, Hermione's appearance, her dress in particular, and the image in general. And I just now noticed that she and I really do look older than our peers, and we're already quite 16 or 17 years old in the physical plane. Did the potions for our physical training and the training itself contribute to it on a regular basis? Perhaps, for they greatly stimulated development and growth. I kept thinking. Hermione looked at Pansy with a predatory smile. What is that talking glazed brownie next to Malfoy? Whoever recommended that dress to you, Parkinson, know this, it's your enemy. I'm not my own enemy. Exclaimed Pansy, causing laughter from the boys around her. We followed McGonagall at a brisk pace, not wanting to force her to repeat herself. It usually doesn't end well. We caught up with the professor just as she reached the door of the hall and turned to the crowd of students. Tournament participants, please come this way, the professor said loudly, and in a couple of seconds, we were all standing next to each other in a small vacant patch of space. Before that, I did not pay attention to the guys in red uniforms in the manner of hussars, but now I recognized Krum standing next to me, and his companion, in a blue dress, came obviously with the French delegation. Behind them stood Fleur in a beige dress with many patterns of golden hue, and next to her was Roger Davies, which with great difficulty resisted the Veela's charm. Next stood Potter with Parvati. By the way, all three of us, I mean myself, Krum, and Potter, didn't really care about the charm. Ladies and gentlemen, McGonagall spoke rather quietly. Now, the rest of the students will come into the hall and take their seats. You will be the last to enter the hall at the signal and ceremoniously walk to the main table and take your seats next to the judges. The professor opened the doors of the hall and began to launch the students. You were saying, Hermione pulled my hand slightly toward her. That we should look out for the ill-wishers. I hasten to point out that it's easier to count the well-wishers. And those, Hermione clearly hinted at the group of Slytherins, we will take revenge yet. Oh, yes. I looked around at the students passing by, and indeed many were looking with a kind of envy and disapproval at either me, the French girl next to Krum, or Parvati. The guys glared at Davis with envy. All in all, everyone found a cause for humble, righteous indignation. A familiar sight, remarked Krum quietly. Meanwhile, McGonagall continued instructing. Places at the table are at your discretion, but I recommend that you decide in advance. From left to right will sit, Ministry Representative, Headmaster Karkaroff, Headmaster Dumbledore, Headmaster Maxim, Mr. Bagman. I don't like surprises, and I hope you don't either. You will open the ball with the Viennese waltz. After that, move on to the slow waltz, and at that moment, the rest of those who want to dance gradually come out, and then we will move on to the waltz of the tournament. Any questions? McGonagall looked at us carefully, and somehow even moved a little to the side for a better view of Potter standing behind us, and spoke. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Your totally dumbfounded face gives me cause for concern. What worries you? Waltz, ma'am. Don't tell me, Mr. Potter, that you can't waltz. There was no reply. Kids these days. Sighed the discouraged professor. And since when can't young people waltz? I hope the other champions don't have similar problems. Absolutely not, Krum stretched out, and the others variously confirmed the skills. Why didn't you give us any warning, Mr. Potter? The dance program was announced 2 weeks ago, and classes have been taking place all that time. I don't want to insult anyone, but even a troll can be taught basic moves in that time. The professor glanced around at the drastically reduced number of students in the hall. Anyway, there's no time to solve the problem that has arisen. I'll be back for you in just a few minutes. I hope you can figure out how to solve this unpleasant moment. The professor entered the hall, following the students. While we're standing, let's decide. Reducing my cane, I slipped it into a special pocket of my jacket. The first dance is ours. How do we go? In pairs, traditionally counterclockwise, or individually, each in his own circle. I can do it in both ways. Crumb nodded importantly and looked questioningly at his companion, who also nodded with a slight smile. As you please, smiled Fleur. Ah. Potter drawled heavily. I don't know. I'm not good at dancing. Parvati poked Potter with her elbow. I see. If Potter gets out of the circle, the scheme will collapse. I suggest improvisation. Potter goes into the center, into the inner circle. We go around. That way, he won't bump into us if anything happens, and he won't ruin his dance. Crumb just nodded, and Fleur thought for a second. That would be interesting, wouldn't it, Mr. Davies? Roger clearly missed the phrase, admiring Fleur. Don't break the guy's brain. He almost graduated from this survival school. It would be a shame to lose his mind so ridiculously in his final year. Fleur wanted to respond with some obviously caustic comment, but everyone took their seats, and Dumbledore stood up from his seat. 220, Chapter 220. Chapter 257 already. Thank you for your support. Enjoy, smiley face. Greetings to the tournament champions. The headmaster announced loudly, and we had no choice but to enter the Great Hall. McGonagall walked ahead of us, leading us to the big round table where the judges were already seated, and the students were greeting the champions with applause. Are you excited? Hermione asked with an icy mask on her face. No. Just looking around the hall. And there was plenty to see. The absolutely stone hall has undergone significant changes. Everything was decorated in shades of light and blue, mimicking winter and ice. The walls were as if in hoarfrost, and the longhouse tables that had stood before were now replaced by many small and round ones, on elegant white legs. At each table were no less elegant white chairs. There were also buffet tables decorated with ice sculptures of palaces. I wonder what will be in the glasses? I wouldn't be surprised if the twins commit alcoholic sabotage. A big mystery was the source of good omnidirectional light, which was not observed except for the lanterns on the tables. There were 2 snow-covered Christmas trees against the far wall, and various garlands of mistletoe and ivy hung from the ceiling with the illusion of a starry sky. Of course, they were also covered in snow. Amazing, Hermione continued to ponder aloud, holding up the same mask of cold arrogance. And from whom did she learn? So much hypocrisy around here. A few minutes ago, it was hard to find a wizard who didn't envy one of us. Now they're smiling and cheering and clapping. School is real life in miniature. It's exactly the same outside its walls, except the scale is different. As I glanced at the judges' table to which we were being led, I couldn't help but notice Bagman's ridiculous purple robe, embroidered with gold stars. Karkaroff was wearing a white suit with a long coat and a fur hat, just as he had when he came down from the ship. Our Dumbledore didn't seem to have changed at all, but I wouldn't be surprised if his beard had holiday bells in it rather than everyday ones. I was surprised by the presence of Percy Weasley, as always, a creepy pedant in every little detail. Although it should be noted that the blue mantle on him looked pretty representative, but the type of red-haired curly guy himself did not want to be associated with severity. I remember something about why Percy is here and not Mr. Crouch. It's a shame that occlumency can't restore and organize the memories of a past life, and they're slowly being weakened by this new one. Percy beckoned Potter with his hand, and with Madame Maxime beside him, Fleur and her cavalier are likely to sit on this side. So we go to Bagman and Karkaroff. When we reached the tables, Crumb and I moved the chairs for our ladies, and somehow, it all happened in sync. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Potter just sat down under Parvati's reproachful gaze. I'm not trying to belittle Potter because he can behave decently and according to various standards of behavior, but he always forgets that. When he remembers, it's often too late to change it. After looking around the table and the empty plates, I found the menu and flipped through it, and said aloud. Pork chops. Potato side dish. My order immediately appeared on the gleaming gold plate, and a moment later, everyone around me took advantage of the table function, filling the plates in front of them with various delicacies. To tell you the truth, I'm a little surprised, Hermione said before starting her meal. What exactly surprised you? I moistened my throat with the apple juice served in the tall crystal glass. Dress. No, dresses. My mom and I spent a lot of time in the summer to find one that will be black enough. I do not mind at all that they may have been worn. You also helped Lavender so much. It is not good for a girl to miss the ball because of someone else's intrigue. Our conversation quieted on its own as the other members of this banquet began to speak at the table. Karkaroff was reprimanding the unexpectedly verbose Krum for his verbosity. Dumbledore was reprimanding Karkaroff for being too secretive for the sake of secrecy. Fleur talked about how things are different in Beau's Batons, and Roger Davis thoughtlessly assented. Potter and Parvati had to listen to Percy Weasley talking incessantly about the Ministry's affairs and how great Mr. Crouch. It was with great pleasure that I listened about Dumbledore's adventures in the Room of Requirement, full of chamber pots. Of course! Exclaimed Roger Davies suddenly, tapping his palm loudly on the table. There was little sense left in his gaze. Yes. With a bang. -1. Whispered Hermione quietly, but everyone nearby heard and even smiled. He knew what he was going for, I shrugged, continuing with my meal. Someone will have to make sure they don't suddenly get alone. In public, he will restrain himself, but in private. Krum and his partner turned to me. By the way, I saw that brunette, she was one of the first to walk in the delegation. Vila is far from a defenseless creature, the Bulgarian said quietly. Davies is from Ravenclaw. There are students with extraordinary thinking and approaches to problem solving. Who knows what his mind will be capable of under the influence of charm? The most unpredictable partner option. You're that concerned about her safety. Hermione looked at me with a slight smirk. Purely politics, I shook my head negatively, and even Karkaroff decided to listen. Even if nothing happens, the whole of Hogwarts will immediately know about the attempt itself. The rumors will be instantly distorted, but that's not the point. On the one hand, this precedent will untie the hands of ministerial radicals regarding magical creatures. Election time for a new minister is approaching, which means that Fudge will be looking for support from every conceivable front. In such a benign atmosphere, the radicals in relation to magical creatures can safely push for new amendments, and even the excuse will be, look at that. It was worth letting Avila into Hogwarts, and a pious young man fell prey to it. A few more phrases in there, and it'll do the trick. They'll tighten the screws around magical creatures even tighter, and those same werewolves are already on edge. As we know, there's nothing more dangerous than a living creature backed into a corner. The consequences could be unpredictable. Among other things, it would worsen relations with France, where the rights of the Veils are quite extensive, as they are in Bulgaria and several other European countries. But this is not the end either. The Delacour family is quite influential, both in France and abroad. The attempt of this kind of violence against their beloved daughter, the horrible attitude of the British, you can put anything you want on it, and you end up with a damaged relationship again. Of course, there will be all sorts of apologies, compensations, and other hypocrisies, but it's easier to avoid all this mess just by hitting Davies over the head if he gets all charmed out of his mind. By the middle of my monologue, even Dumbledore was listening, and so I couldn't help myself. For the greater good, of course. Karkaroff choked, and Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. 221, Chapter 221. At last, the festive dinner came to an end. Dumbledore rose from his seat, and his example was followed by everyone in the hall. The headmaster waved his wand once, and the vacated tables and chairs neatly moved to the walls, leaving a large empty space in the center of the hall. With another wave, by the other wall, closer to the judge's table, a small stage was created, along with various instruments: drums, guitars, lute, cello, and bagpipes. About 10 students in black tuxedos took the stage with their violins and took seats in the back, shaded part of it, while the members of the Weird Sisters, known in the wizarding community of England, emerged as the main cast. The image of these musicians was quite entertaining, a sort of rock in a wizarding world. Long, disheveled hair, robes deliberately torn in various places, and leather suits in a fantasy format. The musicians took their instruments, and we, in turn, rose from the table almost in sync. Potter missed everything again. What's he looking at? Oh, at Cedric and Cho? Well, to hell with him. The lanterns on the tables went out, and the room's general lighting became a little darker but still contrasting, clear, and omnidirectional, and the frost-covered walls glittered mysteriously. We stepped out slowly and smoothly, leading our partner by the hand. There was plenty of room, so even Potter and Paddle would feel more than free in the inner circle. The first opening notes began to play, letting me understand the rhythm and get into position, and with the first beat, I led Hermione in the dance, taking a step forward. Second quarter, reversal, third quarter, and now I have my back to the movement of the dance. The second beat and everything is somewhat repeated, and here we have already made one turn, so to speak. Hand in hand, the other on the partner's back, eye to eye. It would have been romantic if it was just us dancing, but instead, we had to pay attention to the movement of the other two couples and adjust the length of our stride, so we didn't get too close or break our distance. Are you nervous? Asked Hermione, when we had all picked up the optimal steps to move evenly in a circle. Not a bit, I smiled softly in response. Trying not to look at Potter. Yes, it's a surprisingly deplorable situation, but notice he's a quick learner. And he does anything but does not pay attention to Parvati. That's unfortunate, Hermione nodded. The music played, and the dance went on. If not for practice, I would definitely feel dizzy, Hermione, still smiling, looked me in the eyes. That is, even so, I have no chance to turn your head. Don't twist it. Gradually the rhythm became slower, and the melody changed a bit, and we moved on to the classic, no frills, slow waltz. Of course, this dance can be diversified by many different elements, but thanks the old man, the organizers took into account that we are not professional dancers. Although the tournament waltz is noticeably more complicated, it is also logical and understandable. What certainly pleased me was the absolute absence of any awkwardness in our movements. It seems that years of acquaintance and thousands of hours of joint training had an effect only a log cannot learn to feel each other in such conditions. As time passed, other couples appeared among the dancers, and we had to give up moving in circles, circling practically on the spot. Dumbledore asked a happy McGonagall to dance, and they were not the only teachers who decided to join in. After a while, all the available space for the dance was filled with couples, but there was plenty of room to maneuver. The organizers felt it was time to move on to the third obligatory dance. Tournament waltz was a little more complicated here, the changes of hands, and changing of rotations, a jump of the partner with the emphasis on the shoulders of the partner, who had to move the girl by 180 degrees from him, a sort of turn around. After the obligatory dance, some people went to the tables for drinks or snacks. Hermione and I approached a table where the twins were clearly engaged in some sort of subversive activity, with Alicia and Angelina standing guard in blue and turquoise dresses. "What are you guys doing here?" I asked the twins. "We add alcohol to drinks, of course." The right twin looked around while the left twin stealthily directed small balls of fire whiskey floating through the air to the glasses, of which there were many. The other twin quickly finished his activity, glancing at us. "Would you like one?" He played with his eyebrows. "Oh, no, I pass," Hermione shook her head negatively. "Me also. I would rather see what happens when they get tipsy." "Oh. Looks like we have the same goals," the twins smiled. It was at this point that their girls approached. "The professors are looking around the hall. Let's move on," Angelina almost whispered and looked at us. "You look great. I am even a little jealous." The hooligan team headed for the next table. "So, how do we find glasses without alcohol now?" Hermione looked curiously at the glasses on the other tables. "Well, they move clockwise. Let's go to the other side of the hall. Maybe they haven't been there yet." On the other side of the hall, we walked over to the table of Seamus, Lavender, and Dean. "The party is cancelled," the mulatto immediately informed us. "Why? Our stash was found. And the room. And everything else. Damn. Well, maybe it's for the best." 222, Chapter 222. One chapter today. Yoo-woo. After exchanging impressions about the ball and having a glass of a drink, identical in taste to punch, but completely non-alcoholic, we began to watch the dancing couples with interest. We ourselves stood, except, of course, the girls, because for a young man to sit at a ball without a good reason to sign his powerlessness and show that the ball is over for you personally. The music periodically changed in rhythm and mood, and with it, the dances subtly changed. It was interesting to watch the other couples. Hagrid and Madame Maxim were especially eye-catching. They were incredibly tall, their legs were long, and Hagrid appeared to be a fine dancer, and you wouldn't think it by looking at him. Anyway, the steps of the pair were so swift and wide that their height made it seem as if they were circling the hall in a hurricane, threatening to sweep away anyone who got in their way. By the way, I decided to raise another important point. According to ballroom etiquette, that dance of ours was the first. Indeed it was, Hermione thought to herself. Ballroom etiquette in the wizarding world is a lot simpler and freer, but the invitations. What do you mean? The boys looked at us with interest. Suddenly a white cat jumped into Hermione's lap. "Oh, kitty." The girl immediately began stroking the cat, and it habitually lounged down, at the same time, with obvious interest, looking at Hermione's dress. Hermione, however, still remembered the question posed, and in parallel with the stroking of the cat, began to answer. "As in the normal world, at a ball, you are supposed to dance with one partner for no more than 3 dances and not in a row. Unless you're engaged. And you can't just refuse. And be jealous. Yes. You can't be jealous. Meow. Sorry, kitty." Seamus chuckled. "Do you think anyone is following these rules?" The guy looked around the hall meaningfully. Many people really didn't do this, but everyone who had an idea of ballroom etiquette had already changed a couple because the second dance, if you count the opening and the tournament dance as one, has already begun. Let's show ourselves as sufficiently educated and well-mannered young people. There is only one problem. I thought for a moment. There's no problem, Lavender shrugged as if stating the obvious fact. We all know each other well here. Seamus and I are like friends here. Like friends, right? In the morning, yes, the boy nodded. Now, I don't know. Lavender was a little embarrassed but went on with the idea. The fact that you two are right on your way to becoming a couple is obvious to everyone. Anyway, we can do it simply. Quickly re-invite each other to the dance, and that's it. Hermione and I can refuse everyone with a clear conscience, and you're safe, there's no wedding dance planned. We all looked at each other. Acceptable? I asked Hermione. I think so. Does anyone care about my opinion? Seamus pretended to be indignant, ruffling his hair, which was immediately fixed again by Lavender. Thank you. I agree, of course, but I would like someone to ask my opinion. Maybe I should dance, too. The board dean looked around the hall thoughtfully. Do you know how? Wondered Lavender, immediately looking up at Armalato. I'll tell you a secret, whispered Seamus loudly. He was engaged in dances and football for 3 years. But the second, so that the boys from the district do not think badly of him. So, I told you in confidence, and you decided to tell the whole world? What kind of friend are you? So that's why you didn't want to go? Lavender asked with a sudden understanding. Tired of dancing? Yet. Now I feel nostalgic. But I don't see anyone with whom I could dance. Now I glanced around the room and didn't find many single girls around. Parvati and Padma, who sat indignantly next to the puffed-up turkeys Potter and Weasley. Just across the hall, at one of the tables where the drinks were ennobled by the presence of the twins, there were a few girls, among whom I recognized Astoria Greengrass. She looked a little bored. She must have asked one of the elders to accompany her to the ball. Maybe even Crabbe and Goyle, who hadn't even considered dancing more than they should have, pouncing on various delicacies at one of the distant tables. I see 3 choices, I turned to Dean. Padma and Parvati. I'm sure Potter and Weasley aren't even thinking about dancing anymore. Or you can break all the local patterns and invite Astoria Greengrass. The white cat on Hermione's lap moved and looked at me and then climbed up onto the table with its front paws, starting to ostensibly sniff something, but in fact to look around. Who's that? Asked Dean. Wait, I'll remember. The brunette from Slytherin, 3rd year. She also has a sister the same age as us. Exactly. Dean quickly found her with his gaze. A guy from Gryffindor asking a girl from Slytherin to dance? I'm sure there'll be a scandal, but the very thought, judging by the mulatto's face, pleased him quite well. There will be a lot of dissatisfied people. And how to make everyone satisfied? Punch dissatisfied guys in the face. Smiled Seamus. Do not worry. You are probably one of our most decent guys, both in dress and demeanor. Need some help? I'd appreciate it. If the guys start causing trouble, the local dragon slayer can stop them. 223, Chapter 223. Chapter 263 already. Thank you for your support. 3 chapters today, smiley face. We moved as a group through the empty space of the hall. Such a maneuver could not go unnoticed by the company of Slytherin girls and boys standing nearby. However, contrary to expectations, they did not take any action. When we approached the girls, we stood a little behind, giving Dean the opportunity to come forward. Reaching Astoria in a dark green dress, which was watching with interest the development of events, Dean spoke up. Excuse me for interrupting your conversation. Allow me to introduce myself. Dean Thomas, 4th year Gryffindor. The boy bowed quite gracefully after an acceptable introduction. May I have this dance, miss? Dean held out his right hand. Astoria nodded and held out her left. With pleasure. The invitation went off without a hitch, and as we walked out to the empty seats in the hall, we waited for a new round of music, starting another dance. Miona. Do you want to fool around? That sounds as ambiguous as possible, Max. I would like to hear the full version of your proposal before agreeing. It's just all sorts of Hagrid flying around the hall like whirlwinds. I want to do something unusual, too. Like what? In the first step of the tact, activate the battle transgression for a brief moment. It should have the effect of a smoky black plume, and the step itself should become twice as long. Hermione pondered for a couple of moments, and then, after glancing at our completely black robes, she agreed. A step with a fleeting transgression activation, and for a moment, there was a plume around us, slowly dissipating just in time for the second tact, and again we activated the transgression. So we remained 3-dimensional, but there was a falling plume of smoke that wasn't smoke at all. Looking around, both of us, not without pleasure, noted the other dancers' somewhat dumbfounded or surprised faces. After a few minutes, the dance came to an end, and we returned Astoria to where we had picked her up and exchanged couples for the next dance while Dean went off in search of his next victim. However, as it turned out, he did not go far and asked one of the girls standing in Astoria's company. Don't be jealous, Lavender said after a minute of us circling the hall. You're supposed to smile at a ball, not throw lightning bolts from your eyes. I didn't do it on purpose, taking control of the previously unnoticed sensations, I smiled purely and sincerely. Didn't notice it myself. That's the way it always is. Hermione, too, shot me a couple of glances. If it could kill, you would be dancing with a corpse right now. That's how the ball went. Several times Roger Davies, as if on instinct, tried to get Fleur to get some air in the garden that was around the bend. At such moments, as if from nowhere, Crumb appeared next to him with his couple, distracting the guy, and for the third time explained to Miss Delacour in few words the whole point of what was happening. Fleur seemed smart, but it was only at this moment that she realized something. What exactly? I don't know. But at about 10 o'clock in the evening, someone carried Davis's unconscious body out of the hall. More than once or twice, we noticed couples allegedly secretly leaving the hall, and every time, absolutely every time, after 5 or 10 minutes, the hourglass with the house points, which had not been removed from the walls, counted a minus. Considering that there were a lot of couples, who tried to get private often, and that Snape had an incredible flair for offences, the points were flowing away regularly and at an alarming rate. It is worth noting that the Slytherin house did not stand aside from this distribution of fines. The twins brought in some more booze and poured it into anything with liquid in it. Not overdoing, but not stingy either. Of course, this maneuver did not go unnoticed, and the boys were punished, but the alcohol did its job. Nothing criminal, the doses were childish, but they certainly made the guys feel more relaxed. When the ball was about to close, about a third went to their bedrooms. Those who didn't dance and didn't show much activity, like Potter and Ron, were sitting around, demanding that the banquet continue, saying, let's prolong it some more. But no one really wanted to prolong anything, everyone had danced enough, and you could sit in the common room if you wish. Let's go get some fresh air, Hermione put her hand on my elbow as we left the great hall. Fresh and cold. The castle is almost silent by now, but you could hear the quiet sounds from the various groups of students continuing their fun. Of course, the main source of the sounds were the open windows of the common and student rooms, and in the silence, these sounds were more than audible. Still now and then, one could hear, -20 points. From Professor Snape. And these sounds were always coming from different directions, making it seem as if there were at least 5 Snapes in the castle. It's a strange feeling, Hermione put her hand on her chest. Such excitement. We've never broken curfew just for fun without the charms of concealment, have we? Adventurous. Shall we climb the astronomy tower? Let's fly. Hermione let go of my hand and went into battle transgression, turning into black smoke, lost in the gloom of the dimly lit torch-lit corridors. I immediately followed her example, quickly catching up. Transgression flight is quite fast, and it wasn't a minute before we reached the tower's doors. 2 dense objects cannot be passed in this state, only air and water, with physiological needs becoming alien to you. I had to pull out a reduced cane and materialize my hand with it, unlocking the door with Alohomora and opening it with trivial childish telekinesis. Breaking out into the open, we circled a little in the air in the form of black smoke and then landed on a flat roof. I immediately felt the cold wind, and Hermione was shivering, wrapping herself more tightly in a very light cloak. I immediately took out my handkerchief and transfigured it into a solid winter robe with fur and a hood, throwing it over the girl's shoulders. Thank you, she smiled softly. I wasn't afraid of that cold at all. An aging moon hung in the sky just above the horizon, the stars shone, and I stood holding the girl by the shoulders, looking into her eyes. Hermione Jean Granger. Would you agree to be my girlfriend? With the gesture of the illusionist, I transfigured a rose out of thin air without a wand in my hand. It wasn't an easy trick for me, either. Transfiguration without a wand strains the brain too much. 224, Chapter 224. Stop the romance, Snape's voice came from the side, and he himself stepped out of the dark doorway while non-verbally wilting the rose in my hands. Stop the confessions, kisses, and other rule violations. First and final warning. Get back to your common rooms. Lights out was an hour ago. The professor's tone was terribly angry, and he didn't hide it. Someone must have messed up pretty badly, and it wasn't hard to guess exactly how given all the romance of the ball and those drops of alcohol from Weasley. After glancing over at Hermione, we both came to the same conclusions and decided not to argue with Snape, especially since the rightness is on his side. Okay, Professor. We obediently stepped toward the door, and Snape let us pass and followed step for step. But the moment was important, I sighed. I dare to remind you, the professor spoke more calmly already as we made our way down the stairs. That you are perhaps the best students in my memory. If all your romantic adolescent urges undermine your grades, especially in my class, believe me, you will regret it. So save the romance for the 2 months of summer vacation and concentrate on your studies and the tournament. After all, no one's stopping you from spending the summer together. Thank you, Professor, for the kind words. Anytime, Snape replied with a snide chuckle. Can we walk to the common room on our own? Only if it's to the common room. And here's another thing. Transgression is possible in the castle but forbidden. So, go on foot. As soon as we descended the tower, Snape disappeared into the darkness with a distinctive sound. Now I finally understood how he moved around the castle so quickly. He was simply flying in transgression. The smoke is invisible in the darkness, and there's almost no sound, and you can muffle it if you want to. He must have caught up with us, too, when he saw the 2 transgression tracks. We walked in silence to the common room. I couldn't help myself at the portrait. Damn Snape! Ruined such a moment. He's right, Hermione looked at me seriously. We have work to do, and a relationship can send everything into the abyss. Arg. I seem to be smart, but I have no idea what to do in such situations. Hermione smiled and, standing on tiptoe, which made almost no difference in her shoes, fleetingly kissed me on the lips. I'm not going anywhere. Neither are you. Now, I won't be able to sleep. That's why it's better to date later. At least after you win the tournament, where your life depends on your skills. After telling the password, we went into the common room. There were probably a dozen senior students here. Many of them were still in their dresses and suits, only more loosely dressed. But again, no obscenity. They sat on couches and armchairs and chatted. Some couples just hugged. And everyone quietly sipped light drinks. We were greeted quietly, benevolently, marking a kind of greeting with a glass, bottle, or mug raised in the air. After escorting Hermione to the door of the women's wing, I went downstairs and sat down on our inconspicuous sofa, unbuttoning the buttons of my jacket. Looking at this quiet and calm atmosphere, I once again catch myself thinking that we have an extremely unfortunate face of the house, which is now Potter and Ron. The twins' pranks also play a role, but once I dissolved a couple of their crazy candies into ingredients, there are no plant or animal components at all. They apparently sacrificed some of the power of the effect, leaving only a modified, completely safe base compatible with all potions. I understand why Snape fined them so enthusiastically. They are talented inventors and potions makers who waste their energy on all sorts of nonsense. As for Ron and Potter, Potter, as an all-English star, automatically became the face of the house. A face that is unkempt, not particularly cultured, and not very well-mannered. But in this, he is only half to blame. His friend became the same wild Ronald, who is also terribly envious. As a result, Potter does not see that he is far from the most pleasant character. I'm a shithead, too, if you think about it. But Potter and Weasley are always in the spotlight, and they're always intentionally or unintentionally flaunting their Gryffindorness. So everyone judges us by them. And the Slytherins are judged by their brightest star, Malfoy and company. That's why everyone thinks that Gryffindors are feeble-minded pigs and Slytherins are selfish bastards. It's sad. In fact, everything is not so simple. Yet. Not everything is what it seems. 225, Chapter 225. Christmas is a wonderful time. But in my case, there was no other holiday besides the ball. The very next day after this significant event, Hermione and I returned to training, and the lack of study at this time only allowed us to train more. Well, in the restricted section, we finally studied material for more than an hour a day. This little return to the library, which we couldn't afford because of other study and project loads, brought some stability and familiarity back to what was happening. In addition to perfecting in Transfiguration, which Delphine was hammering into me with a special effort, we were pondering how to rescue a hypothetical prisoner as quickly and efficiently as possible in the second round. The problem was that in Transgression, it is extremely difficult, almost impossible, to take another wizard with you if the other wizard is unconscious. Even if the second wizard was conscious and resisted, it would be easier. This leads us to the idea that even if I got to my intended target underwater in the Transgression, I would need to bring that target back another way. I had the stray thought of transfiguring the kidnapped person into something, but it might affect the psyche without prior preparation or a tattoo like mine. I was also not sure what spell would be used to put the kidnapped underwater, though only stasis would work. No air or food was needed in that state. Sub-zero temperatures are also not scary, as well as high temperatures within reasonable limits. The combustion temperature is already dangerous. But then again, no one knows what effect the transfiguration into an object or anything else will have on a person in stasis. The spell from the grimoire is also not suitable. Its consequences are not reliably known, and Hermione is not the person on whom I want to experiment. As a result, it was decided to learn how to create portkeys, and of course, we turned to Delphine for answers to questions. Without unnecessary questions, Lady Greengrass allotted an hour and a half of our daily lessons for the theoretical and practical parts. As a result, about the end of January, we could make quite good portkeys. Of course, we didn't test them. Hermione had no reason to give out such a skill since it was regulated by the Ministry. Specific skills, the statute of secrecy, and all that crap. However, Lady Greengrass claimed that our creations were more than normal. Of course, we had the thought, maybe we should protect ourselves from abduction. However, we could not find a single argument in favor of such a trick, except for the dubious safety of the kidnapped. It was certainly an important argument, overriding all others, but Hermione seemed more worried about the success of my involvement and reputation than I was. In the end, the girl herself flatly refused to defend herself, for even if we could refuse such a fate on any grounds, it meant that either someone else would be subjected to it, or the stage of the tournament would fail. Then the organizers would not pat me on the head. Another important event, I think, was that I started to attend the Great Hall for meals on a regular basis. Hermione's coming out showed a lot of people that she wasn't just a nerd as we had been considered until recently, but a beautiful girl and a talented wizard, because McGonagall doesn't praise just everyone. She rarely praises anyone at all, and that praise is like a bolt from the blue. I let the young men who were suddenly interested in her know by my presence that their deaths would be long and painful. Hermione smiled and laughed at that, along with Parvati and Lavender. They kept their dresses, by the way, with my permission. So at one of my meals, or, to be more precise, at breakfast on the morning of the 2nd of February, I brought up the subject of Hermione's safety again. So we were sitting at the table, eating, and then, why don't we actually ask the administration or the tournament organizers about it? Well, what will be applied? Our conversations were not particularly audible in the humming crowd of hungry overnight students, nor were they important. Hence, we often spoke quietly, only occasionally putting muffling charms that turned our words into indistinct mumblings to an outsider. You're right. I'm not really serious, Hermione looked at me doubtfully, setting her glass of juice aside. And I'm serious. What's stopping us from coming up like this and asking, what's it going to be like? Have you eaten? I thought you did not trust Dumbledore. Hermione threw her bag over her shoulder. She still had classes. Of course. But I'm not going to share secrets but on a completely normal and important issue. So that we, in our quest for independence, do not screw up by drinking an incompatible potion or something else. While everyone was still eating, we walked over to the high table, directly to the headmaster. Good morning, headmaster, I nodded. Good morning, Mr. Knight, Miss Granger, Dumbledore smiled into his beard, with another glint in his half-moon glasses. Did you want something? Yes. If you have a couple of minutes, I would like to talk. Impudent, Snape snorted but continued to poke the cutlet with his fork dejectedly, returning it to its original state of mincemeat. He is, by the way, the only one who orders cutlets in the morning. The most ordinary cutlets, the oval ones, with breading. I guess I'm not full. Come on, Severus, Dumbledore literally waved the potions master away and turned to us. I just have some not particularly important, but in its own way urgent papers to sign. I can quite listen to you in my office. 226, Chapter 226. Chapter 265 already. The headmaster rose from the table and gestured for us to follow him. With a brisk step and without uttering a word, we walked along the stone corridors of the castle to the very niche with the gargoyle, which moved aside without any passwords, which is quite logical. The owner of the office, whatever one may say. Climbing the spiral staircase, we entered the headmaster's office, and while Dumbledore quickly took his chair at the table and with a faint sigh took the first parchment from the impressive stack in front of him, Hermione and I just walked closer. The girl was looking around with undisguised curiosity at the many different magic things scattered here and there throughout the office. As always, this multitude of artifacts of unknown purpose quietly rustled, clicked, moved. I'm listening to you carefully, the headmaster said without taking his eyes off the parchment. Though it may not seem so. Hermione looked at me questioningly. Headmaster. The puzzle is solved, the information analyzed, the conclusions drawn. There are concerns and questions. Dumbledore signed the parchment and set it aside, and looked at us. May I know the details of your guesses? I won't tell you the whole path of assumptions, but the conclusions are as follows. Personally from me, they'll kidnap highlighted quotation marks with intonation, Hermione. She will be in Black Lake, in the City of Mermaids. For equal conditions in front of all the champions by the statue of a newt, in a prominent place. The question is, what security measures are planned for the kidnapped, and how exactly is it planned to ensure their health and being underwater for such a long time? I must express my admiration for your analytical skills, smiled the headmaster. But I would like to hear your suggestions. You can neither confirm nor deny. The headmaster only smilingly held his hands out to the side. We've assumed, Hermione interrupted the conversation, that stasis charms might be used. Oh, wonderful charms, smiled Dumbledore, nodding. And while we are talking about this, let me remember the old days and give a short lecture, signing papers along the way. Dumbledore picked up another parchment and began to read it fluently, playing with a large white quill in his other hand. The stasis charms is certainly a marvelous development from centuries ago, the headmaster spoke without taking his eyes off the parchment. They allow you to literally stop time for the object being cast, whether it be an object or a living being. The creation of this spell has saved quite a few wizards in its time, allowing them to be brought to the healers in time after seemingly fatal injuries. The headmaster signed another parchment and, putting it aside, picked up the next one. Stasis allows you to stop the spread of almost all curses, the effects of trauma, level out low temperatures and high temperatures, within reasonable limits, of course. If blood flowed from the wound, it would stop flowing. Even if a wound is inflicted while the spell is in effect, it will certainly be an injury, but there will be no blood, no consequences until the stasis spell is removed. And this, the headmaster put the unsigned parchment aside, is outright nonsense. Taking another document, Dumbledore began to read it, continuing the story. The mind of the wizard subjected to stasis seems to fall asleep, but not as a dream, no. It's as if time has stopped for him for a moment. It is as if you blinked and found yourself in a completely different place. If you were transported there, of course. Yes, there are slight consequences in the form of a failure of the biological clock, as ordinary people say. After stasis, you have to get used to the passage of time all over again because, for example, you put a wizard in stasis in the morning and take him out in the evening. But for him, it still feels like morning. But that's a small price to pay to save yourself from injury, isn't it? Dumbledore looked up at us, smiled and winked, then went back to his document. Amazing charms, it would seem, but they have a serious weakness. It lies in the side effects after the charms have been cast. There are several restrictions that must be strictly observed when working with a person under a stasis spell. First and foremost, any transfiguration of a wizard who has been subjected to the stasis charms should be avoided by all means. In no case should you turn them into an animal, much less an object. Secondly, dimensional space transfiguration, such as transgression, is ruled out, and apparition is not recommended. The reason for the restrictions is simple. Dumbledore signed the parchment and once again put the document aside and looked at us. In the rare cases, the reasons for which remain unclear, the transfiguration of a person under stasis takes their mind out of the spell for a brief, elusive moment, then immediately sinks it back in. But if up to this moment the mind was asleep, then after the impact, it seems to fall into a loop of those sensations that it experienced in a short moment of awakening. Now imagine what those sensations are. Suppose the transfiguration took place in an animal whose perception of the world is as close to that of a human as possible. In that case, nothing is particularly terrible, although even such a state of shock from the sudden and abrupt change, the difference, the inability to adapt while in this loop. It is terrible. The transfiguration into an object is much scarier in such a case. The same goes for transgression. Suddenness, unfamiliar surroundings, distorted by a peculiarity of perception, inability to think, to adapt, and all this in an endless loop. The mind is left to suffer. Therefore, a competent specialist, and even more so, a practitioner of transfiguration, must know these limitations and be able to determine stasis on the wizard. What about apparition? Asked Hermione, clearly impressed by the story. Apparition is permissible, but only by a very strong wizard, capable of creating a very wide puncture in space so that the dimensionality of the human body under stasis is not distorted. Alternatively, apparition is allowed with the help of magical beings capable of it. This could be a house elf or a phoenix. Nundu are also said to be able to move in space, but for obvious reasons, this question remains unexplored. They have a different movement mechanism that is safe. I see. Thank you for such useful information, Headmaster. Hermione and I nodded appreciatively, and Dumbledore smiled almost imperceptibly. 227, Chapter 227. Mr. Knight, Miss Granger, would you please satisfy my curiosity? Tell me, when you, as it seems to you, of course, guessed the essence of the test, was there really no desire somehow? Dumbledore waved his hand in the air meaningfully. To avoid such a fate. There have been thoughts, and more than once, Hermione nodded. But who else will it be, if not me? I'm sure I can take care of myself in an emergency. Even if I suddenly wake up underwater, I'll just transgress. And as for other possible dangers, well, they won't really decide to bury us if the champion fails the test. Merlin, of course not, the headmaster shook his head negatively, and bells rang indignantly in his beard. Even if, purely hypothetically, that's what the second round would be, the only threat in the lake, as you should know, is the Grindylow. The mermaids, on the other hand, are friendly and curious, not at all hostile, although outwardly, it may not seem so. The giant squid is the guardian of the castle. All other creatures are not dangerous and are afraid of the wizard even more than he is afraid of them. And it should be understood that with this, I remind you, the hypothetical idea of the tour, there are many emergency evacuation measures. I decided to continue the conversation. Yes, and it's worth understanding that to hinder a tournament with so many interested parties, spent money, efforts, and time of the three ministries and all the rest is not a good recommendation for either me or Hermione. And after all, it's for the sake of building up my reputation that I'm involved in all this. What about eternal glory and 1,000 galleons? Glory is not eternal, and money can be earned with less risk. Reputation, on the other hand, you should know that it is priceless. Right, the headmaster nodded. Well, I suppose you have no more questions. I have none, headmaster. Hermione simply nodded silently. Then I dare not detain you any longer, and the lesson is about to begin. We turned around and headed for the exit. At the very doors, the headmaster called out to us. You know, he said, leaning back in his chair and folding his arms on the armrests. The wizards who explore the watery depths teach a fascinating book, Peculiarities of the Use of Spells in the Aquatic Environment. For it is worth remembering that spells work differently in water, and a seemingly harmless spell can cause grievous harm with its unexpected, for the untrained wizard, consequences. I recommend reading it. There are several copies in the library. Thank you. We left the headmaster's office, and literally around the corner, I stopped Hermione by taking her elbow. Are you sure you don't want to somehow refuse to participate? Max. We already talked about it. I know, but I still worry about you. So am I worried about you, about participating in the tournament, about the whole thing. Hermione waved her hand indefinitely, and a strand of hair flicked out from behind her ear. The girl immediately put it back in place. Let's just practice. Especially since we have a solution. Portkayat, I nodded. As I understood from the headmaster, they probably plan to use them themselves in an emergency. After this conversation with the headmaster, we returned to our usual routine, perfecting the process of creating portkeys from the junk under our feet, improving our transfiguration skills to automaticity, and in the evenings sitting on the couch in the common room, summing up the day. By the way, the ultimate goal of transfiguration training is to stop thinking about formulas and on reflexes alone, as if that's all I've been doing all my life, to create whatever magical powers are available. Considering that not only can I increase my magic density above the average for a trained adult wizard, but I can also produce more magic per second than human limits, my transfiguration output can be very, very good. And if I launch the resonance calculated by Hermione in parallel with the second wand, the output stream of magic becomes even greater. And on top of all that, a small increase in magical abilities is also given by Hemomancy, but it's not very significant in comparison to all of the above. This summer, I will need to practice a lot in Hemomancy. 228, Chapter 228. Chapter 266 already. It was a beautiful and, as many would say, on Gryffindor-like evening the week before the second round, February 17th to be exact. Since classes were over, everyone had changed into their casual clothes and Hermione and I were no exception. Under the light of the homemade magic floor lamp, I was once again resting from a hard day, resting my head on Hermione's lap. In my hands, I held an unfolded sheet of thick A3 paper, and the girl, with the help of her wand and charms, manifested her calculated magical schemes on it. In the common room itself, there were only a few magic lanterns and a fireplace. In this light and easy atmosphere here and there, seniors were talking not very loudly, discussing something, playing, or showing all sorts of funny spells to the juniors. How about this? Hermione drew out a slightly corrected diagram on a piece of paper to put on the sphere. Working on the magic accumulator. For the umpteenth time. Okay, let's see. Pondering, I mentally calculated the diagram. Gradually I am adapting to the possibilities of this new entity in my head even without Rowena's help. Not as effectively, but on my own, yes. A rather loud and abrupt noise erupted from the men's wing, and some of the students rolled their eyes toward the ceiling in agony. Tisk, he's not going to calm down. Maybe you can tell him, Max. He hasn't told me anything about dragons. Let's look at it this way. Harry's been walking around for half a month, and at every corner, at every opportunity, he opens the egg and listens. Listens until he's deaf. He simply disturbs everyone, including us. The evening is the only quiet and peaceful time. He could have learned the charms of silencing. The twins were showing him. He couldn't learn them. It's probably because he's too preoccupied with the tournament. Max, please help him. The sound from the men's wing faded. Someone threw silencing charms on the door. A few seconds later, however, they flew off. It seems that the egg is not so simple. Max, this will never end. It is impossible to endure already. After pondering for a while, I came to a decision. I'll help. It's really annoying, and Dumbledore might offer something good for helping and looking after. Even just a favor with his influence and connections, it's a very useful thing. Although I don't think that rusty old man will go into debt so easily. Surely he's already prepared some sort of reward for helping Potter. Good. He'll close it now. In 3, 2, 1. The noise died down, which was no surprise. Potter always holds on for about the same amount of time, and it's not easy to endure this cacophony of sounds. The funny thing is that even though the sound was heavily muffled, as soon as it subsided, there was a slightly ringing silence in my head. It reminds me of those times when you're in an apartment building, everything is noisy and buzzing, but you're used to it. And in one fine moment, the electricity is suddenly turned off, and the devices are turned off in the whole house and the neighborhood. There is an incredible silence, a humming silence. It's about the same feeling right now. I took out my wand and put the tip to my throat, and conjured up Sonorous. Potter! Go into the common room. It was quite loud, and some of the students jumped up and down in surprise. Max, Merlin's beard! Shouted the twins, jumping up from their seats. I almost. One of them spoke but suddenly began to swell. Holy! I didn't do it on purpose, Gred! Cried the other, also beginning to swell. Neither did I, Forge. Both twins swelled up and soared toward the ceiling, bouncing off of it. It's all Max! They shouted simultaneously. Needless to say, such a performance did not go unnoticed, and the students greeted such a thing with laughter. Then their friend and our prefect for this year, Lee Jordan, jumped up. Let's use banishing charms on them. And you call yourself a friend? The brothers said in a changed voice, bouncing off the ceiling. As if they had swallowed helium. You bet. Lee Jordan waved his wand, pointing it at one of the twins. Flipendo. A simple and almost invisible ray hit exactly the twin, and he flew like a ball across the common room, bouncing off various objects. 3 ricochets, and he slowed down. Oh, this is fun! He shouted. But we'll get back at you anyway. Another spell sent a laughing twin flying. And I. And me. Twitched the other twin, and on his swollen face, a smile looked insidious and frightening. Immediately, he received as many as a few rays, going into flight. That was the picture Harry and Ron caught as they came out of the men's wing. As usual, in slightly strange, disheveled, and shabby clothes. Seeing the chaos in the form of 2 bloated and cheerful twins flying around the common room with great speed and like balls bouncing off all surfaces, the guys were even more shocked. Harry, come here, I waved my hand with a smile, reluctantly taking a sitting position. Potter and Weasley reluctantly approached. What do you want? Ron rudely cut in, and I ignored him. I see you haven't solved the clue yet. As you can see, Potter said with a wry smile. Dive under the water with it and open. Ron nudged his friend in the side with his elbow. Don't listen to him, mate. He's probably up to some kind of dirty trick. The egg is gonna break or something. That's up to you, I shrugged. It's just that everybody's sick of you opening the egg all the time. For 3 hours a day, there is a noise. I'm telling you for sure, Ron continued. He wants to break it. With your own hands. I'll keep that in mind, Potter nodded indifferently and led his friend to one of the vacant tables. I am speechless. And this is after you helped them more than once. Oh, to hell with him, I sighed, returning to my starting position, resting my head comfortably on Hermione's lap. 229, Chapter 229. I took another look at the drawn circuit and pointed the finger at one of the circular rune patterns. This one doesn't fit. It'll overload the material and break it. It will be a big bang. Very well, like a firecracker. Real disaster, Hermione smirked, burying her hand in my hair. Well, imagine a diamond the size of your fist exploded. A disaster. I would say a financial collapse. Exactly. So we reasoned about the circuit for a few minutes until another egg howl came from the men's wing. This time, though, it was a little farther away. Dean and Seamus headed toward us. Guys, Seamus spoke up, ruffling his hair. Max. You're a champion too. Have you solved this damn clue? Yes. Can you tell Harry, please? I can't take it anymore. I did. And him. Can't you hear it? Shit. Dean, standing next to him, grunted. I'm not even glad Potter is the champion anymore. It's just. It's all kind of ambiguous. Hermione looked at the boys. It's just those two. Who? Ron and Harry. They decided that Max wanted Harry to break an egg. Do you want? Seamus looked at me with a smile. I do now. Dean looked somewhere in the ceiling, where the twins finally began to deflate. Is it even possible to break it? Anything can be broken if you want. Deflated and descended from the ceiling, the twins ran in pursuit of Lee Jordan, whistling and hooting, threatening him with the same unforgettable adventure. The guy ran around the common room laughing, hiding behind other students, who jumped to the sides in horror. Looks like it's time to go for cover, Seamus nodded to himself and he and Dean left. Max, what about us? We'll make it easier. Taking out my wand again, I conjured a solid sphere of Protogo Totalum around us. Holding the shield, I continued to analyze the circuit. We'll have to rework this chain. But it's got most of the circuitry tied to it, Max. That's a lot of work. Yet. Taking Rowena's advice, I showed the changes, and Hermione completely immersed herself in the calculations, continuing to stroke my head. Well, Dumbledore's mission is partially accomplished, I gave a clue. I'm not going to forcefully throw Potter into the water, throwing an egg after him. What does a wizard do when he doesn't know what to do? That's right, he doing all sorts of nonsense. Hermione and I prepared for absolutely any unexpected event, made a first aid kit with potions that can be summoned following Potter's example, took into account the changes in spells in the underwater environment, calculated literally everything. But here's the trouble, there was extra time left. Only a day, it would seem, but every minute of the 23rd of February stretched too long. I was anxious. She was waiting. About 36 times, I put the stasis spell on the girl to get her used to the sensation of a sudden and abrupt awakening in an unknown environment. It seemed to help, and after the last awakenings, she no longer jumped up like a stung and didn't start frantically looking around for a couple of seconds. But the waiting and idleness. They led me to create another project of an unknown creature into which I could transfigure myself. With all my resources engaged, I was calculating the new form with unimaginable speed, unknown metal organic crap with a tail and tentacles. The shape was chosen to be elongated and flattened, like a shark, and even the tail fins in a vertical position. It was more convenient for me. Perhaps it was the experience of the basilisk's soul to move in just such a plane. There were 8 tentacles, and they grew from the head part of this body, posing a serious threat to all living things because they looked more like sharp ribbons, just enough to cut in the water with great speed. A huge number of different magical circuits were etched into the body itself, which I could activate at will. Rowena convinced me that, as an artificial intelligence, she would be able to adequately control all this stuff without much effort or the need to learn and adapt. Actually, I hadn't planned to use such complicated manipulations, but I needed something to occupy myself with, and other than that, nothing held my attention long enough. 230, Chapter 230. Chapter 267 already. I don't have time to publish 2 chapters every day. We'll have to slow down a bit. But at least 1 chapter a day, I guarantee you. Now also on Saturdays. Thank you for your attention and have a nice day. In the common room that evening, when the excitement had finally burned out, and we were just sitting together on the couch, drawing schemes with regular pencils, deliberately adding nonsense and giggling stupidly at it, scaring the other students away, something incredible happened. Professor McGonagall walked into the common room, and some of the seniors even dropped their bottles of butterbeer out of their hands in shock. It was so unexpected. The professor walked over to our couch. Mr. Knight, Miss Granger. Good evening, Professor. Breaking away from the schemes, we rose from the couch and nodded. May I use the silencing charms? We nodded again, and McGonagall circled a line around us with her wand. These are some other spells unknown to me. The headmaster asked me to tell you that it's time to kidnap Miss Granger. He also said that you, as someone who has fully guessed the whole point of the task, can be present at the abduction. McGonagall tried to keep a poker face, but it still conveyed the professor's dislike of what was happening. Of course, for your peace of mind and confidence that everything will be fine. However, the other headmasters and organizers will be there, along with Madame Pomfrey. No one will believe that you were able to figure out and calculate the point of the second task so accurately. The headmaster would not want to discredit Hogwarts and our ministry against the background of finally improving relations between countries and schools. That's why we don't recommend you to go openly. But you will go anyway. Absolutely. Are you familiar with the concealing charms? I am familiar with the whole complex of concealment. But from the eye of the moody, pardon the tautology, it won't hide me, will it? McGonagall smiled. It won't. But he knows that you know. Oh, forgive me too, the professor smiled again. Is there anything I need to take? Asked Hermione. Nothing, Miss Granger. By the way, do you have any idea who else will be kidnapped? I can guess, I smiled, that it's Ron Weasley. I bent one finger, counting. Fleur Delacour's younger sister, I don't know her name, that's 2. The French girl Crumb was with at the ball is 3. McGonagall looked at me with no longer hidden surprise. Astounding insight. Why are you telling me all this? Did I tell you anything? The professor looked at me with feigned incomprehension. I'll be back in just a minute. The professor removed the silencing charms with a motion of her wand. I immediately began quickly casting every conceivable concealment spell on myself and eventually managed to do it so quickly that no one even noticed my disappearance. Although, in fairness, it should be noted that this corner with a sofa in general, in a strange way, does not attract much attention. Are you worried? I asked Hermione out of nowhere, to which she only shook her head. I know exactly how things work and what I should expect. The wand, as I understand it, will not be taken away from me. And if they do, you'll see. Then just summon it, and when you get me out of the lake, give it to me. And then we'll be good to go. While we were talking, McGonagall walked over to Ron and Harry sitting nearby, playing chess. Just 3 seconds of conversation, and Ron's indignant cry erupted. But I didn't do anything. Why? Well, ask the headmaster. Follow me, the professor replied sharply and clearly, and turned to leave, glaring at Hermione. She understood without a word and followed the professor. So did I, along with everyone else. We walked briskly through the corridors of the castle. Rarely did a student cross our path, for it would soon be bedtime. Whatever happened, it wasn't my fault, Ron complained, scowling. I don't doubt it, Mr. Weasley. What's she doing here? Did they do something with that day? Max. You'll find out, Mr. Weasley. But. Shut up, Mr. Weasley, or I'll be forced to use Silencio on you. And so we reached the gargoyle that had already opened the passage to the stairs and went up to the headmaster's office. McGonagall prudently held the door open. Past. I whispered softly, and the professor nodded almost imperceptibly. 231, Chapter 231. Chapter 269 already. Thank you and have fun. The office was illuminated by a soft yellow light at this evening time, creating a pleasant feeling of coziness and comfort. Dumbledore was leaning against his table, and a large crowd was sitting around in armchairs, sofas, and chairs. Madame Maxime was sitting in a separate chair, and she was hugging protectively by the shoulder a lovely-looking 11-year-old girl who looked so much like Fleur, both in the face and with her long hair of a warm blonde hue. Next to her stood another girl from the French delegation. It was this brunette who had gone to the ball with Krum. I must admit that his preferences in girls are pretty good. This girl in her mauve uniform looked quite feminine and attractive but without excesses. Once again, I noticed that our school uniform was designed so as not to show anything about the girl. There was Karkaroff, too, in a brown coat and hat. Isn't it hot for him to walk like that? Ludo Bagman was almost jumping up and down, wanting to tell everyone everything. Percy Weasley stood aside in place of Crouch Sr. and looked stern, pedantic in every detail of his closet, and still wearing some black hat because that's what the rules say. In the shadows on a chair sat Fake Moody, tapping his prosthesis on the floor and leaning on his staff. His artificial eye found me immediately, but he didn't show it. In the other dark corner, Professor Snape was standing, and next to him, sitting in a chair, Madame Pomfrey looked anxiously at the assembled children. Ah, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore cheerfully threw his arms out to his sides. Come in, have a seat. The headmaster pointed with his hand to 2 vacant chairs, next to which Professor Flitwick was sitting on another similar one. Ron was literally stiffened by such a group of wizards, and on stiff legs, he proceeded to the offered seat. Pale and agitated. Good evening, Hermione remembered to greet everyone and got a nod in return from everyone except Karkaroff. He only gave a distasteful glance and snorted quietly. McGonagall stood behind the backs of her students' chairs, and I tried to get into a position where I could see everything. So, now that we're all here, it's time to get started. Dumbledore stepped back from his desk. Dear children! Our magnificent organizers, represented by the staff of the Ministry of Magic, have chosen you as the stolen jewel for our champions. What? Blurted out Ron, eliciting disgruntled looks from everyone present. The boy was immediately embarrassed, blushing, and staring at the toes of his shoes. Yes, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore smiled at him calmly. Exactly. It requires practically nothing from you to perform this role. For a while, everyone was silent. Only Fawkes made a sound while sitting on his roost. Are you familiar with the stasis charms? The students shook their heads in the negative, except for Hermione and the older Frenchwoman. It is these spells that will be cast upon you. You will feel nothing as if you blinked, and the next moment you will wake up on the shore of the lake. Nothing to worry about. All imaginable and unimaginable safety precautions have been thought of and will be observed. And now I would like to ask you, Madame Maxime, to tell young Miss Delacour briefly about the charms and calm down the girls' possible worries. To you, Mademoiselle Dubois, such explanations are unnecessary. Oui, Monsieur Dumbledore, the brunette nodded with a smile. Minerva, would you please explain to Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley? McGonagall nodded, and Hermione gestured that she didn't need an explanation, so the professor began to say something quietly to Ron, who nodded like a dummy. While the esteemed Madame Maxim and Professor McGonagall are instructing, I would like to ask our potions master and healer Madame Pomfrey to examine the children for contraindications and possible additions to the charms. Snape stepped out of the shadows without much desire and targeted the Frenchwoman first. Madame Pomfrey, on the other hand, headed for Hermione. And so they walked from one to the other, making waves with their wands. Everything is fine. Healthy, replied Professor Snape shortly. No potions have been used. I agree with the professor, nodded Madame Pomfrey, and they returned to their seats. I don't understand, Karkaroff said displeasedly. Why am I here? You and the ministry officials from the judges are here for a simple thing, Dumbledore smiled. So that you won't have any doubts about the quality and safety as well as the integrity of the process. Tisk. Karkaroff turned away from the window, but there was nothing to look at in the darkness. So, children, Dumbledore looked intently and kindly at the kidnapped. Now, I will personally, on my own responsibility, cast the stasis charms on you, and then the rest of the judges will make sure the charms are proper and correct. Who shall we start with? Let's start with me, Headmaster, Hermione nodded bravely. All right, Miss Granger. Dumbledore walked over to Hermione, who was about to get up, and with a negative gesture asked her to remain seated. Let me tell you a little trick, Miss Granger. I think it will be useful to others as well. There's a good chance you'll wake up in the water. In order not to panic for the first seconds, you will now imagine how you are swimming on a cloudy morning in cold water. It's not very pleasant. There's damp and wetness all around, the sound of light waves, and the hum of the crowd in the stands nearby. Hermione, who had closed her eyes, clearly imagined it, and the headmaster moved his wand silently along the girl's body, and she went limp. That's it, he spoke. Now, when Miss Granger wakes up, she won't be too surprised by the water, morning, and noise. 232, Chapter 232. Chapter 270 already. Thank you and have fun. Mr. Weasley. Yes. Did you hear what I said? Why yes, Headmaster, Ron nodded, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Snape covering his eyes, either out of shame or something else. Then what are you waiting for? Ron closed his eyes, and after a dozen seconds, he nodded and shivered. At that moment, Dumbledore ran his wand along him, and the boy crumpled in his chair. Who's next? Miss Delacour? Miss Dubois? Me. The little Vila stepped forward bravely, immediately embarrassed under the smile of several people. Come here, Gabrielle. Madame Maxime seated the girl on her lap, and Gabrielle made herself comfortable, closing her eyes quickly. Just as Dumbledore approached, the girl nodded, and her gesture was repeated by Madame Maxime. Dumbledore bewitched her as well, and the girl was gently held by the headmistress of Beauxbatons. May I suggest you sit down, mademoiselle? Dumbledore smiled at the older French girl, gesturing for a cozy chair beside her. Merci, she nodded and sat down with her eyes closed. After a dozen seconds, she was also in stasis. So gentlemen and ladies, are you ready to check? It didn't take a couple of minutes to check the charms, though the wizards were making a little noise and talking over each other as they ran the diagnostics. Only Moody kept sitting in his seat, keeping a close eye on the situation. When everyone was convinced of everything, Ludo Bagman voiced security measures, checked the presence of emergency port keys, and everyone else checked their configuration and functionality. In that case, it's time to go to the tent on the lake shore prepared for further preparations. The whole company went to the exit from the office, levitating kidnapped with magic. They cast a spell of invisibility on their way out of the room and went down the corridors like that. For another minute, I heard some talk about the ministry staff and others involved in the final negotiations with the mermaids, about various measures, and so on. It really wasn't that bad, and it was pretty safe. Even safer than in years past, and my various knowledge of magic made me sure of that. And in any case, Dumbledore had no advantage whatsoever in putting students, not even champions, in danger at this tournament. Not only his, but the school's reputation was at stake. A white cat ran by but decided that it was not worth leaving me unattended. She looked with blue eyes straight into my eyes. What kind of charms is that all and sundry can see? The cat immediately turned into Lady Greengrass, dressed in her already familiar leathery incomprehensible hiking suit. An almost white, thick braid of hair was thrown over her left shoulder this time. Don't worry, she smiled. Everything with Hermione will be fine. You have no idea how hard they work to keep the students safe. The children have never been safer, even if it doesn't look that way from the outside. At this, Lady Greengrass looked at me, but I was still invisible. It would be foolish to maintain the spell any longer, so I simply cancelled it. What if one of the champions decides to apply transfiguration on them for ease of transportation? The likelihood of that is almost zero. For starters, transfiguration through a wand in water is nearly impossible. The water is too dense, and the charms will rest against it. Secondly, stasis charms are taught in the 6th year here and at Beauxbatons and in the 5th year in Durmstrang. They're one of the few charms that allow a living person to be underwater, even if it's in such a state. Plus, their effect is obvious. The body looks almost dead, but it's alive. They'll figure it out right away. And Potter? Do you think young Mr. Potter is capable of human transfiguration? Not only is this subject studied in 6th and 7th years, but it requires a very strong basis in the subject. Yet, Harry can't boast of any basis at all. He even ignored my advice on the golden egg. That's his problem. Better go get some sleep. You're right. By the way, are the kidnapped going to have their wands taken away? No, of course not. I see. Good night. To my surprise, I fell asleep quickly and slept soundly. Waking up, as always, at 6 in the morning, I did exercises in a standard set of physical exercises, driving away fatigue with a hearty breakfast in the Hogwarts kitchen. I already had a plan for the tournament, so I took a shower and then got dressed in my Graves-style suit. I even brought a scarf. It's early morning, overcast and cold, but no snow. How many years I have been living in England, but I can't get used to the fact that snow in winter is a luxury in a holiday. Of course, it's not everywhere, but still. I went out just 10 minutes before the start, and on the way to the lake, I did not see anyone. Everyone, apparently, had already been there. As soon as I could see the smooth water surface, dark and gloomy because of the leaden sky overhead, my eyes immediately caught sight of the large bleachers near the pier. Really big bleachers, and now there, if not all of Hogwarts, then most of it. But there were also quite a few different guests. The tribune of judges stood out separately. It was sort of in the middle of the whole big tribune and had a gilded canopy, and a burgundy canopy over the rest. Fleur was already standing at the pier, wearing a blue resemblance of a diver's suit. It almost did not hide her figure, so most male viewers looked at the girl with great interest. Well, yes, not a common sight in conservative Wizarding England. Nearby, Krum warmed up in his tight red shorts and t-shirt. Potter was nowhere to be seen. I nodded in greeting to the judges and walked over to the other champions. Good morning, everybody. Krum nodded silently, and Fleur looked at me tensely and reproachfully. How can you smile when there are people dear to us? We solved the clue on the first day and calculated the entire second task, right down to the spells used. By the way, the hostages are under stasis, so don't use transfiguration. Krum nodded, got it, and Fleur just pursed her lips in annoyance. 233, Chapter 233. Chapter 271 already. Thank you and have fun. 2 chapters tomorrow, BTW. A worried Ludo Bagman headed toward us, but he didn't have time to reach us. The crowd in the bleachers began to rumble, watching the path to Hogwarts as a disheveled Potter in his school uniform ran headlong down it. At his side, the house elf was bouncing merrily, trying to tell him something. He was terribly ridiculous, in a vest and green shorts, with an orange tie, and, like the cherry on the cake, in a bright red festive cone cap. The picture was so ridiculous that I couldn't help laughing, trying to remember, in my mind, if there were circumstances under which Dobby had been released. And how was it done? The headmaster still has the diary. But is it really important? Potter must have found a way to annoy my dead daddy. Distracted for a moment from the events around, I did not notice how the out-of-breath Potter got to us, and Ludo Bagman clucked with concern around him. The house elf managed to disappear, giving Harry some gillyweed. Well, it looks like the hero of all England was not left without help. After making sure Potter was ready, Bagman strode quickly to the judge's tribune, and stepping into his seat, put his wand to his throat, uttering, sonorous, his voice echoed around the room. Well, our contestants are ready for the second task. Let's start on my whistle. In 1 hour, they must find what has been taken from them. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Krum ran briskly into the lake, using his wand to begin the transfiguration of the upper half of his torso as he went. The final features were not yet clear, but the Bulgarian slipped his wand into the sheath on his leg and dove into the water. Fleur conjured up a bubble head charm and dived in the same hurry. Potter didn't even undress much, just threw off his robe, boots and socks, chewing on a handful of gillyweed along the way. The further he went, the more often there were chuckles from the audience and all sorts of murmurs. In front of the spectators, by the way, there were 4 large circles, as if made of water, on the surface of which one could see a semi-transparent picture of what was going on with the champions. Who was the cameraman? I shook my head and noticed the transparent silhouette of a pixie-like creature flying briskly and silently nearby. I'm pretty sure it's Lady Greengrass's handiwork. Creating a small golem and enchanting those circles with an image might well have been her idea. Or someone else, but the implementation of the cameraman is definitely hers. I shrugged, picked up 6 stones on the shore, and with constant transfiguration turned them into simple stone rings, began to enchant them as personal port keys. 6, because I have a lot of space in my pocket, and they can come in handy. Personal, or should I say single, because it gives the most stable movement. While I was waving a wand over the resulting rings, causing with my alleged inaction the murmur and mockery of the crowd in my direction, I was pondering a simple question: why the principle of movement as in a portkey is not used as a spell. This is far from an apparition. It's a kind of warp movement, even the description is similar. Apparition creates a puncture in the space between its 2 points, stretching the wizard through the puncture. Portkaya encloses the wizard in a kind of oval, separating him from the rest of the space and moving through it without encountering obstacles. Harry was already up to his waist in water and scratching his neck with his fingers. He plunged into the water almost immediately, and the invisible golem dived in after him, showing on the screen Potter, incredibly surprised by his transformation. Now he had membranes between his fingers, and his feet were slightly elongated, turning into fins. The spectators in the bleachers gasped and turned their attention to me, still standing there in my clothes. "What's Max Knight waiting for?" came the voice of Bagman, commenting with excitement on what was happening. I leaned my wand against my throat and conjured Sonorous, distracted from the enchantment rings. "We can't take anything but the wand with us," I looked at the judge's tribune. "So I am enchanting everything on the go. Oxio, not my style." It took me 15 minutes to enchant correctly and competently. In the meantime, I glanced at the screens, watching the actions of the other champions. Bagman was heating up the atmosphere, admiring Crumb's partial transfiguration skills, for the Bulgarian had turned part of himself into a shark, swimming rather briskly near the bottom and firing back at the grindylows that popped out of the seaweed now and then. Crumb would have won, but what a misfortune, sharks have poor hearing, and it seems that he has not studied the map of the lake bottom in the library. In general, he does not know which way to swim. Fleur managed to get caught in a tough grindylow trap, and they beat her up pretty bad, so to speak. These devils love to bite, drink blood, and simply mock the victim in every possible way. The poor Vila, it seems, did not learn the peculiarities of spells underwater, for which she paid, being practically defenseless. And she wasn't much of a swimmer, either. She was a pretty smart girl, but in this particular situation, a joke from a past life came to my mind. A little blonde girl stands by the mirror, all saddened, and says, "What have I done? Oh, what have I done? I'm so stupid." But then she examined herself in the mirror, wiped away an invisible tear, and smiled, "Well, at least I'm beautiful." On the other hand, Potter swam one of the best in how he got away from the grindylow. With sparks that turned into hot jets under the water. You'd think that was exactly what he was planning. 234, Chapter 234. Chapter 272 already. Thank you and have fun. 2 chapters today. When I finished creating the port keys, I put these rings in the buttoned inner pocket of my coat. Unfortunately, spoke the unstoppable Bagman for the umpteenth time. Mademoiselle Delacour, the Beaux Batons champion, is eliminated and can no longer take part in this task. About 700 feet from the shore, 2 wizards jumped into the water from one of the 4 boats on the lake I hadn't noticed earlier, and not a minute later, they were back on board, holding a slightly bloodied and cut Fleur under their arms. 2 other boats were sailing in different directions, and I think they were preparing to evacuate the champions at any moment. The other, a 4th boat, was floating back and forth, too, but it looked like they were just waiting for me to stay above me on the surface. I cast a cat's eye spell on myself for better underwater vision and went into battle transgression, soaring into the sky with black smoke and with great speed rushing to the place where the city of mermaids is located underwater. Incredible! Bagman's voice, amplified by the spell, came after me. A complete transgression at such a young age. Look at the speed. The invisible golem kept up, and I bet the viewers could see a pretty impressive flight of the black blob on the round screen, with my features showing at times. In a dozen seconds and a half, I reached the right spot and headed into the water without a second's hesitation. Is this an underwater transgression? Even here, about a mile from the shore, I heard Bagman's voice. Why am I surprised, though? Above the surface of the water, the sound travels much farther. Moving in transgression underwater was even more disorienting than in normal space because if on the surface there is a sky, earth, trees there grow up, as well as the general direction of architecture, then underwater. Everything is different underwater, and the floating fish does not have to be positioned horizontally to the surface at all. The sight here was a little out of balance, but I found a reference point. The dark part of the hemisphere of the view is directed downwards, and the light part is directed towards the surface. However, this will not work at great depths due to the lack of light, but Black Lake is not by call. Here the maximum depth is about 200 meters, and the water is fairly clear. Diving pretty fast, using the magic equivalent of an echo sounder along the way, I reached the bottom almost at the very city of mermaids. While the wizards were more or less used to the black smoke of transgression, the poor mermaids began to worry for their well-being when they saw me, hiding in stone huts covered in silt and algae. Although, natural curiosity forced them to look out of all the cracks and watch. Mermaids and newts themselves were not beauties from the movies but a fish-headed mix of man and dolphin. They had their own agriculture at the bottom, tamed devils and other living creatures, whole farms of different types of algae, and they had no problems with tools. In general, a fairly intelligent race. I quickly reached the square in the middle of the mermaid town, in the center of which stood a huge monument to a newt with a spear. All four of the abductees were tied with seaweed to its soaring tail, and several mermaids and newts with spears were floating around, singing a song from the egg. In fact, I heard it quite a while ago, for the acoustic vibrations of space are perfectly transmitted both from the transgression making the wizard's voice sound loud and clear, and inward allowing the wizard to hear. At the sight of me as a blob of smoke, the water dwellers showed concern, but the most important mermaid with a crown of coral calmed everyone down with a couple of sounds. She seemed familiar with this method of moving wizards. I made my way to Hermione unhindered, took one of the self-made porte-clés rings out of my breast pocket, and materialized a hand with it, putting it on the girl's finger. It fit perfectly. I took out my wand and pointed it at the ring. Vectis Porchus, I uttered the command to activate the artifact contactless, and the girl disappeared, taking some water with her. I headed toward the small villa, but a pair of mermaids tried to block my path. Only one. They won't come for her. I'm taking her, I answered briefly, but I didn't seem to convince the mermaids. They tried to grab me, but it was a foolish and useless idea. Then they simply surrounded Gabrielle, preventing me from putting the ring on the girl. I'm not leaving her here, I decided to do the Potter trick with extra points for moral character. Again the words didn't work, so I pointed my wand at the mermaids, making its tip glow, a sign of Reducto's initial activation. Underwater, it creates a low-frequency vibration, and when fully activated, it causes a directional shockwave. Of course, I would not activate it, but although mermaids are endowed with intelligence, they do not shine with it, more obeying instincts. Here I played on a low-frequency vibration that causes fear, and on the fear of the wizard they perfectly understand the dangers of the wand. The mermaids reluctantly parted, and I put a smaller ring on Gabrielle's finger, sending her to the shore as well. 235, Chapter 235. The sonar spell indicated the approach of two creatures, presumably wizards. The first was closer but swam slowly, and the second was farther away but swam faster and was more massive. Potter and Crumb are almost there. Hovering in the image of smoke for a bit longer, I waited for Potter to appear. He didn't look good in his school uniform, slightly shabby, with gills on his neck, webbing between his fingers, and slightly lengthened feet. The guy fell into a stupor for a moment at the sight of me and pointed his wand. "Don't be stupid and take your redhead." My voice sounded clear, for it was transmitted by pure vibrations. It dawned on Potter that I wasn't some evil spirit out there, and the guy swam briskly over to Ron, trying to untangle the seaweed. It didn't work. The guy sank to the bottom of the square, picking up a spear dropped by one of the newts. When he returned, he began to cut the seaweed, but it did not give in. What a fool, I thought aloud, pointing my wand at the seaweed. Expulso. The seemingly explosive spell caused not an explosion at all but a dense and sharp water sickle that cut through the seaweed. Potter nodded and picked up Ron with one hand, looking questioningly at the remaining French girl and me. "Crumb is close," I answered the unspoken question. As if by order, a Bulgarian man, whose torso above his chest turned into a shark's head with gills, came up out of the murky near-bottom water at high speed. He swam quickly to the French girl and slowed down not with his form to tear the seaweed with his teeth, and he was in no hurry to use spells, probably knowing about their other properties underwater but not knowing the right one. He needs some help. Pointing my wand at the seaweed holding the French girl, I launched Expulso again. Crumb showed me his thumb and grabbed the girl's waist with his hand, and swam away. I accelerated to maximum speed, heading for the surface. As soon as I was in the air, I immediately accelerated even more, so much so that the distant shore with the podium was approaching faster every second. I landed exactly next to Hermione, who had already dried herself off and was waiting for me. "You first." The girl joyfully rushed to embrace me, not even waiting for the already rapidly disappearing black smoke to disperse. Of course, I hugged her back with a smile, and at that moment, the stands erupted in applause. Nearby, Madame Pomfrey and the healers in yellow robes bustled about, helping to recover Fleur, who was hugging her sister. Fleur, wrapped in a large white blanket, at the sight of me immediately let go of her sister and ran up to me. "You saved her," she said with a perfectly happy, slightly shocked face. While not holding back her emotions, she accidentally released her charm so that one of the healers got entangled in his own legs and fell on the small stones of the shore. But he fell so that he could see Fleur. Hermione made the tactical mistake of pulling away, and the Vila took advantage of it. "You saved my sister." Fleur quickly put her hands on my shoulders and gave me an equally quick kiss on both cheeks. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome," I smiled back a little. "Such arrogance," Hermione said indignantly, and then she turned me to her side, stood on her toes, and kissed me on the lips. It was as weightless and light as before, but still, a little longer, though without the vulgarity. The audience applauded even louder, and the unashamed twins launched several of their trademark fireworks while hooting loudly. "Let's go wait for the others." Hermione took my hand and led me to the empty seats next to the tent that I hadn't noticed before, standing right next to the bleachers. As soon as we sat down and wrapped ourselves in our plaid and Hermione pulled her hat on, the helpful ministry worker smiled and handed us each a large mug of steaming hot chocolate. I'm so proud of my native school, the man complimented me with a smile. Way to go, kid. The employee went about his business, and we, like sparrows, snuggled up to each other, sipping our chocolate. The audience had already calmed down a bit and were concentrating on the remaining 2 round screens in the air, arguing loudly over who was coming next, Crumb or Potter. Since Harry didn't have to wait too long for the other contestants underwater, the action of the gillyweed wasn't over yet, and he could swim pretty fast. All in all, there really was an intrigue. Did you like it? Hermione looked at me with a sly look in her eyes. What exactly? Don't try to sound stupid. I mean Fleur. I'd be lying if I said no. But I'd also be lying if I said yes. For a second, I thought about how I really felt about the incident. It's certainly nice to be kissed on the cheek by a girl without any sexual context, and quite deservedly so. The main thing in this is what? Do not overthink it. Still, not only girls sometimes suffer from overthinking. Hermione nudged me lightly in the side with her elbow and snuggled closer, staring in anticipation of a more elaborate answer. Well, I told her my thoughts on the matter. Are you angry? Just a little, and not at you, the girl nodded. 236, Chapter 236. Chapter 274 already. Thank you and have fun. Crumb. Someone yelled from the bleachers, forcing us to pay attention to what was going on. It turned out that it was Crumb who arrived next to the shore. To the honor of the rescued French girl, I must note that she actively and skillfully rowed, helping the Bulgarian champion. The healers and the ministry staff rushed to meet them in order to examine them and verify the time of their return to shore. The spectators expressed their support in every possible way. Hey, Max, came a voice from above the bleachers next to where we sat. Looking up, I found smiling and satisfied Dean and Seamus wearing hats and scarves. Well done. The guys waved at us with a smile. Stop pushing. Seamus turned sharply. What rude people, like at a country fair. The boys got out of sight, and we continued to watch the events. While the wizards were checking Crumb and the French girl, Harry and Ron made their way to the beach in their normal form. They climbed out of the water in an embrace and fell on the stones. Of course, wizards also rushed to them so that the hero of England would not accidentally die. It was also funny that tritons with pitchforks and spears floated behind Harry and Ron, singing some of their marches, or hymns, in general, something marching encouraging, in a rather unpleasant voice on land. The judges came out from behind their bleachers and went down to the champions, making all sorts of commotion. Some of the students couldn't resist, wanting to get closer to the tournament participants. A few adult wizards came down as well. I recognized the Delacour couple at once, although I had not seen before. Next to a stocky, plump man walked a beautiful stately blonde, from whom very, very slightly smelled of charm. Just enough to not leave her without attention, but also not to focus on the woman. Somehow, all this commotion was drawn to the tent next to where we were sitting, but Dumbledore managed to lead the crowd with his leadership gestures so that everything and everyone could be seen from the bleachers. I also found it amusing that the headmaster left the crowd buzzing, quickly heading over to the mermaid with the crown I'd already seen, who was halfway out on dry land. They talked about something, though it sounded like a simple squeak. Then, after nodding at the received information and saying goodbye to the mermaid, Dumbledore went to the judges and the aquatic inhabitants back to the bottom. Personally, I was amused by the fuss around Crumb, Harry, and Fleur. And this is just a dozen meters away from us, sitting on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket and quietly drinking chocolate that never gets cold. Suddenly, Ludo Bagman's magic-enhanced voice rang out, causing some to flinch and the rest to simply pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen. We all saw perfectly well what was going on, but we didn't hear it. Finally, the leader of the mermaids and newts told us what those rare dialogues at the bottom of the lake were about. I remind you that the actions of the champions are graded on a 50-point scale. So. Ludo Bagman picked up the parchment where the judges had already marked their decisions. Miss Fleur Delacour demonstrated a remarkable mastery of the bubble-head charm and other charms, but she was attacked by the Grindylows and failed to rescue her hostage. Therefore, we decided to give her 25 points. There was clapping in the stands. I'm not worthy, we could hardly hear her words in the noise, though she wasn't standing that far away. Mr. Maximilian Knight has shown excellent mastery of combat transgression, including a more difficult version of it for moving in the water. To save the hostages, he showed ingenuity, knowledge of permissible measures for moving people under the spell of stasis, and very good skills in creating personal port keys. Among other things, he did not abandon Miss Delacour's hostage in trouble and risking time in the individual competition, he waited for the rest of the champions, not wanting to leave the hostages to their fate. At the same time, his hostage, like himself, arrived back first and on time. For his skills and personal qualities, we give Mr. Knight the highest score, 50 points. The stands erupted in applause, and Hermione gave me a quick kiss on the cheek with a smile, immediately wrapping herself even more tightly in the plaid and snuggled up to me. Mr. Krum demonstrated an incomplete transformation, which, however, did not prevent him from completing the task, and he came back second. His score is 40 points. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Karkaroff literally glowing with pride, as if he had personally achieved such perfection. Mr. Harry Potter made good use of the gillyweed, continued Ludo Bagman. He successfully reached and rescued his hostage but was the last to arrive. So we decided to award him 35 points. The audience was not stingy with applause for Harry either. After waiting for the crowd in the stands to calm down a bit, Bagman continued. The third and final test will take place at sunset on June 24th. A month before that, the champions of the tournament will be announced as to what the challenge will be. Thank you all for supporting our champions. 237, Chapter 237. Chapter 275 already. Thank you and have fun. After a brief gathering, the champions and their hostages, in a separate company and accompanied by their headmasters and Madame Pomfrey, went to the castle. Some of them were still wet, but even Hermione didn't try to be kind and dry, yawning frantically it was her time to go to bed. That's exactly what I suggested to her. No, the girl shook her head. I'd rather now take an invigorating potion and hold out until the evening than start throwing off my regime with a daytime nap. As you wish. Together with the champions, we made our way to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey and her colleagues examined everyone more thoroughly. They gave potions to those in need, and to the delight of all involved, no one needed to stay for treatment, for as even the foreign guests learned, no one had yet left our hospital wing sick. After the safe rescue of all the abductees, a fairly good feast was held. Something in between a Sunday feast, when the food was somewhat more varied, and a holiday feast, when it was absolutely impossible to eat everything. However, the good mood of the students was spoiled by the announcement that the remaining classes were not cancelled, and after such a pleasant lunch, everyone went to class. I was no exception, going down to the Chamber of Secrets. Delphine was, as always, sitting at her desk, making some kind of tables and charts. You did well, Lady Greengrass praised me as soon as I entered the tent. Although, from my point of view, the task was quite simple. What do you think? I smiled, taking a seat at my table. If I didn't have some specific knowledge, I'd have to swallow gillyweed like Potter. It's better than a bubblehead charm and incomplete body transfiguration. So you can swim normally and breathe freely, and your vision becomes suitable for the aquatic environment. That's true, nodded Delphine. I wonder who advised him such a remedy. Neville Longbottom, I think. He's very good with plants, loves them, has an encyclopedic knowledge of herbology. All in all, if anyone could have advised Potter, it's him. Perhaps. Or maybe someone pushed him on this idea. Slipped him a new, fascinating book or showed him something interesting. You don't go to class, and you don't know how the teachers deftly adjust the program, trying to provide useful material for the participants. Maybe. Everyone except Snape. He's just trying to get rid of all the students. Everyone has their own methods. Perhaps Severus wants to develop increased stress resistance because the potions master should not be distracted by anything, even if Avadas are flying around his temple. As I began to sort through the books and notes on my desk, I asked the obvious question. What's the next training program? Has anything changed? Transfiguration, Max. Transfiguration. I'll give you an exam at the end of the year and see how far you get in that discipline. And then? Healing magic with anatomy and physiology. Yes, I know not only words like that, but subjects as well. 40 years ago, the Guild of Healing Magic decreed the compulsory study of Muggle medical disciplines due to their progress. Now, by the way, there will be a conference in Venezuela on the magical interpretation of the human genome and other magical creatures. So I won't be here from the 1st to the 10th of March. Oh, there will be something interesting for sure. Can I go with you? No, unfortunately. Certified healers and practitioners of healing magic and chimerology, above the rank of senior apprentice, are allowed in there. Senior. It's for those who do not shine with talent but take perseverance, wasting time. You have to encourage them to keep going, so they invented ranks within the ranks. Exams, practice, nothing much new. Don't worry. You can rest with Hermione. Especially since there will be an unscheduled trip to Hogsmeade. There will be more in the rest of the semester. By the way, can I ask about Potter and his scar? You can try. Ahem, not used to being spoken to in my own manner. Delphine only smiled. So what's up with the scar and the Horcruxes? I wouldn't want you to know about such things, but since you happen to be privy to. Delphine leaned back in her chair, folding her hands together. It was surprising to learn that young Mr. Potter is a Horcrux, but not a full-fledged one. It's a shame that the headmaster doesn't have normal familiar necromancers due to his reputation. And you? We only did each other minor favors. It's a common practice in the magical world, so you should get used to it. Anyway, only Harry's forehead is a Horcrux from a physical standpoint. Had the headmaster been able to consult a wizard versed in these matters in time, a section of skin and some bone could have been removed, restored with potions, and the boy would have been completely healthy. At this point, however, a strong bond had formed between Harry's soul and Voldemort's shard. Now, on the one hand, young Mr. Potter is not a Horcrux, but on the other, he is, and it is impossible to rid him of this affliction without substantial harm or death. I see. An unenviable fate. Nevertheless, Delphine leaned forward, beginning to go through the books on her desk. I'll look for ways, of course, for a reason. You see, in such a connection of souls, there is no clear dividing line between one and the other, and therefore it simply cannot be cut off. The ideal way is for the shard owner to personally remove it from the body, and only Avada is capable of this. In this case, the attitude of Harry himself is important. If he disagrees with the death, this disagreement will be transmitted to the shard, and then either they both die, or only Potter dies. Consent works the same way. Potter sort of agrees and accepts death, and this is transmitted to the shard. However, Avada can only knock one soul out of the body. The shard, like the soul, has its own mind and body, and the spell is simple and unpretentious, indecipherable. The task of Avada is to dislodge the soul from the body, cutting off the ways back. That's exactly what's going to happen to the shard because it's, like, outside Potter. 238, Chapter 238. Chapter 276 already. Thank you and have fun. We were silent for a while. That's terrible. That's why I want to find a way to extract the Horcrux. Nasty magic, though. Okay, unpleasant conversations aside, here are the books for you. Delphine pushed a stack of books with a couple of handwritten notebooks toward me. Take some time in my absence to study them. Okay. Well, you can rest today too. I'm sure you'll have a party in the common room. You'll be there again, won't you? Maybe, Delphine shrugged. That's fun. See you soon, then. Taking the books, I headed into the common room to put them in my bag. It wasn't often that I left it in our room, but I didn't have to worry. Weasley had learned his lesson and no longer reached for it. I changed into a school uniform so as not to sit idly by, and attended a couple of classes, which surprised my classmates. Everyone was used to the fact that I was studying somewhere on my own, and the only places where they could find me were in the Great Hall and at Potions class. And then, in the evening, we actually had a party in the common room. There was, as always, weak alcohol, tea, juices, snacks, pies, and cakes. The atmosphere was noisy and cheerful, but if Harry and Ron enjoyed the attention of everyone, Hermione and I sat peacefully on our couch, drawing schemes or discussing urgent issues of Transfiguration. By the way, 2 more couches and a table had moved into our corner that evening, where Seamus and Dean were playing chess and Lavender and Parvati were discussing the next issue of Witch Weekly with keen interest. It seems, Hermione looked around at the assembled company. We're starting to make friends. I've noticed. Ha! Dean leaned back in his chair. Check. In your dreams, Seamus responded immediately, and the figure of his horse reared up, impaling the artistically collapsed Dean's officer. I don't know how, but you're cheating. I'm not. Hermione nudged me a little with her shoulder, making herself comfortable. Tell me, why did you start communicating with me? Oh, hello, women's questions. Seriously. You were just capable of forming meaningful sentences of more than 5 words. Hey. Seamus turned to me with mock indignation. Now that was hurtful. Dean tossed a wrapper crumpled into a ball at his friend. There's nothing to be offended about. All you did back then was blow things up and kept repeating hey. Not much has changed, though. Oh, yet. Grinned Seamus. Troops. Let's defeat the Black Wizard. Fight. His white chess pieces let out a battle cry and simply swept away Dean's black pieces in one wave. There you go, haha. Surprisingly, this simple scene made us all laugh. But despite the fun, I began to ponder what to do in the third task, how to prepare, and what the hell is the name of that damned cemetery. No, I need a plan. The official start of spring had not changed the weather at all. The coniferous forests around Hogwarts were still dark, and the understory plants and grasses were in no hurry to reach for the sky. As always, only ferns and various frost-resistant plants here and there tried to make their way. And, of course, not without moss. March, however, made a difference in my daily routine. With the departure of Lady Greengrass, my training with Hermione took on a more familiar pace and form. Physical training, work in the restricted section, homework, and practicing charms and spells both according to the program and just various useful in all the different aspects of life, from everyday life to combat. Yes, we practiced harder, like we did at the beginning of the year, not shying away from inflicting minor injuries on each other. Well, if we set ourselves up. A couple of times, I honestly tried not to hit a girl, to give some kind of discount, but not because she was a girl, but just not wanting to do any harm, but I got reprimanded. Don't even think about feeling sorry for me, Hermione insisted. Otherwise, none of this makes sense. The harm is light, unpleasant, it hurts, yes, but it's not like we're throwing killing spells at each other. And not even serious curses. There are dummies for those. Yes, Delphine left us herself restoring golems. It was hard for them, and this was without any dark magic. We reasonably refused to use it, although there is knowledge. But then again, that knowledge is based on countering dark magic and curing curses. Neither Hermione nor I think our psyches are mature enough to deal with dark magic. Why do I think that about myself, too? I still don't know the extent of the body's influence on the mind, which means that until a certain age, I will by default consider myself an organism that is forming in all plans. It is better to play it safe than to go crazy later. Ron and Harry still drew the attention of many Gryffindors, and if Potter was a little embarrassed by it, Ron was happy to talk about his adventures. He did not even notice that they were listening to him not out of reverence for the drowned hero but for the sake of laughter. His tall tales were simply absurd, and everyone had already seen the events of the tour. But it seems that he learned to tell stories from Malfoy. It's funny how similar they are in their behavior, Ron and Draco. 239, Chapter 239. Chapter 277 already. Thank you and have fun. On the first Sunday in March, I invited Hermione to Hogsmeade, and from the look on her face, she was going to do exactly the same thing. So Dean, Seamus, Lavender and Parvati joined us on the way out of the castle. The crowd grew larger on the way to Hogsmeade, adding the Padma, Parvati's sister from Ravenclaw, and a couple of her classmates, including Goldstein, whom I hadn't seen in a while since I didn't go to class and we had potions with the Slytherins. So, we walked around Hogsmeade in this noisy crowd. During this walk, Hermione decided that the best way to walk together was to walk under the arm. The others threw sly glances at us, smirking. We visited both the Honeyduke and the local magical clothing store, which was not only an enchanted commodity for practicality but even humorous in a way. The loud yelling socks were especially nice. Of course, the end of such an outing was the 3 broomsticks. Why couldn't the Leaky Cauldron be such a pleasant place? Perhaps because of the contingent? Who knows? For several hours we sat in friendly company, enjoying butterbeer and various sweets, which were exactly what went well with this drink. In general, nothing unusual, but I did not relax. The goal of my participation in the tournament was to win. However, that might involve some difficulties in the form of the portal to the cemetery and Voldemort's rebirth. The simplest plan is to show up there with Potter and shield myself from Avada with a shield of blood. However, there will be no Wormtail and not the fact that it will be used exactly Avada. So there's a lot of uncertainty. Among other things, it's worth taking care of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. Destroy the Horcrux in the house on Grimmauld, remember, finally, where the mansion of the Gaunts with the ring is. Although it seems to be in the same village as the Riddle House. So it's worth digging up some archives. There must be a cemetery there, too. Returning from a walk to Hogwarts, I sent a letter to the Knights with a School Owl, asking if possible to find out something about Tom Riddle, who lived at the beginning of the century in some remote village. The reply came soon, and sadly no information about any Tom Riddle at all in any of the registers. And I owe £2,000, spent on bribes for such information. That's sad. If Delphine finds a way to rid Potter of the Horcrux, that leaves the question of Nagini, Voldemort's serpent. If you believe the canon and the fact that Harry has been dreaming on the serpent's behalf, perhaps she already has a Horcrux in her. Was Nagini at the cemetery? I don't remember. If the question is not resolved, it seems unreasonable to leave only one Horcrux, which would be Potter. So rebirth it is. This is both good and bad, as fucked up as it sounds. A reborn Tom is a predictable Tom. However, if you destroy all the Horcruxes before the rebirth, he won't go to the other world anyway. He has some kind of body. Anyway, my attempts to somehow minimize the casualties could lead to even worse consequences. Even if I had eliminated all the Horcruxes much earlier, there would still be Potter, and Voldemort would still be tied to this world. I couldn't just kill the guy, and even if I did, I would have a lot of conscience issues. I could kill some bandit in the Nocturne Alley, no problem. Wormtail, he deserved it. 5 wizards at the World Cup was a matter of survival and health for me and those around me. But to kill a simple guy? Yeah, he's not growing up to be the best person, but what are his years? To kill a guy who's just Harry, well, that's a bit too much. We can only hope that Delphine will find a way, and I will do my best to destroy Voldemort in the cemetery. If there's a snake there. If not, it's pointless. On Friday the 11th of March, at breakfast in the Great Hall, there was a particularly large amount of mail, and that included me. Of course, I wouldn't have been surprised by the pirate with some regular packet of assignments from regular school or word from the knights, but there was a different kind of owl, albeit a small one. Who's writing? Asked Hermione sitting next to me, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. Pretty useful and not too gross, even though I don't like pumpkins. Looking at the envelope and checking for surprises, I found nothing special except the familiar magical signature of Lady Greengrass. I opened the envelope and pulled out a small letter in beautiful handwriting. A teacher is writing, I replied without giving her name. Will not be earlier than in a couple of days. Some interesting business has come up. Yet? So there's still some time for the usual routine, Hermione nodded importantly. At that moment, Ron spoke rather loudly. What? He broke into Hogsmeade. Harry tugged on the guy's sleeve to lower the volume. They can't keep a secret at all. No way, Potter exhaled, shocked. He's going to get caught and we'll find out on Saturday, Ron nodded importantly. Hermione and I looked at each other, and with a shrug, we continued our breakfast. So Black will be at Hogsmeade this very Friday. Interesting. It gets extremely boring here. The Slytherins aren't doing anything active. The girls haven't come up with decent revenge for them for the dress yet. Fake Moody is teaching everyone, Snape is spitting bile, and Karkaroff thinks that no one notices his fear and constantly pokes the mark on his left hand in the face of the potion master. This means that Voldemort is gaining strength. Also, I still need to somehow protect Narcissa, but she will not leave the idiot Draco, and I have no desire to mess with him. And he'll probably let the Dark Lord on the doorstep as soon as he sends a note to the new Lord Malfoy. He'll be all over the lad's ears by then, that's all. What a mountain of trouble from being attached to people. And I don't even really know Narcissa, but there is affection. Do wizards have some special imprinting? 240, Chapter 240. Chapter 278 already. Thank you and have fun. I went to class with Hermione. Just out of boredom. I needed a break from exhaustion training, even if I was weakening myself to a girl's level. The last thing on the schedule was the potions class. As soon as our house reached the dungeon classrooms, where the Slytherins were already waiting to begin, the unforgettable Draco and his comrades turned their attention to Hermione and me. Oh, look, our lovebirds are coming. He smiled slyly, and the others immediately laughed obsequiously. Are you jealous? Haha, no. Here, read this. Malfoy casually threw a magazine at me, and I telekinetically intercepted it in flight. Without any hands or wands or anything. I held it up to me under the astonished stares of the others, ran my palm over it, checking it with my magic. Clear. I continued to hold the magazine in the air with his telekinesis, and with the same telekinesis, I began to flip through it quickly. Hermione came closer and, taking my hand under hers, began to look carefully for something that might attract Malfoy's attention. We found the right article. What does it say? Came Seamus and Dean. They say that unassuming Muggleborn Granger has poisoned me with Amortentia. Why not Imperio? Wondered Hermione. Because Amortentia only works for 24 hours. Who knows, I shrugged, and to the laughter of our comrades and the not-so-joyful looks of the Slytherins, got a slight poke in the side with an elbow. It's not over yet. I see, Hermione nodded with a smile. Nice and pleasant fourth-year Pansy says Granger is ugly. Hermione looked at Pansy. You should say, I don't find her attractive. Otherwise, when readers see the pictures from the ball, of which there are many, they will have a reasonable question, isn't that Parkinson a liar? The office door opened, revealing Snape. Come on in, he said briefly, and all the students quickly took their seats. We took the first desk, as we always did, and put the magazine aside. Toward the middle of class, Hermione decided to continue talking about the journal. I wonder how Skeeter finds out everything? I know for a fact that the headmaster has forbidden her to come here. I think she does it the same way Black did in his time. What do you mean? Animagi. If her form is small enough, she could easily get in. We were talking in whispers and without distraction from the potion, and the professor was walking in inaudible shadow somewhere near the back rows, waiting for Potter or Weasley to make a mistake. It's worth considering. I could put the whole castle under the right security spell, but it takes time. I can do that, too. The question is another. Why didn't the teachers do it? Snape's quiet voice echoed behind us. Don't get distracted. He didn't take the points off. In the common room that evening, sitting on the couch and once again resting my head on Hermione's lap while the rest of the newly formed company diligently did their homework at the table next to me, I quietly told the girl an idea of mine. I want to follow Potter and Weasley tomorrow. What for? The girl reacted without removing her hands from my hair and not being distracted from reading her own notes in a notebook. Well, you know we're related. I know. Your mother's maiden name was Black. Yet. I want to see what he's like now. I mean, he's a fugitive, all that. Yeah, and I need an easy adventure. An adventure, hey? I'm with you. Where would I be without you? I made myself even more comfortable with a smile. On Saturday morning, I bought a small bag from the seniors for a couple of sickles and charmed it with an invisible extension. I got dressed for the walk in black pants and a turtleneck and went into the common room. Hermione was already there waiting for me in her casual street clothes, jeans, boots, and a yellow windbreaker. Noticing me and my glance at the jeans, the girl smiled. Good morning. I don't think this day is going to be without a run through the local ravines, and past experience with such things suggests that skirts are uncomfortable. Makes sense, I don't argue. We spent half the day doing various things that weren't particularly important. We were in the kitchen, where I collected a large package for Sirius. Why? Out of the goodness of my heart. We visited Professor Flitwick and shared our new calculations and conclusions. The professor, too, did not remain in debt and gave us a rare book he obtained about various magical schemes for applying to materials. We'll study it later. Closer to lunch, we returned to the Gryffindor's common room, and after putting on all concealing spells imaginable and unimaginable, we began to wait for Ron and Harry to come out. 241, Chapter 241. Chapter 279 already. Thank you and have fun. 2 chapters tomorrow. We didn't have to wait long, and we didn't even have time to get tired before the couple appeared from the common room and, looking very conspiratorial and suspicious, they made their way to the kitchen. We followed them on their heels for about half an hour. They were going outside too, and Harry had packed a package for Sirius too. Together we went out into the street, where the sun was shining brightly, and it was quite hot, and together we moved to Hogsmeade, while the guys decidedly did not notice that they were being followed. They wandered around the stores for a while, but after leaving one of them, they headed toward the edge of the village along the main street, passing the Dervish and Banjas store. The houses around us were getting sparser and sparser, and there were no shops left at all. We kept a little distance from the boys in case, by some miracle, they might find us. Eventually, the boys left the village and headed toward the mountain at the foot of which Hogsmeade stood. The path became narrower and narrower until, in the end, it rested against a fence with a ladder, on which a skinny black dog with a newspaper in its teeth leaned on its front paws. Harry said something to him, and the dog sniffed, wagged his tail cheerfully, turned, and trotted through the bushes to the rocky foot of the hill. Harry and Ron crossed the fence, following him. We followed in their footsteps as well. Sirius, in the form of a dog, led them up a hill strewn with rocks. The boys were quickly exhausted, and we had to slow down so that we didn't catch up with them inadvertently. The weather was hot, of course, but I didn't care, and apparently, Hermione didn't, either. Our path ended in a crevasse where Sirius ran in, followed by Harry and Ron. We waited a little and went in after them. A cold, dark grotto with a hippogriff tied to a rock in the far corner. I didn't follow the events back then, but it looks like Hagrid or the guys themselves slipped that hippogriff to Black last year. Or maybe Black stole the animal himself. Judging by how surprised Ron and Harry were staring at the animal, who had already managed to say hello to the animal properly by bowing, they were not aware of it. Sirius had already taken on a human appearance and was chewing on the roasted chicken Potter had given him with gusto. Black didn't look much better than last year. The same overgrown and dirty, in grey rags. Pulling the string with a prearranged signal, I dispelled the transfiguration from it, and Hermione and I took off the hiding enchantment complex, keeping our wand at the ready. At the same time, which is funny, the girl automatically began tapping the tip of her wand on her temple, moving easily, as if in the rhythm of one dance she was leading. On the other hand, I hold the wand as a pointer, tapping my palm at the level of the abdomen, preparing at any moment to shoot from the hip. The main thing is to restrain myself and not beat them all. If everything goes well, it will be possible to benefit from this meeting. Well, who do we have here? I couldn't contain the slight sneer in my voice. Ron and Harry jumped up sharply and drew their wands. You've been following us? Shouted the obvious Ron. Sirius also jumped up and turned into a black dog, growling menacingly. Expelliarmus! Shouted Potter with all his might. The beam was coming at me, but I deflected it easily, swinging my wand and catching it on my shield with the tip of my wand. The beam bounced back at Ron, who immediately lost his weapon, and Hermione sent a quick bunch of Stupefy and Incarcero at him, while I disarmed and bound Potter with an equally quick bunch. Calm down, I said with a smile to Sirius, who was growling at me, and sent a somnus to the hippogriff, putting it to sleep. We just came to see you. I put my wand in the scabbard on my sleeve, demonstratively, and then took my bag off my shoulder and handed it to Sirius. Hermione, on the other hand, circled around with a smile a couple of times. Unbelievable. Playing the role, she said. That was too easy. Sirius looked around at everyone as a dog and regained his human form. Ah, you. I didn't even recognize you at first, smiled Black. What's in the bag? Food supply. An invisible extension with storage charms. Oh, presents. Sirius happily accepted the bag. I love presents. But could you take the spell off the guys? And introduce the young lady? If they promise not to do anything stupid. Ron, over there, is particularly rowdy. And this is my friend, Hermione Granger. The girl sat down in a caricatured curtsy. They'll promise. Won't you, godson? Black returned to the rock he was sitting on, and the bound Harry on the floor shifted his gaze perplexedly from me to Black and nodded. Miona, would you please? Easy, Hermione cancelled the binding spells from Harry and Ron with a couple of waves of her wand, bringing the other to his senses at the same time. What? The redhead sat up sharply, starting to look around. Oh, you. He tried to jump up, but I pinned him to the ground with my telekinesis. The telekinesis wasn't particularly strong without the wand, but it was enough for the still weak Ron to sit on the floor. Calm down, Ron. They are not our enemies, Sirius smiled at him, pulling out a large round meat pie from the bag he had just received, setting it next to him. I think so. Sirius examined the pie with an obvious appetite. Finally, a normal meal. 242, Chapter 242. Chapter 280 already. Thank you and have fun. 2 chapters. Ron muttered something and sat down next to Harry, keeping his eyes on us. I transfigured a couch out of small stones, on which I sat with Hermione. The girl, in turn, played with her wand in her hands, looking at the guys with a predatory look. Ron shivered. Ha ha ha. Sirius burst into a barking laugh. You guys are funny. Don't get along. Why get along with him, a pouting Ron, resentfully digging the ground with his heel. Ron doesn't like my background. Harry doesn't like what Ron doesn't like. The only friend, after all. Really? Sirius looked at Potter in surprise. No more friends. Harry has lots of friends. Blurted out Ron. A whole bunch of friends. That won't do, Sirius shook his head. You have to socialize with people. We had a lot of friends, even if not sidekicks. Yet. Okay. Max. You're Max, right? Yet. Did you get my name? I did, Sirius grinned, taking a big bite out of the half-eaten chicken and chewing quickly. You didn't just drop by, did you? How is it at home, by the way? Well, you know. Not just for fun. It's not bad at home, except there's no one left alive. That's how. Black stared blankly at the piece of chicken in his hands for a few seconds. There's a portrait left from Lady Walburga. She says if she sees you, she's going to be swearing all over the place. She won't see me. Why are you even talking? Ron looked at us all with indignation and questioning. You and Lupin said he was a Malfoy. Well, yes. But actually no. Oh, Sirius. I smiled, leaning back on the back of the sofa. Did you find out something? Why don't you create a chair for us, too? Ron fidgeted with obvious discomfort on the ground of the grotto. You're not a wizard. Glancing at Weasley, I smiled. Then conjure. I can't. That's your problem. Have you ever tried studying? Okay, that's enough. Potter was tired of our feuds. How much longer? Why is he? Ron. I got it, I got it. Sirius finished his chicken and looked at me. I thought you were a Malfoy at first. But then Moony told me that your last name is different, too, and there's already a Malfoy in Slytherin. I then thought for a long time, how so? After all, you are very much like Narcissa, my cousin. And what did you decide? I came up with something absurd. Writing to my cousin. I didn't even think she would answer. But she did. Says she doesn't remember any second son, but she's seen him, and the kinship is obvious. Interesting, isn't it? Maybe it was that scumbag Lucius who did it. He's a sneaky bastard. Sirius stood up, beginning to walk around the grotto from wall to wall. He performed some kind of ritual, I spoke quietly, that was supposed to remove the Malfoy blood in me. Not likely, Sirius shook his head. No one can survive something like that. Although, all the will of magic. By the way, how do you feel about him? About Lucius? Yes. He tried to kill me 3 times. So you guess for yourself, Sirius, how I feel about him. Wow. Black stopped and looked at me with a kind of delight. And you survived? You're pretty resilient. I always suspected Lucius of doing shady things, but this bastard is too slippery. Never got caught. Wait. Jumped up Ron, staring at everyone with shock. You mean your own father tried to kill you? 3 times. Smiling, I just stared at the redhead in silence. Potter was in shock, too, and Hermione took my hand, wanting to be supportive. Holy shit! Ron sat back down dumbfoundedly on the ground, thinking about something. I wish I could nail that slippery bastard, Sirius said dreamily, now taking a piece of the pie I had brought. There's no point. He's been feeding the worms for over a year. Sirius, who had taken a bite of the pie, choked and tapped his chest. Silently looking at me, he grinned. So that's it, hey. I only shrugged in response. 243, Chapter 243. Well, all right. Why did you come here? I'm glad you decided to feed a harmless stray dog, of course, but still. I have a couple of questions, Sirius. First, why do you look so awful? You could move into Alphard's house. He bequeathed it to you. Yet. Sirius was genuinely surprised. I didn't know. Probably should have visited the bank. No, Sirius, Potter interjected. You could get caught. Nah. Black waved him off, taking a bite and chewing a piece of the pie. Goblins don't care. What do you know about Henry Folly? Folly? Sirius scratched his shapeless beard thoughtfully. I remember something. I had just started my first year at that time. There was some kind of violent conflict between the Folly and the Green Grass. At that time, I did not delve into the affairs of families, new acquaintances, school, you know. But I heard that then one of the Green Grass girls disappeared, half of all Follies died, and then it turned out that the then head of Green Grass became almost a squib under unclear circumstances. It was all a big secret, but rumors here, rumors there, and even at home spoke. Henry and his friends were to blame. Nobody saw them again, by the way. Why so much interest? There are suspicions that Henry Folly, now Green Grass, has run away from his family and is helping Voldemort gain power for some purpose of his own. Yes? According to rumors, he can. Sirius finished another slice of pie, pulled out a flask of juice, and drained it, leaning against the wall of the grotto with pleasure. It was rumored that he had some kind of rare magical ability. Either because of it or simply because of his bad temper, he was extremely. He was a scumbag, a marvel that he was a huff. When I first came to work at Aura office, I saw a lot of cases closed due to a lack of evidence. Folly secretly sympathized with Voldemort. True, after almost no one was left of them, they calmed down. Huffs and you know who. Seems to be a day of discovery for Ron. That's crazy. So it is, Sirius nodded. All right, gentlemen, I got up from the couch, and Hermione followed me. You obviously wanted to tell each other some secrets here. Ron looked at me seriously. I'm this. Max. Anyway. Well. I guess I was wrong. It's even good that we figured it out now. Otherwise, if you'd called me a Death Eater's son a couple more times, I would have hammered those words back into you so that your teeth would have come out of your ass, not in front of the ladies for other details. That's great. Sirius clapped his hands together, showing his strikingly yellow teeth. Then I'll say my thanks, too. For the Dementors and Wormtail. Nodding goodbye to them all, we quickly left the grotto. You didn't tell me, Hermione took me under her arm, that the older Malfoy tried to kill you. Snape tried to kill me, too. You're suddenly very talkative. I think we're sufficiently proficient in occlumency. And with legilimency in the forehead with a wand, not every professional will be safe. We walked down the hill and made our way to Hogsmeade. We went to the Three Broomsticks and, taking the far table in the dark corner, ordered a hearty lunch. After all, they do not only drink beer here. When Madame Rosmerta, the owner of the tavern, a middle-aged and lush lady, brought the tray with the order, we cast a silencing spell. Then, over a leisurely lunch, the conversation began by itself. So. Lucius Malfoy tried to kill you 3 times. Yes. Somehow, I'm sure you helped him go to the afterlife. Do you judge me? Hermione shook her head negatively and decided to dispose of her steak first. A couple of years ago, I would have been horrified. A couple of years ago, I would have tried to tell you how wrong it all was. Now I realize that you were protecting your life by getting rid of the threat. Albeit radically. I'm glad you don't judge me. Just a little bit. Somewhere inside, I believe that another option could have been found. Perhaps under different circumstances. Perhaps. 244, Chapter 244. Chapter 282 already. Thank you and have fun. Lady Greengrass returned shortly after my meeting with Sirius. That meant only one thing, the continuation of the training that had taught me to transfigure everything into anything on instinct alone. The ideal and ultimate goal was to cast aside the formulas, transfiguring on will and imagination alone. In any case, magic can be considered a physical discipline to some extent. Physical in the sense that at first you have to conjure using clear instructions and formulas, but in time you won't even remember them while doing the desired transformation. It made life easier for Hermione and me that we trained our sensitivity to magic, not only knowing how to create a spell correctly but also understanding the essence of the magical circuit. This, in turn, allowed us to subconsciously look for the difference between them, to build our unique mental structures and understanding of the process, giving us the opportunity to improvise. Time flew by unnoticeably with such studies, homework, and calculating the schemes and formulas for the Magic Battery project. Spring has finally and irrevocably settled in the mountains of Scotland, diluting the gloom of colors with bright shades of fresh greenery. Even the perennially gloomy coniferous forests seemed to revive, and with them, the whomping willow was covered in bright leaves. We all remembered to visit Hogsmeade on the weekends, mostly sitting in the Three Broomsticks or buying trinkets in the stores. We didn't forget about the Honeydukes either, each time trying something new for ourselves, marveling at the inventions of the magical confectionery genius. Hermione noticed what I did not notice, being in my thoughts. Fleur and some of her friends smiled at me a lot, in Hermione's opinion, and the Veela herself seemed to be evaluating. I didn't have time for that, I was thinking. But I couldn't come up with anything. Ron stopped making any attacks on me, which made the atmosphere in the house almost perfect, and that was a happy thing. A month before the third task, the champions were summoned to the Quidditch pitch in the evening, where the eternally happy Ludo Bagman showed us the rudiments of the maze. Only a dozen centimeters off the ground so far, the future walls of this creation had grown, but it was already clear the entire Quidditch pitch was going to be a maze. Harry looked at this with horror, and Krum was clearly unhappy with such a sacrilege. Fleur didn't care. Mr. Knight, Bagman turned to me with a smile. The judges have been asked to limit certain allowable spells. Your abilities in transfiguration are astounding, as for such a young wizard. Therefore, in order to see you in action and not just dashing around in transfiguration, it has been decided that you should not be allowed to use this skill. It's very kind of you to leave me a wand. Oh, it's not my merit, Bagman spread his arms guiltily. One retired Auror proposed, and the others agreed. I see. Thanks for the warning. Most importantly, timely. You're welcome, Mr. Knight. I left the grounds of Hogwarts that evening, operating to Grimmauld Square. Home of the Black family greeted me with more cleanliness and order, and its gloominess was no longer intimidating or suspicious but inspiring. It inspired respect. Max, nodded Lady Walburga from the portrait. You, as always, without any warning. I'm glad to see you too, Lady Creaker. With a distinctive clap, the old house elf appeared before me. Creaker greets the head of the most ancient and noble house of Black. He bowed and straightened, awaiting orders. Bring me the terrible thing that Regulus Black ordered you to destroy. Walburga stared silently with obvious interest at what was going on, and Creaker somehow even shyly began to crumple in place. Excuses are not accepted. I will destroy it. The old house elf looked at me hopefully and then briskly dashed off to the only place he knew. He returned a few minutes later, holding an old medallion on a chain. There was so much suffering on the house elf's face that I even felt sorry for him. Creaker held out the locket to me. Silently. When I took it in my hands, all I could feel was that it was magical. However, the occlumency allowed me to notice a slight pressure on my mind as if someone wanted to induce me to certain thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, I spoke in Parseltongue. Open SSS. The locket clicked and opened. There was nothing inside, but it didn't matter. Placing it on the floor, I quickly materialized a sword that surprised me with slight changes. The hilt, trimmed in the style of snake scales, has acquired greater relief and rigidity, becoming like the skin of a dragon. The simple shape of the guard had changed slightly, becoming more predatory and aggressive, and the blade was etched with a symbolic drawing of a dragon that, like Ouroboros, grabbed itself by the tail. What did it change? I don't know. Concentrating on the destroy soul shard task, I pierced the medallion just slightly. The black smoke started oozing out of it immediately, screaming wildly in the mental, almost knocking my consciousness out of my body. It screamed and scattered into sparks, burning irretrievably into space. It seemed as if it would never end, but there in the smoke appeared a hideous, noseless face and burned away, and everything around it fell silent to the ringing in my ears. In the corner of this small room, a shivering Creaker shrank. For a few seconds, the old house elf couldn't realize it was over, but he stopped trembling, peeked out between the fingers he'd been hiding his face behind, and crawled reverently toward the almost undamaged locket, picking it up from the floor with shaking hands. Last will. The house elf wailed in a hoarse voice over the medallion. The last will, of the young master. Creaker was in a deranged state, so I didn't touch him. Instead, I glanced at Lady Walburga's portrait. He will tell himself. I must hurry. I avoided the conversation with the portrait and quickly left the house, and, entering a dark alleyway, I operated closer to Hogwarts. 245, Chapter 245. Chapter 283 already. Thank you and have fun. Now there are 4 Horcruxes left, in Potter, in the Gaunce Ring, in the Serpent, and in the Hufflepuff's cup. And why did I apparate to Hogwarts? Once again, I apparat to another dark corner near the leaky cauldron, and after casting Muggle-repelling charm on myself, I headed for this establishment. Why here? Firstly, it is rude to apparate onto the alley itself, and secondly, the Aurors immediately come running. Furthermore, you can't apparate to the Hogwarts Express platform at all, an anti-terrorist measure dating back to World War II. It was already dusk outside, and the sky above the rooftops was a pleasant shade of red, which would soon become dark but without stars. Stars over Hogwarts is one of the reasons I love the mountains of Scotland. The leaky cauldron was as gloomy as ever, but it was pretty clean this time. Whether it was the absence of all sorts of unpleasant magical bums, or the sudden once-a-decade cleanup, it was quite pleasant to be here now. And the aromas of baked vegetables and roasted meat of several varieties whetted my appetite. However, I was not here for the food. As soon as I took a few steps towards the exit to the backyard of the establishment, I was immediately noticed by the bartender Tom. He was rubbing the glass with a rag with the equanimity of a boa constrictor and the stubbornness of a ram. He always rubs the glass with a rag. "Young man," the grey-haired bartender called out to me. "What are you doing here?" "Skipping Hogwarts, of course," I smiled back without slowing down. "What else?" Indeed, the bartender smiled and nodded, and when the door to the backyard almost slammed behind me, I heard a shout behind me. "Wait, what?" I completely hid myself under the concealing charms and stood in the corner. After a brief moment, the bartender ran into the backyard, looking around. "Did he slip through?" he muttered quietly. Then, reaching the brick wall, he waved his wand near it a couple of times. "Didn't pass." Throwing a few search spells into the space around me but not finding me, Tom shook his head and returned to the establishment. What a youth these days! I decided to wait a few minutes, and for a good reason. Just 40 seconds later, the door swung open abruptly, and out of the doorway, in a comical caught pose, appeared Tom with a wand at his side. "Aha! Gotcha! No one! Ugh!" Once back inside, the bartender even locked the door. I waited again for a while and only then went to the brick wall, opening the passage with my wand. Diagon Alley was almost empty by this time, though the stores were working, and the lights were on in the windows, as were the second or third floors, which were often residential. It was not the stores that interested me, however. I walked down the street to the porch of Gringotts, and with a nod to the goblin in armor and an axe that guarded the entrance, I went inside. It was already livelier here, and it didn't matter that the reason for the liveliness was the imitation of extremely useful activities in the form of small and greedy bank employees. Finding the first relatively free employee at the tall wooden stand, I quickly approached him. "Good evening, sir," I nodded to the goblin, who was already paying attention to me. "Good evening. Can I help you?" The goblin replied in an invariably squeaky voice and grinned. "Certainly. I have information that may interest you or your superiors. Or maybe not. I will even offer you 50 galleons for the answer to the question, what will you do with it, and will you do anything at all?" You know how to intrigue an honest goblin. Grinning more than before, the bank employee put his fingers together. "I'm listening." "That's not something you can talk about in the hall." The goblin shrugged, and an invisible but palpable dome of silencing covered us. "That's a controversial statement," the goblin remarked. "There's a good chance that one of your vaults contains the Horcrux of you-know-who." No reaction. "Are you going to do anything about it?" "Absolutely nothing. Gringotts Bank exists to store any valuables of wizards. I draw your attention to the word any. Even if it were Merlin and Morgana in the flesh, the bank would provide them with as much quality storage as the customer desires, and their financial means allow. A very practical point of view. Reputation, tradition, and treaties," the goblin spread his hands out. "Well." I pulled out my wallet and quickly counted out the promised galleons. It was worth a try. And so I left the bank with nothing. And what made me think that the goblins would be horrified by this information and would rather try to destroy the Horcrux or take any other action? Stupid, really. So, at the very least, I will need to break into the bank and destroy the cup. Unfortunately, I don't think it's possible to force Bella to cooperate in any way. 246, Chapter 246. Chapter 284 already. Thank you and have fun. Back at Hogwarts, I began another training session. The day of the third task began with a nice sunny morning. Even though I was exempt from exams, I took them with everyone else. Together with Hermione and under the keen guidance of Lady Greengrass, many charms of various kinds were practiced. Delphine considered me an overcautious person because, with my level, this labyrinth is an easy walk. The sad news is that Delphine hasn't found a way to extract the Horcrux from Potter. So, no matter how it sounds, I need to let Voldemort be reborn so that he has already found a body and does not fly everywhere in spirit, plotting intrigues for everyone. In canon, he was fixated on being reborn with Potter's help. If he doesn't revive now, who knows what cunning plan he'll come up with later and how many people will die in the process. What if it will be students? To hell with the adults, it's their choice to be muggles with a wand or wizards capable of standing up for themselves, but children? There is no unambiguously correct answer or course of action here. At breakfast, I began to feel nervous. Not from the task ahead, not from anything else. I was questioning my choices. And even my grave-style costume didn't fit right somehow, though that was a completely contrived feeling. I checked everything. How could they restrict you in spells? Hermione was quietly indignant. But, of course, I had notified her of this a month ago. Based on the ban on transgression, we had planned our training. Don't worry. I'll pass like a knife through butter. I'm not talking about the possibility of losing. I don't doubt that. About the prohibition itself. Bringing you down to the level of the others because you're better. That's bullshit. I don't care. From the high table, Professor McGonagall headed toward us. Mr. Knight, Mr. Potter. All tournament participants will gather after breakfast in the room adjacent to the hall. But the competition doesn't start until tonight. Frightened Potter, dropping a piece of food on himself. Of course, Mr. Potter. The families of the tournament participants have gathered in the room. They are invited to watch the last task. And you can spend all day with yours today. McGonagall turned and left, and Harry stared after her in shock. Does she really think the Dursleys are coming here? He asked into nowhere. Technically, I decided to clarify the situation. You and I have many relatives. I live with ordinary people, too, after all. What relatives? Don't you know the family trees even a little bit? You could have wondered about your ancestors. Through the Blacks and Potters, your closest relatives are Narcissa Malfoy, Draco, Andromeda Tonks, Nymphadora Tonks, Sirius Black, Bellatrix Lestrange. More distant relatives are the Weasleys in the line of both Molly Weasley, maiden name Pruitt, and Arthur Weasley. The French branch of the Rosiers, and someone else, I can't remember them all. Now Harry was looking at me dumbfounded, but this time Ron looked just as dumbfounded. So, we're brothers. The redhead wondered. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed an equally shocked Ginny. Well, through the third knee. The closest living ones are, like I said, the Black Sisters, Narcissa, Andromeda, and Bellatrix. The rest are through the 30th knee. Then why did I ever live with Muggles? You were hidden. Your wizarding relatives are the obvious place to look for you. And if they could have given you to anyone, it would have been Andromeda. Narcissa, you know, Malfoy. Bellatrix is in Azkaban and is an ardent follower of Voldemort. So, yet. Fabulous absurdity! Exclaimed Ron indignantly. I could have known Harry from the cradle. Okay. I still have to pass the history of magic, so I'm gonna run. You people should too. Tell me later who came to see you. Hermione smiled and headed off to take the exam, too. I would have liked to take it too, but curiosity gnawed at me, and liberation, oddly enough, liberates. Throwing the strap of my bag over my shoulder, I walked with Potter to the door of the said room. Once inside, I glanced around the familiar room from the champs selection. Fleur talked with the parents I had already seen on the last task, and little Gabrielle was holding the woman's hand. Krum was standing next to a black-haired man and a woman. A plump red-haired lady actively waved her hand to Potter, next to whom stood a red-haired guy I had already seen in Egypt with long hair, a leather jacket, and boots made of the same leather but already a dragon. Such an abundance of leather reminded me of the need to deal with the basilisk pelt that lay aimlessly in the bag over my shoulder. Potter, by the way, delighted, immediately appeared next to the Weasleys. No wonder. My gaze was fixed on the statuesque lady, no less. Thick brown hair, posture, and a proud but calm face without a single sign of age. A long beige dress and a black robe, not at all in the English fashion. Even if there were questions about who she is, they all disappeared due to the presence of a pink-haired person in something familiar leather clothes next to her. It was to them that I headed. 247, Chapter 247. Chapter 286 already. Thank you and have fun. It was amusing to see how recognition and surprise appeared on the girls' faces as I approached. Why is the word girl applicable to Andromeda? As you know, a woman is only as old as she looks. I won't say that it was unexpected but curious. Yes, I turned to Andromeda and Nymphadora with a smile. Cousin is not a snob. Smiled the pink-haired girl broadly. That's fantastic. Nymphadora, behave yourself. At least for the first few minutes, Andromeda chided the girl, and when she heard her name, the pink-haired girl grimaced as if she had eaten a lemon. In that case, allow me to introduce myself. Maximilian Knight. And you, I presume, are Mrs. Tonks and her daughter. You're right, young man. Andromeda smiled politely and seemingly on reflexes gave me her hand, which was immediately intercepted by me and the air above it kissed. The fact that our kinship is no news to you makes acquaintance much easier. Phi, etiquette, Nymphadora held out a hand that should have been shaken, which I did. And call me Tonks. I don't like my name. Got it, Nymphadora. Hey. Yes, Nymphadora. Grrrr. Nymphadora's hair changed color several times, and she decided to go on the offensive, reaching her arms around my neck like a zombie. I'll strangle you. Without my wand, I conjured a tiny spot of Glacio under her feet, and the girl immediately slipped on it, starting to fall backward, but I intercepted her arm and brought her back upright. Nice. You're very dexterous, Nymphadora. But don't overdo it. You can only fool the ignorant drunks at the nocturne like that. What are you talking about? She pulled away. Metamorphmagus adapts to changes in the body as easily as it creates these changes. There can be no exceptions. I let go of the girl's hand, and she smiled predatorily. Are you sure you're a Gryffindor? The hat suggested Slytherin, but I refused. Too much trouble. Why don't we take a walk around Hogwarts, discuss the questions that have arisen for sure? Andromeda interrupted our tirade. Looking around the room, I noticed that the other champions and their relatives were also about to leave the room. Please, Mrs. Tonks. Somehow it turned out that for me, as a gentleman accompanying a lady and a relative in one person, Andromeda put her hand on the crook of the elbow. Next to me, a pink-haired misunderstanding snorted, standing half a step behind and from the side in order to have a good view. We were almost at the door, but there were the Weasleys Molly and Bill. There was a slight hitch. And this is my classmate, Max Knight, Harry decided to introduce us. Molly Weasley looked at me with some disapproval and shifted her gaze to Mrs. Tonks. Ah, Andromeda. Long time no see, Molly. Indeed. Bill was in no hurry to give me his hand either, though, from the look in his eyes, he recognized me, even though we had seen each other only briefly. He took a step forward. I guess it's you that kid that likes to beat up my brothers so much, hey. Bill tried to look stern, but it didn't work. The Weasleys, in fact, were far from the tallest. Except Ron would be pretty tall, and so would the twins. So Bill could not sternly hang over me. I was already a little taller than him. Are you jealous of your brothers? Don't worry about it. I can continue this glorious tradition on you. Andromeda let go of my hand, the right decision in case of conflict. Hey, Nymphadora interjected. What are you guys up to? As I can see, Molly, your children are not very upbringing. Heard about incidents, Andromeda's voice was cold. Don't tell me how to raise my children. That's the kind of kin you have, Harry, I smiled at Potter. No way! Shrieked Molly again. The Weasley family has nothing to do with these. So you, Mrs. Weasley, deny being related to the Black family. I looked at the woman with bewilderment. Of course, such an honest and bright family has nothing to do with dark families. Then, I looked at Bill. I would ask Bill Weasley to return to the Black family that amulet that now hangs around his neck. With a glance at the item in question, I expected the reaction of this very Bill. This amulet, among many others, I had seen in one of the books of the restricted section describing famous and uncommon magical amulets, talismans, and artifacts. The only copy. Why would that be? Bill proudly folded his arms across his chest. Because this amulet is the only copy and was a gift to the Black family by its creator, Henry Potter. And what an interesting coincidence, an amulet that protects and partially reflects back the Veela charm suddenly finds itself on you at precisely the moment when not just a Beaux Batons champion is present at Hogwarts, but the daughter of the head of the DMLE of France. Turning toward the wizards listening intently and watching the conflict, I found Mrs. Delacour with my gaze. Pay attention to Fleur, I nodded toward the girl who was looking strangely at Bill. You can't fool an adult Veela like that, but someone so inexperienced. Apollon, which is the name of Fleur's mother, if memory serves me correctly, glanced at her daughter and took her away by the elbow. This is extremely outrageous. Monsieur Delacour spoke with a very serious tone, looking at Bill. I beg your pardon, but I didn't know. Absurd, I smiled. You're a curse breaker at Gringotts, as far as I know, and they don't hold fools. Either you sign your professional unsuitability and inability to identify the charms on the famous, it's worth remembering, amulet, or you're purposely using it for personal purposes. Either way, I am waiting for the return of the amulet during this day, or else I will be forced to challenge you to a duel for stealing ancestral property. See you later. Nodding to those present, I felt Andromeda's hand on the bend of my elbow, and we bravely headed for the exit. 248, Chapter 248. Chapter 287 already. Thank you and have fun. Only when we passed the already empty Great Hall and found ourselves in the corridors of the castle, the conversation continued. You've ruined this young man's plans so badly, Andromeda remarked with a slight polite smile. They didn't even ask on what basis you demanded something. He'll thank me later. Perhaps because of his youth, Bill believes that seducing the daughter of the head of the French DMLE is a good idea. However, one gets used to the amulet's effects. 5, 6, well 7 years, and then. It's difficult to imagine what will come of a family whose relationship is based on a magical influence somewhat similar to a Mordentia. And Mr. Delacour himself would never approve of such a marriage simply because of the Weasley family's status, which means there would be no support. I'm sure that's exactly what Bill is counting on. From what I understand, all the Weasley children have a pathological aversion to poverty and run from it with all their might. Nymphadora's sad sigh rang out from the side. And here I was hoping you would be normal since you're a Gryffindor. What do you mean? Do you also think the Weasleys are blood traitors? Then are my mother and I traitors to you as well? I don't accept that terminology at all, and the essence of the intra-family conflict, Mrs. Tonks. You may address me by my first name, Andromeda smiled politely again. Not forgetting to add Auntie. She seemed to be amused by everything that was happening, as well as the fact that she had a nephew. All right, Andromeda. Nymphadora coughed, trying to suppress a smile and a laugh. And me, Cousin Tonks. I hear you, Nymphadora. GRR. You're on purpose, aren't you? Absolutely. Anyway, regarding the Weasleys. By giving up their place on the lists of the Sacred 28 and declaring that ordinary people are cool and interesting to them, they have thereby aroused the resentment of almost every wizard family, new and old. Some are already pure-blooded in many generations, some have just formed families and aspire to develop in the magical world, and they have rejected these values. But it would be fine if they just rejected Merlin with them. But no, they are at the same time persistently gaining a reputation for being Muggle lovers while not knowing anything at all about ordinary people, their way of life, and technologies. Neither here nor there. With the twins, for example, I get along quite well. Talented, enterprising, adequate enough. And what's your opinion of the other members of this family? Asked Andromeda, and we were already in the courtyard of the castle. There weren't many students' exams are underway. Ginny Weasley. Nothing much to say, we hardly ever cross paths. Ron Weasley. Greedy, stupid, terribly jealous. I can't call him a loyal friend either. He turned his back on Potter out of envy at the first opportunity, but later, he established a relationship. Why? Who knows? Charlie Weasley. He's a butcher and hypocrite. I haven't noticed any other qualities yet for lack of communication. Hopefully, the lack of communication will continue. Bill not clear yet. I saw him in Egypt some time ago. Seemed friendly and outgoing. Since he works at Gringotts quite talented and literate, but it's not the best solution. You can only get into bondage at goblins. His decision with the amulet and the villa confirms his short-sightedness, but determination. Molly Weasley. Scandalous hysterical woman, and she's just confirmed it. A thrifty housewife, judging by the reviews of others. Likes to command. Denies the obvious for the sake of who knows what. Arthur Weasley. Well, I didn't speak personally, but what can you say about the wizard, the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, who does not know anything about them, does not understand anything, collects plugs, and does not even know how to use matches? And yet, as a wizard, he's talented in charms. He could have achieved a lot. What do you think of us? Nymphadora stepped forward, turning to face us. Not enough information, I shrugged. And so we walked around Hogwarts, talking about all sorts of unimportant things. It turned out to be not at all burdensome for me to spend time with my relatives. Obviously, I shouldn't have expected Narcissa here because that would have meant admitting kinship, which would have raised many unseemly questions for her. We returned to the Great Hall for lunch. How are we going to sit down? I asked the obvious question as soon as we stepped inside. Slytherin? Oh, there will be plenty of reasons to duel and just plain scuffle. Ha! No question. Nymphadora. Oh, come on, Mom. Well, can I have a couple of duels? Hufflepuff. I looked at the table of the House of Badgers. I didn't have much to do there either. Can I go to my house table? Immediately asked Nymphadora and made a sweet face with her metamorphic abilities. Go, Dora. Yes. Nymphadora immediately rushed off to the elders of the house. They must have seen that pink miracle in their day. Gryffindor, then, I nodded, and Andromeda and I sat down in an empty seat. 249, Chapter 249. Chapter 288 already. Thank you and have fun. As luck would have it, Molly and Bill were pretty close. Of course, Ron and Harry were sitting next to them, and if on the latter's face there was a strange mixture of joy, contentment, and shyness, then Ron was trying his best to praise himself, eat, and gesticulate at the same time. You can't be left alone for a minute. Hermione sat down next to us. I was distracted for a minute, and you are already walking arm in arm with beautiful ladies around the castle. Won't you introduce us? Andromeda immediately perked up as she finished helping herself. And pass the baked potatoes, please. I stood up and courted the lady. This is my classmate who's delaying the moment of becoming my girlfriend, Hermione Granger. And this is my aunt, Andromeda Tonks, née Black. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Tonks. Likewise, Miss Granger. Was this written about you in the recent issues of the Witch Weekly? About me, Max and Amortentia. Interesting article, smiled Andromeda. They wrote about everyone, and they didn't forget anyone. You don't believe what's written. Growing up in a rather peculiar family and studying at Slytherin gives you an understanding that there are two kinds of information in the press, nonsense and what you have to read between the lines. A slight, growing noise notified everyone interested about the approach of the twins. Hello, Max. One of them clapped me on the shoulder. Hey, guys, I smiled and shook hands with the other. I can tell there'll be blast-ended screws. What? They haven't died since last year. Nope. The boys shook their heads in sync, sitting down opposite each other, closer to their own, but still being able to communicate on two fronts. Hagrid has hidden them somewhere since last year. They're big, there's fire from their asses for 10 meters. The sting is huge. The jaws are too. The spectacle is not for the faint of heart. They finished in sync, and noticing a new face at the table, they bowed politely. Good afternoon. The Weasley twins, soon the creators of the joke shop, even came up with a name. But that's not certain. Fred, George. Molly looked at her sons reproachfully. Finish school first. School will be over, one of the twins spoke up. But we need to start advertising now. The Weasleys began talking to each other and Potter, giving us the opportunity to eat in peace. How was the exam? I turned to Hermione when we finished eating and moved on to tea. Nothing changes, remarked Andromeda quietly, looking at the large mug of tea in her hands. Perfect, as always. At least I doubt that the ghost of Professor Binns will find, if he wants, at least one mistake. Commendable. Previously, you were suffering until the letter with the grades. That was 3 years ago. After lunch, we went for another walk around the castle, and Nymphadora joined us again. Hermione glanced at my hand, which was occupied by Andromeda, and the latter, of course, noticed it. Here I am thinking, Hermione replied to an unspoken question. Under what pretext to break into this tandem of yours? The girl quickly settled down on my other hand. Pfft, Nymphadora, who was walking beside her, giggled. The wonders of puberty. Nymphadora. Andromeda glanced at the girl sternly, and apparently, strictness takes place in the Tonks house. I got it. I'll be quiet. And so we walked around the castle and the grounds until dinner. As they listened to our stories, Andromeda and Nymphadora commented on the changes that had taken place in the castle, the caretaker, for example. In Andromeda's school days, corporal punishment was still practiced here, and she remembered with a smile the incredible stealth skills that they learned by themselves, just to avoid getting spanked. Every now and then, we met someone from the Gryffindors, and on rare occasions, representatives of other houses, who wished me luck and encouraged me. But, of course, there were no Slytherins among them, which saddened Mrs. Tonks a little but not surprised at all. We came to dinner with the same line-up, but Nymphadora again ran away to the Hufflepuffs. And there were changes at the teacher's table. Instead of Percy or Crouch, there was a disgruntled Fudge in his striped suit, robe and even a bowler hat. Bagman, as always, beamed with his round face. Some kind of sadness visited Madame Maxime, but I am sure that the problem is in Hagrid. In general, their torment is indifferent to me, and therefore I simply ate. Ladies and gentlemen, Dumbledore rose from the table, and the hall fell silent. In 5 minutes, I will invite you to proceed to the Quidditch pitch, where the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament will begin. Now I ask all participants to follow Mr. Bagman to the stadium. 250, Chapter 250. Chapter 289 already. Thank you and have fun. As soon as Harry and I stood up, all the Gryffindors applauded. We were wished good luck and, along with Krum and Fleur, we left the Great Hall. Bagman immediately walked up to Harry on the stairs and began to cheer him on, but the guy seemed to be holding up pretty well. Soon we got to the stadium. The Quidditch pitch had really transformed. There was a hedge no less than 6 meters high all over it, except for a tiny spot. We were led to just that vacant spot. It was here in the hedge that the only passage darkened, and behind us, there were stands for many people. The Ministry employees conjured up 4 large and round magic screens in the air, from which we will be watched. After a couple of minutes, the stadium and the bleachers began to fill with the first spectators, and the air was filled with excited voices and the sound of hundreds and hundreds of footsteps as wizards hurried to take their allotted bleachers. I looked up at the sky and saw the first, brightest evening star. It was getting dark fast, too fast. Hagrid and Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Fake Moody approached us. Professors had big red stars glowing on their hats, and Hagrid had them on the back of his vest. "We'll be patrolling outside," McGonagall spoke up after looking us over. "If anyone gets in trouble and feels that help is needed, send a sheaf of red sparks into the air, and we'll come to the rescue immediately. Is that clear?" After receiving an affirmative nod, Bagman gave the command to begin patrolling. As the professors dispersed, Bagman touched his throat with his wand, conjuring up Sonorous. "Ladies and gentlemen," Bagman's amplified voice echoed throughout the stadium. "The third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament begins. Let me remind you of the standings of the participants for today. First place goes to Mr. Maximilian Knight, Hogwarts. 94 points. Shouts and thunder of applause echoed far into the Forbidden Forest, stirring up the sleep-ready birds. In second place is Victor Krum, Durmstrang, 82 points. In third place, Mr. Harry Potter, Hogwarts, 79 points. And in fourth, Miss Fleur Delacour, Beaux Batons. 65 points. After waiting for the storm of applause to subside, Bagman continued. "All right, Mr. Knight, start on my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Bagman whistled sharply, and I rushed into the maze, out of the corner of my eye, noticing an almost completely invisible tiny golem flying almost over my shoulder. A slight distortion of its outline gave it away. Almost immediately, all sound was cut off, and I was immersed in the silence of the labyrinth, where only the slight vibrations and rustling of the hedge above made me lively. It was dark, and more stars were appearing in the sky. I bet it would be pitch black in a few minutes. I took out my wand and touched it with the tip of the index finger of my other hand, imperceptibly, even to myself, turning a drop of blood into a slightly luminous one. I dropped it in my left eye, creating a special cat's eye charm. I was able to see the labyrinth's darkness, and every leaf, curl of the hedge, or the grass beneath my feet became clear and distinct, though I lost the lion's share of its color. Without wasting time, I moved swiftly through the labyrinth. My sense of direction wasn't bad here, so I knew the direction I needed to go. The rhinoceros has poor eyesight, but with its size, that's not its problem. Accelerate the perception, but not the body, Rowena. After performing perception acceleration with hemomancy and magic, I jogged through the maze. Turn, straight, turn, another turn. A necromantula appeared in front. I pumped more magic into Stupefy. 12 blue clots come off the wand in different directions, but following my will one by one, Go to the spider already jumped in the attack, literally knocking it in the air and driving it into the far wall of the fence. Pointing my wand at the hedge with the spider, I uttered, Herba incrementis. A sparkling but dim blue blob instantly struck the plants, causing them to grow wildly. Then, in a couple of moments, the spider disappeared into that wilderness, and I set off further. The magic invested would be enough for another couple of seconds, and the spontaneous mutational growth would cease. Good spell, if it weren't for those mutations. Actually, I could pass the labyrinth with a modification of Incendio, or other powerful fire spells up to Fiend Fire, but I considered it unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. When I turned another corner, I felt magic on the ground and in the plants, and it was as if the passageway was blocked by a white mist. As I came up close, I began to move my wand around. Are they freaking kidding me? I didn't hold back my indignation as I realized the meaning of the trap. The Mirror Labyrinth of Consciousness, a powerful mental trap capable of driving a wizard mad rather quickly while growing from his magic. Poking my wand at certain places in the mist, I picked up a few semblances of sensory threads and control threads and pulled them out at the tip of my wand, immediately ripping them off. The fog soaked into the ground and walls, disappearing. And there I was, running through the labyrinth again. I wish I could say it was hard, but no, I ran into 5 more traps, including another perception game, the Hammer's Mirror. You feel like the world is turned upside down. I even liked it. I'll put one of these at Grimmauld. It's easy to pass, you just have to overpower your fear of falling into the sky. A modern person wouldn't consider it a trap, but it's so dusty and ancient that people used to pray to thunder back then, let alone change their perception of gravity. A sudden scream made me stop. Fleur was screaming. On the one hand, we have observer golems, and help will arrive, but on the other, they are not indestructible. Who knows what could have happened? 251, Chapter 251. Chapter 290 already. Thank you and have fun. I transformed myself and my clothes into a black jaguar, or panther, for short. Then, I put my wand in the holster with the telekinesis because I also created a kind of harness for myself, where the holster was located. Funny, yeah, but what can I do? The wand doesn't go anywhere. I'm not an animagus with my own spatial pocket. I quickly got to the place of the alleged incident, meeting Krum with a lumos over his head. His gaze was blank and veiled with a white veil, an overly powerful Imperio, forcing you to follow the instructions exactly, leaving not a drop of free will. Reducto, Crumb tried to knock the golem over my shoulder, but I put a very good protego right in the shape of the animal, to my own surprise. Leap to the side, dash, acceleration. Crucio, Crumb no less calmly tried to apply torture to me, sending out a red beam, but I dodged it, regaining my human form in the process and punching Crumb right in the face with my fist in the process. There was a crunch, and the Bulgarian was thrown aside, and I had my wand in my hands. Stupefy, I stunned the boy. Suddenly, Potter appeared next to me, lighting his path with lumos on a wand. Did he throw a crucio? The guy looked even more disheveled, glasses on one side, the left pant leg was torn in a couple of places, from under which blood could be seen. And in general, judging by the traces of dirt, he was constantly falling. Yet, I heard Fliz cry and came running here. Then he tried to take me down with Stupefy, and when that didn't work, with the Cruciatus. Wait, I noticed something. Leaning over the stunned Crumb, I pulled back the eyelid on his left eye with my fingers. Look. I pointed to the blurred pupil. And what does that mean? Asked a leaning Potter. It means we won't tell anyone that Crumb threw Cruciatus. Pupils like that are a sign of a powerful Imperio. The problem is that this single symptom is already beginning to dissipate. We will not be able to prove to anyone that he did not try to crucify of his own free will. I see. You're right. But here's the thing. What? There are Hagrid's blast-ended Skrewts behind us. They'll probably follow us. Oh, so that's why you're so bruised. Creepy creatures. They're as big as an elephant. At least they're clumsy. Harry. Have you seen Fleur? Yes. She will no longer be able to participate. Is she even alive? Merlin, of course, she is. But with all that damage and unconsciousness. I fired sparks with her wand because those lovely creatures, Harry was clearly mimicking Hagrid. They would have eaten her. Then let's send Crumb, too. Imperio may not disappear yet, and who knows? Maybe next time it will be Avada. Yet. Potter took Crumb's wand and sent red signal lights hovering over the labyrinth into the sky. Let's go, I nodded. Or they'll think we need to be evacuated. After walking quickly 20 meters through the maze, Potter suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. We're the only ones left. The competition continues, Harry, I nodded at the fork. I'm going left. Oh, okay. We separated again. For about 20 minutes, I steadfastly and by the rules overcame various obstacles, from Devil's Snare to Bogart. But I didn't linger. In the end, I was first at the cup and simply waited, enchanting the button as a portkayat, disguising this action as a game of transfiguration. I wonder if Potter will stumble upon the Sphinx. Personally, I was lucky. Who knows what kind of mind-blowing riddle this chimera would come up with? Potter showed up a few minutes later. What are you waiting for? He asked perplexedly but pointed his wand at me just in case. You. I guess since it's just us, de facto both of us from Hogwarts, why not take the cup at the same time? De facto? And de jure? Well, you're basically from an unknown fourth school. Who knows, what if the cup decides that particular school won and flies off to uncharted lands until the next tournament? It is kept at the winning school. Do you know where the school you are participating on behalf of is located? Potter scratched the back of his head thoughtfully but did not remove his wand. I somehow didn't even think about it. That's the thing. So. We'll take it on the count of 3. Come here. We stood beside the goblet, and as soon as I put the portkaya button back on the inside of my cloak, we stretched our arms out against its handles. 1, 2, 3. 252, Chapter 252. Chapter 291 already. Thank you and have fun. We grabbed the goblet at the same time, and then the portal began to activate. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that there was no golem behind Potter's shoulder, so I managed to pull my own into my hand with telekinesis, and the portal already carried us into unknown distances, mercilessly spinning. Bad, very bad portal. Did they make it that way on purpose? Prepare something special. We are improvising, Rowena, but we assume that Avada will fly at us. The portal didn't land, no. It slammed us to the ground. Even my head buzzed. Quickly jumping up, I looked around. A dark, gloomy cemetery with rather large monuments and a couple of crypts. There was a moon rising on the horizon, a starry sky overhead, and just as I couldn't remember the name before, I couldn't remember it now. A rather tall figure in a hooded robe came briskly out of the crypt, carrying a bundle that exuded a sense of magic. Potter hissed something in there, and I was wobbly after the horrible portkayat. Really wobbly. Kill the spare, an unpleasant voice came out of the bundle, and a cloaked figure quickly pointed his wand at me. Avada Kedavra. The acceleration helped me see the quick and bright green beam. I managed to create a transfigured sheet of iron and a blood shield right in the beam's path in front of my chest. However, the impact was very powerful, and I was thrown slightly to the side. At that moment, I let go of the invisible golem, but it seemed to be damaged and didn't want to rise. Imperceptibly I turned it around so that the image would go on the screens if the magical connection could reach it. Let's simulate clinical death? For a while. Thoughts began to flow slowly and viscously, and it was getting dark in my eyes, but not completely. Rebirth and the start of the duel. Very viscously. Sounds came as if through water, and the dark images before my eyes moved blurry, leaving long, unmoving traces in my mind. The saddest thing is that I don't know any other way out. Out of the corner of my mind, I noted that Potter was chained to a large tombstone. A ritual was performed by throwing the necessary ingredients into a cauldron over a fire. A figure emerged from the cauldron and dressed in the provided black robe, began to rush back and forth, waving his arms and saying something pompous. About 24 black traces of transgression landed in a crescent shape next to the figure and began to listen to the words of this artistically rushing back and forth wizard. The brightness and contrast of the world came back abruptly. I was lying 24 feet away from the scene. Lying there, I listened intently. And the amazing thing. In a cold and slightly hissy voice, Voldemort was clearly speaking. A frankly worthless wizard, but purposeful, he did the impossible. He found the thing that belonged to me and, with the help of ancient, forgotten magic, helped me to return to my own, albeit incomplete, body in which I existed, preparing everything necessary for a true rebirth. But his usefulness didn't end there, either. Henry turned out to be a treasure trove of useful information, didn't he, my vengeful friend? Voldemort looked at the leaning wizard with the silver hand, Henry Greengrass. Truly so, my lord. This hand is only part of my thanks to you, as promised. And Lord Voldemort forgets nothing, and I will help you in your undoubtedly extraordinary grief. But back to the story. A few spells of my own invention, a little help from my dear Nagini. Voldemort looked at the huge snake slithering around him incessantly, a potion brewed from unicorn blood and snake venom that Nagini shared with me, and soon I had my almost human form back, in which I could travel. After a short pause, he went on to tell everyone his thoughts and the help of Henry, who knew of the tournament. The story of why he chose Potter for his rebirth, his mother's protection. It looks like it really exists. He also praised his plan to infiltrate the faithful Death Eater into Hogwarts, which helped Potter get here. He also helped Potter overcome the difficulties. He also enchanted the goblet. But this is nothing new to me. I have to kill Greengrass, he can cause trouble. But how to kill him? If the golem is transmitting an image, I shouldn't kill anyone here. I am still studying at Hogwarts, and over there, I see Nott, Goyle and Crabbe. There's a lot of people. Besides, I definitely shouldn't kill in front of a bunch of young and not so young wizards, employees of the Ministry. 253, Chapter 253. Chapter 292 already. Thank you and have fun. What's the plan? While I was thinking, Voldemort decided to arrange a demonstrative reprisal in the form of a duel with Potter. Henry Greengrass untied the boy from the tombstone and came almost close to me. Picking up the wand, he returned to Potter and handed it to him. Voldemort, as if mocking, bowed to Potter, but he didn't wait for a response, forcing him to bow with crude magic like telekinesis. And then, Crucio, a thin red blob flew from Voldemort's wand and hit Harry, instantly knocking him to the ground and causing him to writhe in agony. It lasted a few seconds before Voldemort cancelled the spell, and Harry struggled to his feet. What a disgusting picture. If you want to kill somebody, just kill. That's what I do. After enjoying the sound of his own voice for a moment, Voldemort tried to use the Crucio again, but Harry dodged and hid behind the tombstone, which was cracked open by the Dark Lord's spell. After Voldemort's brief monologue, Harry literally jumped out from behind the tombstone, pointing his wand at his opponent. Expelliarmus! He shouted, and Voldemort launched a green Avada beam. The two beams met halfway, turning from red and green to gold. It's time. Full throttle, Rowena. Let's begin the dance with death. Not only Rowena, but I myself began to amplify to the best of my ability, pumping a whole sea of magic into the spells. Jumping up, I launched the oversaturated with magic Stupefy, which scattered as many as 24 fast clots. I gave the guidance control to Rowena's mind, went into transgression, and flew as quickly as possible to the dome of light that was already forming around Potter and Voldemort. I'm no Dumbledore, but I can do some things, yes. Before I fully emerged from the transgression, surrounded by black smoke, I twisted in place as if drawing the line at the Death Eater's feet with my wand. Protego Diabolica. A bright blue flame shot up to the sky for a couple of meters, fencing off me, Harry, and Voldemort from the Death Eaters, who had just begun to fight off the sudden stupefy that fell on them in a hail. Then, in the essence of the spell's filter, I put, only me, the Goblet of Fire and Harry Potter will pass. Burn Henry Greengrass. I immediately went back into transgression, penetrating the Priory Incantatum dome and releasing a powerful shockwave from the grimoire, the Vaglift, toward Voldemort. The wave, similar to the distortion of space, broke the bond between Voldemort and Potter's wands. Avada went into the sky and Expelliarmus into the ground. Without leaving the transgression, and while Voldemort, shocked by everything that was happening, did not recover, I rushed to Potter with black smoke, taking him into the transgression. Oxio, the goblet of fire. I had to fly with Potter in the transgression for about a meter before the goblet flew into the materialized hand, and we were carried again by the portkayet. The wizards in the judges' stand, as well as the rest of the audience, were in shock at what was going on at the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. First, Victor Crumb's Observer Golem was disabled, and a minute later, Fleur Delacour's Golem was disabled as well. Of course, everyone immediately focused on the screens showing the adventures of Potter and Knight. The only pity was that there was no sound. Potter and Knight changed direction at the same time. After Harry had just barely dealt with Hagrid's wonderful chimeras, under the sighs and groans of the audience. The half-giant affectionately calls them blast-ended scroots, harmless little creatures. When Potter's screen showed an unconscious and badly injured Fleur, the audience gasped. When Knight turned into a Black Panther with a cat harness and holster, the audience laughed, and when few recognized Crumb's Crucio spell as Moody was showing, the audience went silent in shock. When Knight got to the cup, the audience was perplexed by his amusement with the button, and when they realized that he and Potter had decided to take the cup at the same time, they exulted. Outrageous, complained Fudge, while Dumbledore, sitting next to him, only smirked into his beard. Sherbet lemon to all of you, and not humiliate Hogwarts and an impudent old man. However, the cup did not apparate the champions to the spot in front of the bleachers where they would be accorded the proper honors. Instead, through the only golem that survived but lost the ability to fly, everyone saw a deserted and frightening cemetery, the moon, and the starry sky. 254, Chapter 254. Chapter 293 already. Thank you and have fun. What's going on, Dumbledore? Exclaimed Fudge, and the rest of the judges, along with the audience, were waiting for an answer. I have no idea, Cornelius, and I don't like it. Where did the boys go? Turned Dumbledore to the fidgeting ministry staff who had actually orchestrated the whole thing. We don't know, Headmaster, Minister, Sirs. Unfortunately, we can't trace the cup. That's not good. When the unidentified man in the black hood released the already familiar beam of Avada at Max, no one made a sound. Everyone looked in shock, and only a lady who was unknown to anyone here whispered something, sitting next to Hermione Granger. He's alive. The contract, only Hermione heard. The realization of the catastrophe had not yet come, but it had already let go, allowing the girl to exhale. Lady Gr. She wanted to address the unknown neighbor, but she only put her finger to her lips, returning to watching. And on the screen, events were unfolding, one more terrifying than another. Fudge gritted his teeth and poured verbal crap all over Dumbledore, for which he got silencio and a request to not escalate. The headmaster, in turn, was quick to hand out instructions to the ministry staff and Aurors who came running up and down. Now the unknown and terrible ritual ended, and the one who was least expected to see appeared. Few of those present know what Voldemort looked like. What a theater of the absurd, Dumbledore. Fudge jumped up and even threw off silencio. I won't leave it like that. The headmaster merely brushed it off, unleashing an increasingly global fuss, directing the actions of the other wizards. Corporeal Patronuses scurried around and disappeared, delivering messages. Appearing, disappearing, reappearing. It was clear to all onlookers that something terrible was happening, but they couldn't take their eyes off the screen. And when others appeared around the wizard, unknown to many, in the familiar Death Eaters' costumes, panic slowly began to set in. The events on the screen stopped galloping for a moment, and the unknown and terrible, bald and noseless wizard walked next to the Death Eaters, clearly saying something. He kept talking and talking. Father. Involuntarily gave out Daphne, recognizing the man with the silver hand as her father. Astoria, on the other hand, remained silent, watching without emotion on her face. Here began the duel between Potter and the unknown wizard. In truth, it could only be called a duel with a stretch. It was a mockery. An execution. It was obvious to everyone that this wizard was going to simply execute the hero of all England in public. But no one could do anything. It was impossible to track or find. Nothing. It was as if what was happening didn't exist anywhere at all. Here Potter finally decided to answer. Everyone froze in shock and hope, and anticipation as the two beams merged into one, beginning to form a translucent rainbow dome around the wizards. It was at that moment that everyone was shocked by the sudden revival of Max Knight, who launched a whole swarm of very fast clots of spells toward the Death Eaters. Then, under the silence of the frozen breath of everyone present, Max went into battle transgression and swept in a black plume in front of the Death Eaters. He stopped for a moment, twisting, and a powerful blue flame burst from the ground. The golem got under the dome, to the audience's delight, and everyone could see how Max, in the form of black smoke, instantly burst under the translucent dome, breaking the connection of the two duelists. Then he rushed to Potter, taking him into a transgression, and a moment later, the goblet of fire literally burst through the fiery barrier into this flying black smoke, and both wizards disappeared again. Less than a couple of seconds later, Max and Potter literally fell out of the void onto the patch of ground in front of the bleachers, but if Potter stupidly hit the ground, then Max twisted, landing on his feet. And on the screen, blue flames raged, quickly subsiding. Together with the flames, the unknown wizard raged, in anger throwing absurdly powerful spells. One such accidentally flew over the golem but was so powerful that it destroyed it. The audience, as well as the judges, stared in shock at the wizards who appeared. Potter lovingly tried to hug the so familiar lawn of the Quidditch field, while Max rudely threw the cup to the ground. "Fuck your tournaments," he said with feeling. A young blonde man in the black suit, the winner of the tournament, took a couple of steps and collapsed unconscious. 255, Chapter 255. Chapter 294 already. Thank you and have fun. Pretending to be unconscious was fun. In fact, I might not have done this, but there was a simple explanation for this act of mine. I was really exhausted in a couple of moments of such powerful witchcraft. I was mentally exhausted from the Protego Diabolica and the breakthrough under the Priory Incantatem Dome. I also had to monitor every movement of the Death Eaters in order to react in time to their actions. I was lucky that those actions didn't follow, but it was a hell of a load on my mind. So, with Rowena's help, I faked a loss of consciousness. Around chaos was happening on the basis of what happened. Fudge announced the winners with a twisted face, assuring everyone along the way that what happened on the screen was part of the show. I floated relaxed in the soft emptiness, almost unable to see what was happening outside. Soon I was safely sent to the hospital wing, and half an hour later, Potter was dragged in, drugged with potions. But it seemed that the consequences of the short-term use of the Cruciatus in the form of hyperexcitation of the nervous system did not allow him to fall asleep even under the potions, though the latter did a good job of soothing the boy's shock. Pretty soon, the hospital wing began to fill with other wizards. The first to arrive, of course, were Molly and Bill Weasley. The matriarch of the red-headed family snuggled quietly by the chosen one's bedside as he feigned sleep. How so? And poor boy were the main messages of her lamentations. Bill was just pacing back and forth, all tense, but what exactly was tormenting his mind, I didn't know. A few minutes later, Professor Snape appeared, levitating a haggard Alastor Moody behind him in some rags instead of clothes. The old veteran looked awful, though without any external injuries, well, except those he already had, and he had lost a lot of weight. Along with Madame Pomfrey, Snape arranged Moody on the far bed, which was immediately separated from the others by a white screen, and Madame Pomfrey began her healing magic. At least I suppose so, for nothing could be seen behind the screen. Speaking of not seeing, no one paid much attention to the black dog by Potter's bunk. A few more minutes later, Andromeda and Nymphadora arrived. If the first remained aristocratic calm, which could be confused with indifference, the second in her pink and purple hypostasis and in a leathery incomprehensible suit as if from a nuclear reactor in one place, could not calm down, fidgeting and accidentally knocked over a small table with potions. Such sacrilege in Madame Pomfrey's fiefdom immediately summoned her to the scene. "And I have already forgotten what disasters come from your presence, Nymphadora," our healer sternly complained, and here's the thing, Nymphadora didn't even give a hint that she didn't like her name. "Sorry, I'll fix it." Nymphadora hurried to raise the table but almost broke a couple of miraculously survived bottles of potions. "No, no, your help will cost the hospital wing a lot of money." Madame Pomfrey herself restored order with a wave of her wand, and Nymphadora retreated, embarrassed by Molly's snort. "How are the boys?" asked Andromeda. "Max has mild mental exhaustion. Mr. Potter is recovering from the aftermath of the Cruciatus. Good thing the spell wasn't held on him for long, and there was no nerve damage from the overload." "Ah, what a nightmare," said Molly quietly, pressing her hands to her chest. Quietly, but there was a feeling that the voice of this red-haired lady was heard in the farthest and darkest corner of the castle. Behind the door, the noise of the voices of three obviously arguing people grew and grew. This, of course, piqued the interest of those present, and soon the doors opened, letting Dumbledore, Fudge, and McGonagall in. "And I say," an indignant Fudge frantically twirled his bowler hat in his hands, "that this is all an idiotic farce. And I'll find out who's to blame for this. And how did you let the madman who held Moody captive escape?" "I think," the headmaster spoke up, "this wizard fled as soon as he was convinced with the help of the screens that the plan was completely successful." "And why did you need a Dementor?" "I warned him that you wouldn't agree, Dumbledore." McGonagall cut in sharply. "I told him that you would never allow a Dementor to cross the threshold of the castle, but—" "My dear!" roared Fudge. "Since I am the Minister of Magic, I am the one who decides whether or not to take guards with me when a potentially dangerous psychopath is in the castle." 256, Chapter 256. Chapter 296 already. Thank you and have fun. Anyway, Cornelius, we should start taking measures. What measures, Dumbledore? What are you talking about? We have all witnessed terrible events, and it is not for you, Cornelius, to deny the fact of Voldemort's resurrection. And what did we see, Dumbledore? Fudge started screaming again. No one knows what exactly. Some wizards in Death Eater's costumes kidnapped 2 boys, let some freak out of the cauldron, and the boys just escaped. Escaped, Dumbledore. Using some kind of modified incendio, transgression, and oxio. If you know who could be fooled so easily, we wouldn't have all those troubles. The troubles of that war. However, Harry told me the conversations and details of what happened. And you are willing to believe that Lord Voldemort was reborn, based only on a dubious picture and the words of a boy who? You've read Rita Skeeter's articles, Mr. Fudge. Potter, who had stopped pretending, stated the fact rather than asked, making all the Weasleys almost jump in surprise. There was Ron, too, by the way. He must have hidden from my gaze behind an overweight Molly. So? Asked Fudge defiantly, shifting his gaze from Dumbledore to Potter and back again. What if I found out that you were hiding some facts about this boy? A wizard who speaks Parseltongue, hey? And all the time strange statements and seizures. I assume you're talking about the scar pains Harry has been experiencing lately. The headmaster asked coldly. So you admit that he's been having pains? Headaches? Nightmares at night? Perhaps even hallucinations? Look, Cornelius, Dumbledore stepped toward his interlocutor, and I felt the increased density of magic from the headmaster rather easily. Harry is as healthy as we are. The scar has not damaged his brain. I believe the scar hurts when Lord Voldemort is around Harry or plans to commit murder. Fudge retreated half a step away from Dumbledore, but he still looked as stubborn as ever. I'm sorry, Dumbledore, but I've heard before that a scar from a spell can act as an alarm clock. Look, I saw Voldemort reborn myself. Shouted Harry. He tried to get out of bed, but the Weasley matriarch did not let him do it. I saw the Death Eaters. You've all seen them. I can tell you their names. McNair. He's acquitted. Now he works in the Ministry. Avery. Not. Crabbe. Goyle. You're just repeating the names of those supposed Death Eaters who were acquitted 13 years ago. Stated Fudge angrily. You could have read their names in the old court transcripts. For God's sake, Dumbledore, the boy has told the same crazy stories before, his stories are getting longer and more implausible, and you keep swallowing them. The boy can talk to snakes, Dumbledore, and you still believe him. McGonagall shook her head disappointedly. We all saw everything. There is no real evidence other than the dubious image and words of the boy. Fudge began to lose his temper. It seems that you are ready to sow panic that will destroy everything that we have managed to build over the past 13 years. I listened and didn't know whether to be surprised or to laugh. How much Fudge clings to power. Not surprising, though, with his greed. As a wizard, he is, frankly, not very good, judging by the lack of a conscious reaction to the increasing density of the headmaster's magic. The more the wizard is familiar with the magical arts and the greater his personal power, the more sensitive he is. For the next 10 minutes, the headmaster tried to get through to Fudge's mind, proposing various measures, but they were quite radical. Dumbledore should have understood that since Fudge refuses even to admit the fact of Voldemort's return, then it is not worth mentioning any resignations of Dementors and ambassadors to giants. As a result, the headmaster and Fudge simply threatened each other. The minister obviously tried to show his displeasure with Dumbledore's behavior and, in no less obvious way, promised to invade the headmaster's fiefdom, that is, the school, establishing his own order. Fudge was not even surprised or persuaded by the mark on Snape's hand, which he hastened to show the minister simply let its description pass his ears. He didn't even look at it. In general, Fudge left, shamelessly throwing a bag of money on the bed to Potter and me. However, the headmaster did not waste a second, approaching the wizards around Harry and beginning to give out valuable instructions. 257, Chapter 257. Chapter 297 already. Thank you and have fun. Almost immediately, Bill Weasley decided to leave, taking responsibility for negotiations with Arthur Weasley, the father of the family. Aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Weasley? I asked, getting out of bed rather abruptly. No one had changed me into my pajamas, and I hadn't changed myself, either. Though, they took off my coat and jacket, leaving me in a vest. With a slight movement of my hand and magic, I put myself back in order, approaching the talking people. You need to rest, exclaimed Nymphadora under her mother's reproachful gaze. Well, we'll rest when we're dead. I waved her away and shifted my gaze to Bill. Do you remember the gist of our conversation this morning, Mr. Weasley? How dare you? Immediately resented Molly, leaning toward me and putting her hands to her sides. In such difficult times, Headmaster. What are you talking about? About the Black family property, I smiled at Dumbledore. The kinship with which Mrs. Weasley has so recklessly and unequivocally renounced on behalf of the Weasley family and which, the property of course, now rests quietly around Mr. Bill Weasley's neck. I don't have time for such nonsense. Bill wanted to brush me off, but I decided to do the same trick Dumbledore had done, increase the density of magic in my body. Dumbledore definitely had an idea of my minimum strength. He recognized the Protego Diabolica and did not consider it a modified Incendio. A demanding spell on both the mind and the ability to cast magic. Mr. Weasley, I added some chill to my voice. Oh, it's working. Bill turned pale and involuntarily took a step back. Well, he is not a fighter, another would have reached for a wand. Are you really so anxious to ruin your life and the life of some villa? Are you so eager to create a family based on magic akin to Amortentia? Do you realize how many lives you can destroy in a fit of selfishness? Or do you forget about the inversion of the mental impact after adapting to it? Some things, Mr. Weasley, should remain on shelves in museums or vaults, remind of their history and times, but never be used for their intended purpose. I said the last words, holding out my hand. Bill was silent for a few seconds, waiting for the reaction of others, but there was none. Many looked at Dumbledore, trying to get his opinion, but he only slightly nodded approvingly at my words. Damn you! Here, take it. Bill quite abruptly pulled the amulet from his neck and placed it in my hand. This is a wise act of a truly grown-up wizard, I nodded, putting the amulet in my pants pocket. As a reward for the return of this, though not expensive, but memorable item, please accept this modest reward of 500 galleons. I held out the pouch of money I had received from Fudge, watching the reactions of the others in passing. Ron was almost drooling, his eyes bulging. Molly and Bill pretended like they didn't need my handouts at all, but they looked at the bag with a clear desire to take it. I even shook it a little so that there was a quiet clink of coins. We don't need handouts, Molly said indignantly, beating a hand outstretched by Bill, who had to agree with her. The rest of the crowd didn't say anything. As you wish, I shrugged, placing the pouch on my bed, which was about 1.5 feet away. I'm glad the conflict has been resolved peacefully. Now if you'll excuse me, Dumbledore very skillfully put a bit of reproach into his voice and look, and even my conscience almost woke up. Almost. I will continue. Bill, tell your father what happened. Tell him I'll get in touch with him myself soon. But tell him to be careful. If Fudge suddenly decides that I'm interfering in the work of the Ministry. Leave it to me, Bill nodded back. The eldest Weasley son patted Harry on the shoulder, kissed his mother on the cheek, and pulled out a robe from somewhere with a magician's gesture. Putting it on and throwing an unfriendly look at me, he quickly left the hospital wing. Minerva, the headmaster turned to McGonagall, ask Hagrid to come up to my office as soon as possible. And Madame Maxime, if she agrees to come. The professor nodded silently and walked out. Poppy, Dumbledore said to Madame Pomfrey, be so kind, do your best to bring Alastor back into consciousness as soon as possible. As soon as he wakes up, please, remember everything he says. That's what I was going to do, Madame Pomfrey replied and went to her office. She went to get the potions? Maybe some poultices? Who knows? 258, Chapter 258. Chapter 298 already. Thank you and have fun. As soon as Madame Pomfrey disappeared into her office, the headmaster looked at the black dog sitting quietly on the floor next to Harry's bed. Now, I want the two of us to take off our masks in front of each other. Sirius, please take your usual form. The black dog looked at the headmaster, and in the next moment, he turned into a man in a pretty good, albeit old-fashioned, brown suit. Sirius didn't look like that downtrodden bum. His hair was hanging down to his shoulders, and his face had a neat beard with small sideburns. However, to erase from the face the fact of being in Azkaban for 12 years is not so easy. The man looked 50 in his 34. Mrs. Weasley shrieked, bouncing off the bed. Sirius Black! Nymphadora and Andromeda instantly drew their wands, pointing them at their potential enemy, but I raised my hand, urging them at least not to strike at once. Mom, be quiet! Shouted Ron. Everything is fine. Lurking in the shadows of the hospital wing, Snape didn't yell or jump, but anyone who knew him even a little would have been surprised to see such vivid hatred on the professor's face. It was, by the way, their mutual feelings. He growled Snape, looking at Sirius. What is he doing here? He was invited by me, Dumbledore replied, shifting his gaze from one to the other, as well as you, Severus. I trust both of you. It's time to forget old grudges and trust each other. It amused me to watch this adorable picture. For a full minute, Dumbledore ranted about how important every second is in these turbulent times, and it was time to cooperate. Anyway, unhurriedly, Sirius and Severus shook hands, immediately almost bouncing off as if from fire. Dumbledore gave them valuable instructions to Snape, you know what I want to ask, and to Sirius to gather the old company and lay low. Harry was against parting ways with his godfather, but who would have asked him? Sirius and Severus left the hospital wing. You, Mr. Knight, as I can see, do not need a rest. Dumbledore allowed himself a slight smile, but purely out of politeness. Of course not. I only survived the Avada. Dumbledore chuckled into his beard. By the way, how? Transfiguration, headmaster, I spread my hands to the side. Managed to transfigure a rather thick object out of thin air. Really didn't know exactly what it was or what kind of material I was conjuring. It still ended up tearing up and stunned me, dispelling the transfiguration. But it did the trick. It's a good thing Avada has such a bright beam, or they would have figured out the trick. It's good to hear that my favorite discipline helped you and Mr. Potter get out. Well, since you don't need rest, I would like to ask you to escort Mrs. Tonks and her daughter and return to the common room. But if possible, as you know how, imperceptibly. All right, headmaster. I walked quickly to the bedside table, put on my jacket and coat, and returned my wand to the holster on my forearm. I think that's it. Andromeda, Nymphadora, please follow me. The cousin pouted, changing her hair color a couple of times, but she didn't object. Not in Dumbledore's presence, it seems. As I walked past Potter's bed, I couldn't help but say a few words. Don't get sick, Harry. Thank you, he nodded. And for the cemetery. Also, thanks. Learn more and practice more, then next time you can get out on your own and even save someone. Next time. Voldemort is reborn, I shrugged. The question is not whether there will be the next time. The question is, when and how. So we left the hospital wing without saying goodbye, followed by the words, too many blacks. My heart almost went in my heels. Nymphadora wanted to either hug me or beat me or kill me, but she couldn't decide. In the end, she even somehow became depressed. It would be too unfair to lose a cousin before I can find one. Don't worry, Nymphadora. I am tenacious. It is not so easy to kill me. We reached the castle exit in silence. Wouldn't it be easier to use a fireplace in someone's office? I couldn't help but clarify. Whose? Everyone is obviously busy because of what happened, replied Andromeda calmly. And it's not far to walk here, and from Hogsmeade, we can already apparate. As you wish. Anyway, I was glad to meet my relatives. It's totally mutual, Max, Aunt smiled. You did a great job. Both with the tournament and the situation. Tried my best. What will you do? The same as always. I work at Mungo, and there is always a lot of work. I'm afraid it will only increase in the near future. And I joined the Aurors, so I'm a cool witch too, smiled the cousin. So watch out, don't break the laws, or I'll have to kick your ass. It's nice to know I have such talented relatives. By the way, you seem to know Uncle Sirius. We're not really close. You tell me, Max, is he, well, guilty? No, he was framed. It's a long story, and it seems to me that you will still have time to figure it out. I'll figure it out. Nymphadora threatened the heavens. All right. Have a good trip. 259, Chapter 259. Bonus Chapter. Having said goodbye to my relatives, I applied the whole spectrum of masking charms on myself and went invisible to the common room. As soon as the portrait of the fat lady opened up, a hubbub of voices fell upon me, actively discussing what had happened. Walking down the narrow corridor from the portrait to the common room, I found senior students at almost every corner. Contrary to expectations, there was no fun, but they were clearly preparing. Therefore, butterbeer with various snacks was everywhere. Hermione was sitting on the already familiar couch. Seamus, Dean, Lavender, and Parvati were at the table nearby. Quietly making my way to the couch, I planned to whisper quietly that I was here so I could sit down next to Hermione without panic or noise. But she seemed to have cast a signal spell around herself, for she immediately looked at where I was. The girl silently patted the couch beside me. Following her invitation, I sat down, removing my charms. Our company saw me but acted as if nothing had happened. Hermione said that you will probably show up as quietly as possible. Seamus shrugged at the unspoken question, and Hermione just leaned against my side, resting her head comfortably on my shoulder. Having embraced the girl, I seemed to have felt the peace of the familiar and pleasant atmosphere. I had time to be horrified, calm down, be horrified again, calm down, and be horrified again. And then calm down again, Hermione said quietly. Everything happened so fast, I still can't figure out what state of mind I'm in. I've been convinced that you're fine, and I'll obviously be superfluous there. In the hospital wing. Will you tell me what happened? Or at least give us an explanation for this movie, Dean added to the question, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw him drop a card from his hand onto the table. I wonder what they are playing? It was a setup. Someone enchanted the goblet as a portkayat. And they enchanted it terribly. Surely, so that the winner arrived in a disgusting state and could not resist. But you could? Was that Avada? Lavender asked anxiously. I barely made it. It's just that I train and do all kinds of physical training from an early age, and magic from the first year, except that I interrupt for sleep and food. For about 10 minutes, I talked about what I thought happened in the cemetery. Of course, I stuck to the legend of unconsciousness, so I did not tell most of Voldemort's monologue. But I supported the very idea that Voldemort was reborn, even if this was not proven. How can anyone be reborn at all? Quietly resented Seamus. He's dead. That's it. The end. I know at least one way to stay in this world after death, I answered just as quietly. And where there is one, there are two. And more. I also know at least 2 ways to create a body if there is a soul available. 3. 4 already, just need to calculate. Add imagination, Seamus magic can do anything if you have enough strength and skill to calculate. Ah, Lavender covered her face. What will happen now? What will the ministry say? Won't they do anything about it? Absolutely nothing, I answered. Fudge in front of me refused to even consider the fact that the Dark Lord has been resurrected. And I can understand him, this is the collapse of his career. He's not brave, he's not particularly smart, he's not talented. All he has is the illusion of power and bribes. He will cling to them as best he can. So the ministry will pretend that everything is fine. Whoever needs it will believe in Voldemort's resurrection anyway, and they'll get ready. To what? The question was clearly general. To the dark times. Hermione poked me lightly in the side with her fist. Too much pathos. I thought you'd be at least a little outraged. I am outraged, but what's the use of shaking the air? It's not your fault, and it's not even the ministry's fault. And blaming Voldemort for wanting to be reborn and go back to his usual, albeit terrible, deeds. Well, that's silly. Have you been drinking potions? Yes. Surprisingly, my appearance went unnoticed. Whether it was the magic of this quiet corner of the common room or just some kind of an attention, it didn't matter. The main thing was peace. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, we went quietly to our rooms, and I fell asleep without any questions. 260, Chapter 260. Chapter 300 already. 2 chapters tomorrow, smiley face, thank you and have fun. The morning of the next day after the third task of the tournament started easy and ordinary. As always, I woke up earlier than everyone else and went to exercise and other physical training. Of course, I met Hermione in a blue tracksuit in an empty common room, and together we went for a run. The castle was asleep. Each sound echoed with a booming echo between the stone walls, lost in the depths of the corridors of the ancient castle. After the run, as it should be according to the schedule, work with the own weight of the transfigured shells in the Chamber of Secrets. Surprisingly, Lady Greengrass has not been here yet, and one can only speculate about the reasons for her absence. Then came the return to the common room and shower. Only after these obligatory procedures, the implementation of which has long been as if on the subcortex, we met again in the common room. The Gryffindors were already awake, and I was not wearing an invisible cloak after all sleepy, but already enthusiastic inquiries began on the topic, what the hell was that? After somehow dodging the answers and referring to Dumbledore's request not to comment, I went to the Great Hall with Hermione on my arm. After a hearty and varied breakfast, where you could see dishes from various cuisines of Europe, Dumbledore got up from his not very modest chair at the high table and decided to make a speech. Dear students and guests of Hogwarts School, the headmaster's voice sounded loud and clear without unnecessary charms. True, everyone fell silent, but did it really matter? The third and final task of the tournament came to an end yesterday, but this ending was completely unexpected. Dumbledore looked around at everyone present. No doubt you all have many questions regarding both the events in the labyrinth and the place the champions were transported to. However, I would ask you to restrain your curiosity a little. The champions need a break from the stress caused by these events. All results and conclusions will be announced at the farewell feast in 2 days. Dumbledore nodded his thanks for the attention, and all the students and guests began to slowly go about their business. Needless to say, Lavender's word of mouth had been working in full since the morning, so now the students were discussing my version of events, which I told yesterday. This, to some extent, cooled their enthusiasm. It is also worth noting that while they looked at me in a positive way, they looked at Harry with apprehension. I found out the reasons right away, all because of Skeeter's article. She mentioned the pains in Potter's scar while describing various mental abnormalities that could manifest themselves from traces of strong curses and spells. In general, in the eyes of the public, Potter is now not a trustworthy member of society. Hermione and I went to the Chamber of Secrets without saying anything, where we found Lady Greengrass sitting in a chair near the tent. She was staring thoughtfully at the statue of Salazar Slytherin, the outlines of which were clearly delineated in the semi-darkness of the hall. Good morning, we greeted as we approached. Good morning. We walked over and stood beside her, waiting for some kind of order. The usual practice, yes, except that we got them right away, and here we were waiting. Funny, Delphine was still looking at the Slytherin statue. The wizards think you applied the Insidio modification. I've heard that. How illiterate you need to be in order not to recognize one of the most complicated protective dark magic complexes. Although, why am I surprised? It was Protego Diabolica, wasn't it? Yes. Silence reigned once more. From reliable sources, I learned that I do not know where this happened, several wizards died. They unknowingly protected themselves from the fire with a spell and rushed to the aid of you-know-who. By the way, Delphine looked at us. Stop calling him by name. With his resurrection, the taboo charms were activated again. If someone pronounces his name, it immediately becomes known to the Death Eaters. Exceptions are Hogwarts and other protected areas. I will show you the spell for closing a small area and how to determine if there is this protection around. Breaking through Protego Diabolica without knowing the conditions is a sure and painful, albeit quick, death. Hermione summed it up, again delighting me with her lack of negative reaction. Yes. Walden McNair died. Always was as dumb as a cork. Burned like a cork in the devil's fire. Thorfinn Roll. He was always well versed in various charms and in wreaking havoc, but impulsive and sloppy. This impulsiveness failed him again. Henry Greengrass. Oh. Hermione covered her face with her palms. Don't worry, Delphine looked at her with a smile. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Everyone will keep quiet about the deaths of those three, it's not to anyone's advantage. However, it should be understood that if there were all those Death Eaters who remained at large, then many Slytherins will find out. They will find out that because of your spell, Max, important for someone wizards died, and the parents of current students could also have died. Well, they think they're great dark wizards, but they didn't recognize Protego Diabolica. It doesn't matter. Okay, let's have a quick test of your spells and then a little impromptu exam for you to see how successful your training is. Delphine got up from the chair, which immediately disappeared, and waved her hand invitingly so that we would go into the tent. There we were given a couple of parchments with notes on the taboo blocking charms and a spell to determine if there was such an activated defense around. For half an hour, we were forced to memorize this and then train to automatism. 261, Chapter 261. Chapter 302 already. Thank you and have fun. 2 chapters today. The exam was both simple and complicated. To begin with, you had to perform a series of different types of transfigurations, but all according to classification and no improvisation. From non-living to non-living, from non-living to living. From living to non-living and from living to the living. It's a classic. Every self-respecting wizard learning transfiguration should be able to do it. The objects were chosen by Delphine. Hermione also shared a couple of ideas. Speed and quality of work were assessed. The second part was a test of free transformation skills. This is already more difficult, although it would seem, what is the big deal to change the material form? But the word free in Transfiguration Masters often causes a nervous tic because they do not use formulas but only will and imagination. Usually, it is very difficult because it takes a very high-quality discipline of mind to hold the images in the head. Also, you have to change them smoothly, making the object change shape smoothly from one to another, without jerks and waves on the surface. The third part of the exam was a banal test of my strength. I was simply given a pile of identical stone cubes and given the following task, to transfigure a stone cube into a glass cube, increasing in size. Each glass cube should be a quarter larger than the previous one and so on in ascending order. 2 seconds are allotted for each transformation. Since I, like Delphine, unlike most wizards, can increase the amount of magic in a much wider range, I was given a special potion that stabilizes emotions. As we have found out, it is emotions that stimulate a large production of magic, and concentration on the spell increases its density. That's what I was doing. Hermione did the same, purely for fun. What can you say about the results of 2 hours of such manipulations? In terms of skills and powers, we are higher than the journeyman, but we do not reach the level of the master, although the master's skills are checked by more complex tests. Strength. Well, I worked without Rowena's help, although for this, I had to ask her to forcibly turn off the capabilities of that neoplasm in my head because I already unconsciously use her resources, albeit far from full. Without Rowena's help, I am significantly superior to Hermione in strength, but again, not a master. How did you put such a powerful Protego Diabolica? Wondered Delphine after the exam. I have one trick for significant increasing the density and volume of magic. Trick? It's good. All wizards striving for self-improvement sooner or later find tricks just for themselves. If I correctly assessed the power of that spell, then with this trick, your powers are pretty well above the master's minimum. You have surpassed me here too. Hermione sighed in mock despair. Don't worry, Lady Greengrass smiled at her. Everyone finds their tricks. After all, magic is not only in the body but also here. Delphine tapped her head with her finger. And you don't have a problem with that. You shouldn't be in a hurry, but you shouldn't give up either. After all, great wizards are not born, they become them. After this exam and conversations, we began to fold our camp in the dungeon, packing up our things and packing the tent. When we were ready to leave the Chamber of Secrets, having checked everything and covered our tracks, just in case, I decided to ask a few questions. What are your plans for further training, Master? I asked as we climbed the stairs of the second entrance to the room. As you can see for yourself, Max, because of recent events, I need to adjust my plans. I was going to propose a couple of rather entertaining experiments at the beginning of the vacations to unlock your potential, but now, I guess we'll have to wait until early August. Anyway, I'll let you know in advance. In the meantime, you get a month off. Isn't that great? Oh, and shouldn't you solve all sorts of problems? Absolutely. What kind of problems? Hermione immediately perked up as she walked up the narrow stairs behind me. When did you have time to find more problems for yourself? These are old problems, playing with different colors against the background of new ones. As Dean once said, nothing is clear but very interesting. We left the Chamber of Secrets under the spell of concealment and went about our business. Hermione wanted to finish one book in the restricted section and Lady Greengrass. Well, she doesn't notify me of her actions. I went to wander around the castle, though, and somewhere on the third floor, I took off my hiding spell, immediately catching Professor McGonagall's eye. Mr. Knight, the professor was unfailingly strict. The headmaster wants to see you. Understood. Come on, I'll walk you to the door. 262, Chapter 262. Following McGonagall, I came to a gargoyle statue in a niche, which immediately slid to the side, opening a passage to a spiral staircase. Having risen, we entered the office without knocking. It was large, light, and spacious. In the corners, on the tables and other surfaces of which, as always, there were various moving artifacts and other household items. Headmaster, I brought Mr. Knight. Thank you, Minerva. Dumbledore sat in his chair, turning to the window. Should I stay with you? McGonagall asked me. No, thank you. McGonagall left the office with a nod, and I made my way to the vacant chair in front of the headmaster's desk. Taking a seat, I waited. Silence. Headmaster. Hey. He turned rather briskly in his chair toward me. I didn't know this chair was spinning. Forgive the old man. I just got caught up in my own thoughts. It's okay. I guess. Dumbledore smiled. First, I want to congratulate you on your victory in the tournament, even though you had to share it with Harry. Thank you. Now, where was I? I won't get off topic, even though I really want to. Sherbet lemon. With pleasure. Dumbledore waved his hand in the air, and a vase flew off the nearest table, flying rather briskly over to the table between us. It was the one with the sherbet lemons in it, with which I did not hesitate to amuse my love for sweets, even if it was in its infancy. Due to the recent events and the revival of Voldemort, I would like to do two things. First, I want to thank you for looking after Harry. It wasn't very burdensome, considering that someone dragged him through the entire tournament, wanting to keep him in maximum integrity. Yes, the headmaster darkened. There really was an intruder at Hogwarts for the entire school year, leading us all by the nose. However, faced with such a danger face to face, you, Mr. Knight, did not leave your fellow student to the mercy of fate, showing courage, which not everyone is capable of when meeting Voldemort. I just didn't have time to be frightened before I had to act. Things happen that way, Mr. Knight. The headmaster flashed his half-frame glasses. My second request is quite simple. We don't know what to expect. We don't know what the Death Eaters will be capable of this time. You, Mr. Knight, have absolute memory and access to all sorts of books and knowledge. The professors and I are far from omniscient, and my request is small. If we encounter something unknown to us, please give us an answer as to what it is, if possible. You see, it's hard to fight something you don't understand. Among those prepared to confront Voldemort, and believe me, he will not rest, there are none versed in the dark arts and other conditionally prohibited disciplines. Prejudices accumulated over the centuries and fear of the Dark Lords. They say Professor Snape is good at dark magic. He is, the headmaster nodded. Good at what he knows, but he doesn't know much. I am not asking you to study or, Merlin forbid, use dark magic. To use it again. I only ask you to explain on the basis of what you already know. If the need arises. You have already learned the restricted section better than anyone living today. It is not difficult. Of course, to encourage the pursuit of knowledge by the champion and winner of the Triwizard Tournament, I will extend your permission to the restricted section for next year. And as we all know, Any great wizard needs a reliable companion. Therefore, Miss Granger also receives permission for next year. Thank you. No need for thanks. However, I don't know what I could offer you in exchange for helping Mr. Potter. Therefore, if you ever need any help at all, know that as long as I am headmaster here, the doors of Hogwarts are always open to you. Flattering to hear, headmaster. Well, I won't waste any more of your time. Rising at the same time as the headmaster, I nodded goodbye and headed for the common room. I need to get ready to leave, collect all the notes and stuff like that. 263, Chapter 263. Chapter 303 already. Thank you and have fun. The farewell feast was surprisingly lively. Festive tables dazzling with bright colors, students and guests in ceremonial robes. The walls were decorated with canvases with the coats of arms of 3 schools, but the largest canvas above the high table belonged to our school. Everyone was vigorously discussing something, enjoying a festive dinner, in general, having fun. Towards the end of the dinner, the headmaster rose from his seat, attracting the attention of those present. Dear students and guests of Hogwarts, his voice rang out again without magic in the silence of the hall. Another school year has come to an end, more eventful and exciting than ever. Events both joyful and sad. After a dramatic pause, Dumbledore continued. Our Ministry of Magic does not want me to tell you this, but Lord Voldemort is back, and we have all witnessed it. Perhaps some of your parents will be horrified by what I have done. Either because they don't believe Voldemort is back or because they think you are too young to talk about it. But I'm sure, the truth is preferable to lies either way. The students were stunned and frightened, but not too much. They had really seen it, and the rumors were doing their job, even if many subconsciously didn't want to believe it. I'd like to point out 2 students. Harry Potter and Maximilian Knight. It was amusing to watch as if a wave ran through the hall as everyone turned their heads first to us and then back to the headmaster. Harry Potter showed courage that not every adult wizard has shown in the face of Lord Voldemort by going out to duel against him. Maximilian Knight, thanks to his relentless training and firmness of character, managed not only to protect himself from the sudden killing curse but also, having come to his senses, instantly show excellent skills and knowledge, eluding Voldemort and taking Harry Potter with him. I drink in their honor. Almost everyone in the room raised their cups, looked at Potter and me, and said, to Harry Potter. To Max Knight. Nice. However, I hasten to note, Dumbledore continued. The purpose of the Triwizard Tournament is to strengthen mutual understanding among wizards around the world. In light of what happened, that is, the return of Lord Voldemort, such an understanding becomes more important than ever. This time, Dumbledore looked around not only at the students, but also at the guests and professors at Hogwarts. Each guest of this hall will be gladly welcomed here at any time. I want to repeat once again, in the light of the rebirth of Lord Voldemort, we are only as strong as we are united and as weak as we are divided. Lord Voldemort is famous for his ability to sow discord and enmity. We can fight this by creating strong ties based on friendship and trust. Differences in our traditions and in our languages are insignificant if we share the same goals and our hearts are open to each other. I am sure, and never before have I so badly wanted to be wrong, that dark and difficult days lie ahead of us. Some in this hall have already suffered at the hands of Lord Voldemort. Many families have been destroyed. If the time comes to make a choice between the easy and the right, remember how that day 2 14-year-old boys almost lost their lives that happened to be in Voldemort's way. After that speech, we were all released to go about our business, and an hour later, we were all crowded in the courtyard outside the castle, waiting for the carriage to the Hogsmeade platform. The students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were also here, saying goodbye to new acquaintances they decided to walk. In addition, the distance was ridiculous, a couple of 100 meters, and the carriage was still standing at the very gate. And why was it necessary to oblige us to go in our school uniforms? Muttered Hermione with ill-concealed displeasure, folding her arms under her chest and tapping her foot on the grassy lawn of the yard. Max. A woman's voice distracted me from standing idle in the company of classmates and Hermione. We are stupidly tired of waiting in line for carriages. I turned toward the voice and saw Fleur walking quickly down the stairs from Beauxbatons' carriage. The girl in her school's purple uniform skirtsuit and a light cape over the top quickly ran up to me. We'll meet, I hope, said Fleur, holding out her hand. I hope to get a job here. I want to improve my English. I intercepted the hand and kissed the air above it. Tisk. Hermione rolled her eyes to the sky and made such a face that even though I saw her only out of the corner of my eye, I can't help but be surprised by the similarity with one famous actor in my past life, or rather, a character. Just like Stark in his young female form. And a genius, too. He's good enough already. Ron's zombified voice interrupted our quite pleasant farewell. It was a good thing that Harry, who was standing next to him, immediately dragged him away, although Ron tried to break himself a neck, twisting around to look at Fleur a little more. Where did he come from, anyway? And yes, thank you very much. Quite naturally embarrassed Fleur. For that warning. I don't even know what came over me. How could I have done otherwise? Fleur approached impulsively, kissing me on the cheek. She pulled away quickly, a little shy, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. When will it stop? Hermione, who was standing almost close to me, was indignant. Thank you, too. Fleur kissed the girl on the cheek no less impulsively, bringing her to a stupor. Fleur hurried off to her school carriage while Dean and Seamus materialized nearby, and Parvati and Lavender cooed around Hermione, still looking at the carriage. She doesn't even care who to kiss. The girl was indignant, but the giggling friends, eager to ask who knows what, immediately drew attention to themselves. Well, you're the man, Max, Seamus clapped me on the shoulder. Half of the girls are looking at you now. Well, what can I say? Yet. 264, Chapter 264. Chapter 304 already. Thank you and have fun. After a conversation with Fleur, from the side of Potter and Weasley, Krum walked towards us in his fur coat and pointed hat. He held a staff in his hands, and the thought flashed through my head to find out everything about such concentrators. It's interesting. Max, Victor held out his hand for a shake, which I did. A firm handshake, not like the local one. It was nice to meet you. Likewise, though not immediately. Krum smiled. How are you without Karkaroff? Will the ship sail? He did not control the ship. We did everything, and Karkaroff was sitting in the cabin. I'll tell you guys. His body was found nearby. Headless. Said Seamus, ruffling his hair with a hand. I considered it mandatory to dispel a little fog over the personality of the former headmaster of Durmstrang. Victor. Karkaroff was a Death Eater, and for the sake of freedom, he gave up many of his comrades. I think whoever framed Potter decided to take his head with him. Victor frowned and nodded. I don't like traitors, the Bulgarian declared, weightily and sternly. If you gave your word, keep it to the end, whoever you gave it to. We nodded to each other, and Krum went off to his own. Soon it was our turn to load into the carriage, and in a small but friendly crowd, we made our way to Hogsmeade, where we quickly got on the train that was already waiting for us and took a compartment. Once again, Hermione and I rode alone, discussing the year's results, and at the same time using charms to make notes in our notebooks on meaningful topics from the restricted section. And so we rode the whole trip, quietly, peacefully, no one disturbed us. Although the latter was most likely due to the powerful complex locking and silencing charms, but did it really matter? By the end of the ride, we were done with our notes and exchanged them so that we could study the material from the other half of the restricted section later. I had no desire to change clothes or to bother with them in general, and the school uniform is quite ordinary, if you don't know the symbols of coats of arms on it, so we just waited till we arrived in London and quickly left the train while talking about nothing. In the parking lot, in almost the same places, the Granger couple was already waiting for us in their Range Rover, and John in his usual BMW 5. They, by the way, communicated safely with each other, having parked nearby. When we got to them, I was surprised to notice that I was already pretty stretched out in height, and Hermione represented in this very height something in between her mother and father. This is surprising and unusual. The unusual thing about this is that the enchanted magic clothes are still our size, and therefore no changes are felt. Though I'm afraid, I'll have to change my favorite black three-piece Graves-style suit. Good afternoon, or rather, evening, I greeted everyone with a smile, and Hermione rushed to hug her father and mother without further ado. Hello, Max, Mrs. Granger nodded at me with a smile, not letting go of her daughter. Mr. Granger, on the other hand, found the strength to break free from his beloved child's embrace and shake my hand. How do you grow so fast? John pretended to be indignant and walked over and put his arm around my shoulders, tapping them as hard as he could. 3 meals a day, loads and lots of adventures. That's what's pulling me up. I guess, Max, Mrs. Granger said, smiling, all the girls are circling around you, aren't they? Oh, tell me about it, Hermione muttered as she hugged her parents. You look away for a moment, and that's it. The adults laughed, and then we talked a little about our daily life, got into the cars, and drove home. Are you, as always, on Grimmauld, to begin with? Yes, I nodded, sitting in the front seat. For how long? A couple of minutes. I will report, so to speak, and that's it. Then I'll wait in the coffee shop, just like last time. Okay. After 20 minutes of a leisurely drive through the light traffic of London, we reached Grimmauld Place, where John dropped me off and headed straight for the coffee shop a block away. Without wasting a minute, I went into the house and along the gloomy but well-groomed walls, pasted over with dark wallpaper with monograms, reached the hall with the portrait of Lady Walburga. Good evening, I nodded to the painted lady and received a symmetrical greeting in return. Good evening, Max. Will you stay for a long time? Just for a few minutes. I hasten to inform you that volume. I stopped abruptly, took out my wand, and walked around, repeating the spell shown by Delphine to check the protection of the area from the taboo charms. Ahem, well, Voldemort has been reborn. This was to be expected. Sooner or later, Walburga nodded importantly, smoking. From the stairs to the upper floors came the sound of small but quick footsteps, without the usual creaking sound. Kriaker was descending quickly, carrying a rolled-up newspaper in his hands. Evening news. He babbled with inspiration, and when he saw me, he bowed respectfully. The head of house. May I? I held out my hand for the newspaper, and Kriaker immediately gave me the issue. Let's see. On the front page was a magnificent magic photo of a quarter-destroyed Azkaban, and the headline read, Mass Escape from Azkaban. What a twist! I could not resist sarcasm, starting to feverishly figure out what to do next. What is it, Max? Voldemort snatched from Azkaban. Judging by the text, almost all the criminals. Here's the list. Okay. I know him, I don't know this one, the whole Lestrange family, Jugson, Dolohov. So Bella is there too. Looks like it. He's in a hurry, I rubbed the paper thoughtfully. Perhaps he needs access to the Malfoys' finances. Draco's support can be easily obtained by bringing Bella there because her mother surely loves her, whatever Aunt is. That's right, Walburga nodded. The others who were out there didn't have much finances, and half of them owed the Malfoys. Yes. It's the right move. But so quickly? Perhaps Henry Greengrass said something about working with Dementors before he burned safely in the Devil's Fire. What are you going to do? Walburga let out a few rings of smoke and set aside the mouthpiece with her cigarette. A lot of things. There is a lot to do. Summer plans are changing, yes. 265, Chapter 265. Chapter 306 already. Thank you and have fun. 2 chapters, as promised. Smiley face. When I left the house on Grimmauld Place, I walked briskly along the houses in the evening square. There were not many people around, but due to the lack of various charms on me at the moment, some with curiosity tried to understand which school I study in. Hogwarts uniform, damn it. I didn't focus on that, though, moving quickly toward the cafeteria where John had been waiting for me the last time. His BMW was parked at the curb, and John was sitting at a table by the window. He noticed me crossing the road right away. As soon as I walked into this quite average establishment, the waitress immediately smiled at me. Nodding with an equal standard smile, I hurried over to the table and sat across from John. There's serious talk, but that's for home. There's always serious talk, John shrugged. After a quick bite, we left the establishment and drove home, talking about all sorts of everyday little things like the weather. Already at home, at dinner, I told Sarah and John about the situation in the wizarding world. What do you mean by that? John asked earnestly as we moved on to tea. The Dark Lord will be gathering strength for a while, restoring the health of his imprisoned followers, and then it's hard for me to predict his actions. It's worth considering that he and his supporters hate or despise ordinary people, equating them to cattle. If they want to kill, they will kill. If they want to torment, they will torment them. Any form of violence and permissiveness. You're obviously exaggerating, Sarah shook her head with a smile, but there was a slight concern in her eyes. Not at all. I'm not saying that the Dark Lord will rush in to exterminate everyone and everything, no. First, he will psychologically and physically destroy and crush the disgruntled, the opponents, the enemies. He will clean up and take under strict control the unreliable class Muggleborns and half-bloods. De jure, I was born into a family of ordinary people, that is, you. Yes, of course, adopted and all that, and someone who knows my mother will immediately see the similarity, and so on, and so on, and so on. However, the problem lies elsewhere. Taking a sip of tea, I tried to formulate my thoughts into shorter and clearer phrases. I am, without unnecessary modesty, a very promising and strong wizard. Such people must either be lured over to their side or eliminated. In both cases, you can think of a whole bunch of different ways to influence me to make the right decision. The impact through, though not blood, but relatives, dear people, is simple and reliable. Eliminate. Take you hostage and shout, come out and fight. Otherwise, your beloved guardians are dead. Or they may just kill you for ideological reasons, like, kill the unworthy muggles who dared to raise a wizard child. Something like that. We sipped our tea in the general silence. Anyway, you, like the parents of other Muggleborns, and in general as ordinary people associated with the wizarding world, are at risk. The government will remain inactive until the lawlessness crosses some critical line. The Ministry of Magic won't lift a finger until the wizards are directly involved, and even then, if you pay the right people, nothing will happen. For the top, we are just numbers on paper. You should understand that. We understand that, Sarah smiled. I'm surprised that such thoughts enter your bright head at such an early age. Kids grow up fast these days, I shrugged. Amidst all this looming quiet terror, I would like to be assured of your safety. Until his authority is finally established here, the Dark Lord will not risk openly or secretly infiltrating the territory of other nations. Germany and France are not the best options. The Lord's allies are old families with many relatives in Europe. The USA? Their magical state, though young, is as strong as the ordinary one. You can't drive up to them on a crooked mare. It's high time to open a branch of a law firm in the States too, hey, honey. John smiled slyly. Moreover, Charlie has already created a good foothold there, and he keeps asking us to live there. And we refused all the time. Sarah shook her head. Why is that, by the way? I asked, shifting my gaze from John to Sarah. It was better to raise a child in a familiar and stable environment. Me? John grinned. Do you see any other children here? Fair enough. We will consider moving options. But can you handle it? Stupid question, though. You've been doing well for a long time. You have a house, money, I suppose, too. Am I right? I certainly won't be left without a livelihood. Good. The issue with your ordinary education is practically solved. You have another year of high school and exams, then it's up to you. If you decide to go to A, we will arrange it. If not, it's up to you. Excellent. Okay, then you think and discuss plans, and I have to call. 266, Chapter 266. Getting up from the table, I went to one of the phones in the hallway. I dialed Hermione's number and waited for an answer. It was Hermione who answered the phone. Hi, my own. I want to talk about nothing, but there are more important things to talk about. Max, you is always just business. But if you suddenly wonder, then I'm fine, and my parents and I are having a great time. The giggles in her voice were more distinct than ever. I talked to my relatives about moving. I would even say evacuation. Already? I haven't even had a chance to bring it up. I really don't want to spoil their wonderful mood from our meeting. Be sure to bring it up. They will also need to move somewhere. You know who is no joke. Merlin knows what goes through his head. Tomorrow. Today everything is too good. Agreed, my own. I'll be busy in the near future, and you may not be able to get through. So use the owl. If there is something important or I just get bored, I'll let you know. No romance. I can write beautiful letters and send them by regular mail. There will be romance. Expect a letter, and there will be, I am writing to you, dear Hermione, this letter by the light of an oil lantern. The wonderful scent of old folios fills with fond memories of our gatherings in the library. For the third day in London, rain has been knocking on the rooftops without interruption, and an elderly neighbor, Bertha, has been coughing for the second day. Most likely, she got sick. Hermione laughed softly. You should also send a letter by mail carriage. That would be great. I will. Okay, Max. Mom wants me to help with something in the kitchen. I hope it's not cutting vegetables. You don't like vegetables. I don't like cutting them. The morning of the first full day of vacation traditionally began with sun bunnies that persistently and relentlessly, as if by magic, tried to shine right into my eye. This is annoying. But now that I'm awake, I won't go back to sleep, and I can't be lazy. Warm up, exercise, jog to the open sports ground. Working with my own weight and maximum weakening through hemomancy for greater effect. This is exhausting and distracting from various thoughts. I had to take off my t-shirt, staying only in an undershirt and wide black pants in the manner of army ones. I once again noticed that properly sewn, they give just incredible freedom of movement, but they don't look like a bag either. Whoa, man! A voice came from the side, and I jumped off the horizontal bar. Two blonde guys in their early 20s, in athletic uniforms and clearly also after a run. They stood next to me and looked at me intently. How did you manage to build such muscles? How old are you? The one on the right asked. My name is Tom, by the way. The guy held out his hand, and I immediately shook it. Not a wizard. And I'm James, you can call me JD, last name there. Shook the other guy's hand. Max. Yeah. So. Well, I'm 15 soon. It's just that I've been practicing every day since I was 11. What? Is it so noticeable? It is. I've only seen this in films about super fighters. Admired Tom. I'm not that big. I shrugged. Yeah, well, not a bodybuilder. What's your diet? I eat everything I can reach. Damn. I bet all the girls are yours. I smiled. I don't think they care. Only guys ask, how do you train? After laughing at the silly joke, the guys were about to leave. Okay, Max. You're not from around here, by the way. I'm local, just in a private school almost all year round. I see. Tough. I went to such a school, James nodded. Creepy and boring. And strict. And here it's even. He took a deep demonstrative breath. It's even easier to breathe. We will be glad to see you here more often. We have a physical development club here. We share tips and experiences. Maybe you can tell us something or learn something new. When I'll have free time. Even on vacation, I'm busy. In general, I found out where the local bodybuilders are located, from jocks to professional athletes. What for? I have no idea. They hadn't even seen the scars on the right side of my torso yet. Although, my shoulder was also hurt, and Tom seemed to cast a couple of interested glances at those scars but didn't say anything. Culture and Upbringing. 267, Chapter 267. Chapter 307 already. Thank you and have fun. After the usual procedures, I ran back to the knight's house. People around were already gathering for work, and the streets of residential quarters were simply replete with back and forth scurrying cars that had just been driven out of the garages of houses. After a shower and breakfast, I changed into my favorite suit, except without the coat and the muffler. One wand in my sleeve, the other in a reduced cane that rested in the inside pocket of my vest. I wanted to wear the suit from the ball, the black one, but it was too formal. As such, I apparat to Grimwald Place and used the second wand to cast a muggle-repelling charm on myself. This is how I arrived at Black House, delighting Kriaker with my appearance. The old house elf immediately decided to hurry up and prepared a table with tea and various cookies, muffins, and other sweets. Of course, he prepared this next to the portrait of Lady Walburga. So Max. As I understand it, the time has come for difficult and controversial decisions. Walburga spoke up importantly, lighting her painted cigarette. Exactly. Because of Voldemort's activity, it's worth keeping my foster parents safe. Walburga nodded gravely. His methods, Max, may prove to be harsh, if not cruel. I am now in a position to judge his actions with an open mind. If you have the Dark Lord's interest in you, you're in trouble. In the 70s, from the policy of purity of blood, that is, following the traditions and rules of the family, there was nothing left but cruelty and murder. This, so to speak, boat, even then went to the bottom, and the captain also chained the crew to the sides with steel fetters. Somehow, it so happened that I ruined his triumphant rebirth by not letting him kill Potter. So you got his attention. You certainly won't be the first on the to-do list, but you will be there. But as a potential ally, or as an enemy. Although, no difference. The methods will be the same for any scenario. If his supporters regain political influence, no matter in what way, then this influence will be directed to the destruction of Dumbledore. But more material methods on the small objectionable ones. Blackmail, traps, deception, hostages, cunning plans. It could be anything. And what am I supposed to do? Remove your weaknesses. They are always people close to you. It's just the foster parents and Hermione. Is that the girl with the lush hair? I only nodded in response. Then that leaves the parents. Don't expect any active magical action from the Dark Lord anytime soon. Azkaban is not a resort. Of those left at large, not everyone can boast various professional magic skills. Even such as ours, old families have begun to forget that we are wizards, not muggles with wands. Not everyone even visits their own library, not to mention a deep knowledge of magic. The main talents and geniuses have been imprisoned in Azkaban, and now they need to recover, or else they're as useless as a leaky cauldron, and I'm not talking about that smelly pub. It's just as useless, though. That is, first of all relatives. Yes. You and Hermione are going to Hogwarts in September, and you're relatively safe there. Unless you count the intrigues of the other children. Those rescued from Azkaban will more or less recover by October, and then the force actions will begin. Your foster parents will be left defenseless during that very period. I have already conveyed this idea to them. Hermione does the same. That's right. If the Dark Lord regains power or takes over the ministry, parents of Muggleborns, guardians, and others will die first. Next, they will crush the Muggleborns, severely restricting their rights. Resistance will be equal to death. To make everyone happy, kill those who are not happy. Exactly. Let's say. What should I do? Study the books that Kriaker has prepared. Put in order some of the house's affairs and, in general, familiarize yourself with them. Of course, before my death, I organized everything so that at least 10, even 100 years, nothing bad happened, but still. I see. Then I shall proceed immediately. Kriaker. With a distinctive sound, the old house elf appeared nearby, immediately bowing. Have you prepared Orion's old office? Yes, Lady Walburga. Kriaker did everything. Take Max there and show him what's where. Kriaker bowed and led me up the stairs. When we reached the third floor, we turned to a large dark carved door with a solid handle. Kriaker carefully opened the door and motioned for me to enter. The office was nice. Massive wooden furniture, but the carvings are not pretentious, but rare and neat. Bookcases, cupboards with glasses and drinks, sofas, and armchairs. On a large wooden table in the back of the office were several artifacts, an inkwell and quills on a stand, and a chair. What a chair! Leather, comfortable, massive. Everything feels solid and durable. After Kriaker tidied up the house, everything looks new, but at the same time, it has preserved and conveyed the spirit of the past. It seemed like only yesterday someone was sitting on the couch across the table, and Orion Black was signing another document. Kriaker walked me to the table, and while I was getting comfortable, he began to lay the books in front of me. When the stack of them began to wiggle menacingly, he moved on to laying out various folders with parchments and quite ordinary sheets of paper. The pile grew larger and larger, but Kriaker only calmed down when I could barely see the hypothetical interlocutor in the chair across from me. These are all documents and books, dear head, the little house elf bowed. If you need anything, be sure to call the unworthy Kriaker. And disappeared. It seems. All those years in the restricted section, I've been preparing for this very moment. A heavy sigh escaped on its own, and I reached for the first book. Okay, let's start. 268, Chapter 268. Chapter 308 already. Thank you and have fun. House affairs sounds significant. However, on paper, everything turned out to be much more prosaic. This is just a huge heap of various agreements. Through all these endless folders, you can trace the history of the family for several centuries. They began to draw up the first documents back in the distant 13th century. The parchments of contracts were interspersed with the personal notes of the wizards, which was quite interesting. Although, Middle English causes a headache despite some experience with it from the Hogwarts library. Closer to the 15th century, the documentation became more structured and less like poems. Who got how much and for what, who sold what to whom, who got married to whom, and on what terms you could see everything here. In what feuds of ordinary people, feudal lords, they took part, on whose side, which of the wizards was against, how much they earned, and so on. There were also small contracts with various families of wizards that were just founded in those days, contracts with dukes for the provision of various kinds of services. There's a history that no one really knows about. For example, it is no secret that the British and the French had this tradition in the Middle Ages to fight almost every 100 years. So the House of Black and several others took an active part in 3 such wars, including the Centenary. In truth, about a quarter of families took part in this series of clashes. There are militants, healers, and all sorts of saboteurs. And it's all there. House of Black, in fact, for 3 centuries managed to be noted in almost all of Europe, and not only on the British Isles and French coasts. And they brought something back from everywhere. Sometimes all they brought home was news of the deaths of family members, but that was rare. The most interesting thing to learn from these documents was something else. In the days before the Statute of Secrecy, rather crude and large-scale magical manipulation was common among wizards. Various maleficium, necromancy, and necromagic. Alchemy was popular. The wizards did not hide, and their activities rested on helping the allies on the battlefield, protecting a large number of people, or vice versa, weakening them. It was at that time that Protego Diabolica appeared. One dark wizard, with its help, sacrificing a dozen prisoners for greater magical energy, helped the allied troops retreat in some battle. Unfortunately, it is not specified in which one. Many such influences were implicit so that the enemy did not catch the use of magic and did not begin to pull up his wizards, turning wars into a farce. It's like nuclear weapons. They exist, you can threaten with them, but it's better not to use them. In everyday life, wizards also found use. They could curse the land of a neighboring feudal lord, or vice versa, remove, or even improve the harvest. There were plenty of healers, herbalists, and potion makers, and some of them were not even known to be wizards. With the introduction of the Statute of Secrecy, the need for large and cumbersome spells and rituals gradually disappeared. But not only the need for them disappeared, there was no way to apply them. Everything too obvious immediately gave away the wizards, and persecutions began from the side of the church and from the side of the newly formed Ministry of Magic. In wizarding families, one might say, by inertia, they still studied those cumbersome spells and specific magical disciplines, but gradually this was declining. There were, by the way, other concentrators' staffs for cumbersome magical manipulations. They were also no longer needed, and they were finally replaced by wands, taking the place of ritual or symbolic attributes. By the middle of the 18th century, I couldn't find a single mention of any serious use of magic. But there were plenty of mentions of the development of wand magic. Because of the statute, the sciences that require accuracy, filigree execution received a boost, and the external effect of most spells became very scanty. Scanty, but surgically accurate. The militants have become more duelists. The sudden insularity of society had a deleterious effect. All rushed into politics, intrigue, and petty squabbles. The number of agreements and contracts had become enormous by the 19th century, but they were all somehow petty, with a trick, they smelled of some kind of meanness. Perverted theories of purity of blood surfaced out of nowhere, which was not particularly mentioned. Typical racism crawled out of all the cracks. I think the whole point is that many activities, family affairs, became no longer available to wizards, which is why they literally went crazy. For example, until the very 80s of the 20th century, I did not find a single contract for the provision of services as a militant. But before the statute, there were many of them, even from the crown. In general, everyone went into politics, but in a closed society, it turned out so that they gnawed each other's throats. Since the House of Black has always been numerous, these disputes spread to the family. As a result, almost no one was left. And this, by the way, is in almost all old families. We are few. We have successfully exterminated each other. However, these are only my conclusions, based on documents and personal records both to them and to the situation at that time. I could be completely wrong. 269, Chapter 269. Chapter 309 already. Thank you and have fun. Regarding actual, current affairs, not much can be said. There are several different stakes in magical enterprises and manufacturers in England and France, various investments, savings here and there. No prenuptial agreements or the like, no obligations, every conceivable debt, an obligation paid, fulfilled, or renounced, not without compensation. Walburga's signature on these documents as the last member of the family. She probably did not want to leave debts behind the family name because, over the years, they tend to accumulate like a snowball. She did not know how many years the family would exist without a head. Surely she would not want the head to appear, pay off the debts so much that only the head himself, the ring, and the wall with the portrait would remain of the family. It would be interesting to read the chronology of the laws of those times and the transcripts of the meetings if they were preserved at all. It would be very interesting to know what the wizards of those times were thinking and what they were talking about when they came up with all this nonsense called the legislation of magical England. Why was the Ministry of Magic created in the first place? The original purpose was to be an oversight body for the Statute of Secrecy. What about now? Mordred knows what's going on there. After 3 days of reading, I more or less understood where the various treaties and financial investments came from. I understood where more than 80% of the various artifacts and small relics in the house came from because it is pretty thoroughly documented. Although I still don't understand where many of them are stored. The books Kriaker had picked up were more of the thoughts of several heads of the house from the 12th to the early 20th centuries. There weren't any precepts or anything like that, no. There were thoughts on actions and situations. Sometimes in the form of a statement, sometimes in short phrases. A kind of hagakure, but not from an old medieval samurai warrior, but from no less medieval wizards. There were quite a few lines in these texts about the concept of honor, both in relation to wizards and to ordinary people. No, there was no equal treatment, not at all. Everyone should do what he is given from nature, gods, and spirits. Yes, the wizards managed to keep as their faith a wild mixture of the beliefs of the Celts and Druids, and I am not strong in this area. In general, if a peasant's plough is broken, this is his problem. If there's a drought on the land, wizards will do a couple of rituals, for the peasant cannot cope with this problem, and the wizards do not feed on the Holy Spirit. If a neighboring feudal lord declares war, then the wizard will help the common people because he lives here. But he will not help openly because already in those days, it was not easy for wizards because of the different branches of Christianity. Judging by the same personal notes and observations, the apogee of various fermentations among wizards very unsuccessfully coincided with various religious fermentations of Protestants, Lutherans, and other branches of Christianity. Simultaneously with the attempts of Rome to negotiate with the Celtic Church, and then the Age of Reformation. In short, the work of one wizard, whose profile specialty is unknown, began to go from hand to hand among wizards. Its essence is that all this belief in gods and so on is fierce crap. There is none of them. Judging by the records, this work provided a serious evidence base, which brought confusion to the minds of wizards. It was the end of the 16th century. As I understood it, the problem was undermining the dogmas of the wizards in which they really believed. They can be understood because the wizard can see and feel what is inaccessible to mere mortals. While it was easy to brainwash ordinary people at the beginning of our era with all sorts of druids amidst fear and other things, then the wizards really saw the phenomena that the common people worshipped. The same salamander, or in the old way the spirit of fire. This is a semi-material magical lizard, in fact, consisting of a fire. Modern magical science confirms that the salamander is primarily a living being. In those same distant times, it was the spirit of fire. And there are other manifestations of mysticism associated with nature. Not to mention ghosts and other things. Until the early 18th century, it was believed that ghosts had a piece of the soul. But no, there is nothing. This is a caste of consciousness, mind, and the soul has long ago flown away into another world. In general, the feeling of superiority and sense of participation in the mystery of the other world, the world of spirits and divine spheres, was ruthlessly destroyed. How could this be? Magic is not a gift of gods and spirits as a reward for worthy deeds of ancestors, but like a black spot on the side of a white cow, it may or may not be. Wizards are human too, and people just need to feel superior to others. While in this state, wizards receive another blow: the statute of secrecy. You can't do the usual things, you can't show off your abilities in front of ordinary people, you can't help, you can't profit, you can't kill, you can't cure. You can't do anything. You can study, stay at home, and make potions in cauldrons because most spells and rituals violate the statute. Wonderful. 270, Chapter 270. Chapter 310 already. Thank you and have fun. Records from the late 18th century and earlier were becoming harder and less enjoyable to read. There was more and more ideological thinking and propaganda of all kinds. It seemed as if the authors were trying to convince themselves of something. And yet, the family motto, "Tegers per," at the beginning of these entries had a truly noble meaning. However, a sense of superiority is necessary, just vital. If before the statute, there were wizards and ordinary people, now it is necessary somehow to justify everything that is happening. That's where Salazar Slytherin's old thoughts about purity of blood came out of all the cracks. All this was flavored with not the best but tolerant attitude to the rare Muggle-borns, who in the eyes of hereditary wizards are strangers, rootless, without traditions and ancestral memory, and completely illiterate. In general, a new system was formed to find out who has the longest and the justification for isolation. We have fenced off the dirty Muggles. And so, in such an environment, in a closed society, wizards began a new fuss about blood purity. They distorted everything. History, theories, manuscripts. Hidden meanings were sought between the lines where none existed. And, of course, wizards began to build their own internal hierarchy, based not on respect, as before, but on contempt and arrogance. This pustule took a long time to mature and burst for the first time in the early 20th century, pouring out into the outside world the rod in the form of Grindelwald. With his ideas, he stirred up other such pustules and nearly engulfed the whole world in the fires of World War II. Relatively untouched were the magical communities of continental Americas, China, Japan, and the Middle East, if my memory of events in the outside world is correct. No sooner had the boom of war subsided when Voldemort entered the scene with about the same ideas, multiplied by mental deviations and a manic obsession to exterminate Muggles and Mudbloods. It took 3 days to read and study these materials. Of course, the conclusions based on these records are rather arbitrary because there is only the point of view of members of one family, and it may be, and certainly is, purely subjective. But despite this, some intangible understanding is deposited in my head. An understanding of something that I cannot yet describe in words and to which I cannot give a definition. But this something is definitely there. A thread to what black is supposed to be. Not as it was after the establishment of the statute, but before it. As I have already noticed, financial issues were brought in full order without me: shares in enterprises, investments, and so on. About a third of the black's cash flow is controlled by goblins. This, judging by the papers, is a rather profitable decision. Over the long years of self-isolation, the wizards of England and other countries more than once crossed each other's path and, so to speak, shit at the neighbor's door. Such personal and sometimes family hostility and conflicts complicate financial relations. On the other hand, goblins don't give a damn about wizards' relationships with each other, and they make deals based on mutual benefit. For example, if some Longbottoms find it profitable to sell or buy something from Lestrange, then despite any disagreements, goblins will draw up just such a contract. To the mutual benefit of all parties. It's a pity not many people take advantage of Gringotts' services. Perhaps, by the way, for this reason, goblins do not sympathize with individual families or wizards' reputation. Even if you do something in secret, this secret will come up sooner or later, and the goblins will lose trust, and with it, tangible financial investments. Sometimes Kriaker would let in the pirate, my and Night's Owl, always disheveled and insolent. A couple of times, the knights wrote me, wondering how I was doing. On the 3rd day, they said that by September, all issues would be resolved and settled, and they would go to the United States for at least a couple of years. John instructed me to take care of the means of communication because if their safety is required for my peace of mind, then for their peace of mind in such an ambiguous situation in the country, communication with me and the ability to find out if everything is in order. Hermione wrote a couple of times, sending letters with some clearly serviceable. She complained about the complete unwillingness of her parents to take the situation seriously. The second such letter came when I was sitting imposingly in Orion's chair, now mine, and thinking about a plan of action. But I could not think of a plan at all. The lack of vision of the overall picture affected. Putting aside the girl's letter, fed the owl with cookies and a mouse, which Kriaker had found somewhere, I quickly wrote the answer, "I'll be right there." Take it to Hermione Granger. Here's a coin. I slipped the letter into the owl's paw and put the sickle in a special pouch. Hurry up, Beauty. Who? The owl hooted and flew out the window, which immediately closed itself. 271, Chapter 271. Chapter 311 already. Thank you and have fun. It was getting late, but there was still plenty of time before sundown. I got up from the table, tidied myself up quickly, put on my suit, and checked my cane and wand on my forearm. I noticed for the umpteenth time that the suit would be too small if I grew up a little more. So, one of these days, I will need to update my wardrobe. Creaker. The house elf appeared with a clap and bowed. I'm leaving soon. I don't know when I'll be. Do you have something to eat in a hurry? Sure, nodded the house elf. Creaker asks you to come to the kitchen. The house elf himself arrived, and when I went down from the third floor to the designated kitchen, the place at the head was already laid on a large and long wooden table. There were several sandwiches with bacon and greens on the plates and apple juice in a tall glass. Yes, it's not only Timmy at Hogwarts who knows my tastes in such drinks. Oh, it's a pity that I had heartburn from apple juice in my previous life. I would have drunk liters without stopping. And here I can afford it, but I don't really want to, even though the juice remains my favorite. I was thinking about the twists and turns of fate and changes of priorities in food, transforming the button into a ring and enchanting it with a special portkey to the coordinates and back to the point of departure, and I quickly managed with sandwiches. By this time, the owl had flown in again. After taking the letter and reading Hermione's brief thoughts on the parents' stubbornness, I ordered Creaker to treat an owl and send it away. I put on Muggle-repelling charm and walked out of the house to the evening Grimmauld Square. People of average income hurried around to their homes, sometimes they talked about something, and young people were wandering around the grove. Without wasting time, I approached to one of the famous streets of Crawley. I was passing through this suburb. I didn't want to puncture the space in the immediate vicinity of Hermione's house. When I appeared in the alley behind the mini-market, I checked to see if the charm worked and went on foot to the right street. I hadn't paid much attention to this suburb last time, but now I could afford a 5-minute walk. Private houses, quite decent, better than average, but not villas. And most importantly, each house is special, not at all like the previous one. Different architecture and facades, colors, backyard gardens, 1 or 2 garages. In general, a variety. When I reached the right house, I calmly walked up and used the bell. After only a couple of seconds, the door opened, revealing Hermione in shapeless grey house pants, slippers and an equally shapeless plaid shirt with rolled-up sleeves. Max. The girl smiled, immediately rushing to hug. It's like we haven't seen each other in 1,000 years, I answered the hug with a smile, and Hermione, pulling away, kissed me quickly and lightly on the lips. Tell me what happened. Come in. The girl waved her hand invitingly, and I stepped inside. Judging by the shoe rack, the rug and other accessories in the hallway, it is not customary to wear shoes in this house, so I took my shoes off and followed Hermione in. The house looked more than decent. Everything is in bright colors and modern design, a kind of minimalism. The furniture is also light, and in different places, one could see either photographs or pots with indoor plants, and even a couple of small palms grew in the corners. We went to the kitchen, which turned out to be combined with the dining room, but this decision will surprise no one here. Mom, Dad. Max is here. Ah, Mr. Knight. John smiled faintly, rising from the table and holding out his hand. What brings you here? How officially, I smiled and shook his hand. I declined the invitation to sit down. As far as I know, you have a conflict. In a way, Mrs. Granger nodded. Hermione insists that we should leave the country for our own safety. Mr. Granger snorted, making himself comfortable at the table. They were dressed in everything comfortable and homely. You don't think so? Well, what's the danger? The father of the family grinned. Why would any wizards touch us at all? And even if so, then there is the police, and these, what's their name? DMLE and Aurors, Hermione nodded. Here. In addition, Hermione told us what you learn at school and that there is no further education. All kinds of interesting spells and charms, transformations. I can hit a squirrel in the eye with a hunting rifle from 100 meters. Do you think that's not enough, Max? I think you underestimate the strength and capabilities of wizards, as well as the degree of your protection. Under the laws of Wizarding England, almost any action against ordinary people is not considered a crime. You are not protected at all. I can take care of my family somehow, Mr. Granger nodded importantly. See. Hermione looked at me with undisguised indignation. It's useless. 272, Chapter 272. Chapter 312 already. Thank you and have fun. Shock therapy is clearly needed here. What? Asked Hermione and Mr. Granger synchronously. From memory and without a wand, I recreated the two contours of Somnus on just my senses, sending them to Hermione's parents. If Mrs. Granger just went limp in the chair, then Mr. Granger hit his forehead on the table, a reward for stubbornness. Max. I just put them to sleep. I see that this is Somnus, but what about witchcraft? Oh, and these are my parents. The trace stands on a wand and area. Works when your wand casts in the area of your trace. There are also various modifications of the trace, but this is not our case for sure. Shock therapy, Miona. I'll go put on my shoes. Oh. Why is it so complicated? What are you going to do? You'll find out. I quickly reached the hallway, put on my shoes, and went back into the kitchen with the shoes on. Get ready. We'll fly with the help of a portkaya into the middle of nowhere. And why didn't I doubt it? The girl quickly left, judging by the sound, to the second floor, and 5 minutes later, she went downstairs in jeans and a yellow sweatshirt with a hood, heading into the corridor. Another 10 seconds, and already in her sneakers, Hermione entered the kitchen. I quickly and gently put Hermione's parents on the floor and stood between them, holding their hands. Take my hand and hold it tight. Hermione immediately came up and gripped my left hand tightly. Porchus, I activated the portkaya, and we were quickly transported to the mountains in Scotland. Open space, hills, forests, fresh air, and not a single living person around. The sun was leaning towards the horizon, but we were on the western side of the slope, so it was light, and everything was perfectly visible. Now what? Like I said, shock therapy. And don't worry, I won't do anything to them. I pulled the cane out of my pocket and took out the second wand without any trace charm on it. I woke up Mr. and Mrs. Granger with a wave, and they abruptly got up, starting to look around. What the hell? The father of the family indignantly looked at me. I put you to sleep and carried you into the backwoods. Now I can do anything without witnesses. Great, isn't it? Daughter, what? I pointed my wand at Mr. Granger. Imperial. A loud clap of the palm on the face forced me to turn towards the sound. Exactly in this position Hermione was standing, shaking her head. What's going on? Asked a dazed Mrs. Granger, rising from the grass. A very extravagant appearance, a dressing gown and slippers in nature. Shock therapy. What about my husband? She looked at him anxiously. Mr. Granger didn't move, and his gaze was blank. The spell of submission. He completely obeys my will, and at the same time, sees, understands, and is aware of everything. Whatever order I give, he will obey. Taking a handkerchief from my pocket, I transfigured it into a knife. Concern appeared in Mrs. Granger's eyes. Max. Hermione asked me pleadingly. Moody therapy. It's too cruel. I pointed my wand at Mrs. Granger. Impedimenta. Having poured a decent amount of power into the slowing spell, I got an incredible slowing of movement. Movement, but not physiological reactions and speed of thinking. I walked over to Mr. Granger and held the knife handle forward. Take a knife and put it gently to your wife's throat. He followed the order without hesitation, and I saw shock and disbelief in Mrs. Granger's eyes. The inability to move, say, or do anything added even more powerlessness and hopelessness. Cruel, but effective. See? Without any doubt. Of course, the spell can be dropped, but I do not see a single hesitation, so my will is stronger. The wizard can force your loved one to cripple you, your daughter. Kill. What prevents him from giving you the order to behave as usual, and when Hermione comes home shoot her? The wizard can make you do all this slowly so that relatives can see and burn out from torment and despair. Or maybe. I looked at Mr. Granger. Put the knife to your throat. Gently. Hermione's father immediately obeyed that order as well. A wizard can make you kill yourself. Do you understand? Right now, he doesn't care. He's in a state of happy obedience. Now imagine if, under such a spell, a man kills the people he cares about, and then, the wizard removes that spell, and the realization of his deed comes. I took the knife and removed all the spells from them. 273, Chapter 273. Chapter 313 already. Thank you and have fun. Short chapter today. What? Mr. Granger stared blankly at his hands, at his wife, at Hermione. He looked at me angrily. Do you want to hit me? Shoot? Stab? Try it. Mr. Granger, however, only puffed angrily, and after a few moments, he calmed down. Now I know what I have to prepare for. I just need to prevent the wizard from getting his wand. Yet? You know, I showed the option of direct interaction and silent elimination. But you can do it this way. When I waved my wand as if unwinding a lasso, I heard Rowena's voice in my head, Pyromaniac, and I said, Fiend fire. A tail of purple flame followed the tip of the wand. I put the wand behind my back, and with a whipping motion, as if I was controlling a whip, I swung forward, sending the whip of fire from the wand forward. That whip grew incredibly fast, and the wave that was at its end flew inexorably forward. A second and a thin bundle of crimson flame from the base of the wand traveled 24 meters, turning into a huge roaring stream. It pounced on the trees like a snake, instantly burning them with a wild crunch and crack, spreading waves of heat and flame. 3 seconds and a torrent of fire destroyed everything on several hundred acres of land. Only after that did I, with some difficulty, make the fire disappear, as if it had never existed. In place of the trees, there was only scorched, smoking earth with rare tongues of rapidly extinguishing ordinary fire on it. The police will certainly help here, I nodded, looking at Hermione's pale and shocked parents. Now, I will take you back to your home where you can sit and think. Approaching, I took their hands. Mrs. Granger twitched a little, but Hermione, who also took her hand, positively affected their state of mind. Rarsis Porcius. It was as if the world spun and blurred, but no unnecessary impact good, after all, portals I make. We were back in the kitchen of the Granger house. Hermione's parents looked around lostly, and after a dozen seconds, they pulled out a bottle of scotch and started emptying it rather quickly. Hermione pulled me aside a little. It was cruel. But I didn't know how to explain the danger to them myself, the girl said quietly, bowing her head a little. And yet, I put my arms around her, kissing her forehead and inhaling the scent of some floral shampoo. I would like to apologize. It was rough, but it's moody therapy. Works great. It worked on me, too. I've never seen anything so destructive. What about Protego Diabolica? It was somewhere out there, far away, on the screen. And this was in front of my face. The heat of that flame seemed to burn me, but it wasn't even close. And that hum. The sound. The images inside the fire. This is the infernal flame. That's what it's supposed to be. Back at the table, I looked at Hermione's slightly tipsy parents. And it's not the most destructive yet, but it's the most spectacular. For those who like fire, I told them my point of view in an even voice. There are other, far more destructive spells. And some are not spectacular at all, dull, but like a scalpel a pinpoint and powerful blow. And most importantly, please understand and remember I haven't even graduated from high school yet. Need I say what adult wizards with libraries of ancient secrets are capable of? You are in a real risk group in the current situation. Hermione and I would feel safer if you were away from the events to come. My foster parents will be leaving for the US by September. Probably sooner if the situation changes. What about you? Asked Mrs. Granger quietly. We are relatively safe at school, except for the tricks of other students. But we're on equal footing there. I should probably go. I won't distract you anymore. I hope we all make the right decision. After bowing out, he left the house. How complicated everything is, but at the same time simple. 274, Chapter 274. Chapter 314 already. Thank you and have fun. Sorry for no chapters yesterday, Yoo-woo. The solution to the problem of Hermione's parents' disbelief in the significance of the threat did not go unnoticed. For several days the girl wrote me about the shocked state of her relatives, who could hardly accept the fact that magic was destructive in some of its manifestations. However, by the end of the first week of vacation, they finally came to the conclusion that they could leave the country for a year or two until the problem was solved. If the problem can be solved at all, of course. I myself did not suffer from idleness but tried to solve several accumulated problems. The first, and quite interesting one, is what to do with the skin? To solve this problem, I wandered around Diagon Alley and the adjacent streets and shops for 2 days without much result. I was also at Nocturne Alley, but not without disguise on my face. I learned how to make impenetrable darkness under the hood long ago when I absorbed the grimoire. So I dropped by Borgin and Burke's. The store was somewhat gloomy, and this gloom has not changed in the least since my last visit. It is noteworthy, by the way, that no one bothered me this time, although Nocturne was definitely more lively. When I saw the same old man behind the counter, I addressed him, remembering to change my voice slightly with magic. Greetings, old man. Only after my words did the old man carelessly turn his attention to me. I remember a similar image a couple of years ago, he replied with a grin in a hoarse voice. How quickly time flies. Not wanting to procrastinate with polite negotiations, I simply walked over to the counter and laid out a small piece of basilisk pelt. And a couple of galleons, of course. I want to know who can make items from this material. Silently. The old man held his wand over a piece of skin and only after that took it in his hand, starting to examine and speak along the way as if thinking aloud. There are a couple of respectable wizards, yes. He twisted the skin in his hands, examining it, almost tasting it on his teeth. And what about the rest of the shops, refused? No wonder. Leather has been out of fashion for half a century, and all the craftsmen have either retired or moved away. And it's true. I had to go around a lot of clothing and equipment stores before I came here to Nocturne. The old man looked up at me. I can facilitate. Not for free. I pulled out another stack of galleons, 10 of them, and put them on the counter. Show your friend this piece. Money for your assistance. I would like to contact him and discuss the nuances, as well as the range of possible services. It doesn't work that way, the old man shook his head with a smirk. You won't get all the material in your hands. Work at my suggestion, and no one will be left behind. However, in my shop, my rules. The old man quite briskly tried to raise his wand, but I stopped his hand by telekinesis. There was no threat in his gaze, more of a test, so I was in no hurry to act radically. I stopped his hand, and with the same telekinesis, I grabbed his throat, squeezing it, increasing the density and volume of the magic circulating in the body. You shouldn't twitch your hands so imprudently, my corrupt friend, my tone was insinuating and soft, despite the sensations created by magic. The man who had worked with dangerous dark magic and curses for so many years easily sensed the change. The old man was clearly frightened, but his face showed only a polite smile, along with an apology. I guess, we both got a little excited. The old man put his wand away and took a piece of basilisk hide, and hid it along with the coins under the counter. In what way? He rubbed his neck with his hand. Do you prefer to be contacted? How long will it take for a reply from the master? 24 hours. I'll come on the third day at dawn. Turning around but not stopping tracking the fluctuations of magic, I headed out of the store. This is exactly what that simple trip looked like, during which a few days later, I received an address for owls to which I could write to the master. Of course, I used public mail in Diagon Alley because there you can conduct anonymous correspondence, and no one will ask your name. The owl just brings a letter to the post office, and there you receive it by a secret word. The guarantees of the safety of the letter are laid down in a service contract, simple and cheap. The integrity of the letter is certified by a special wax seal on the surface. In general, all ingenious is simple and has long been invented before us. 275, Chapter 275. Chapter 315 already. Thank you and have fun. A few letters were enough to discuss the details of the order with the master unknown to me. According to him, the skin of this chimera, which he classified as a subspecies of the basilisk, was in some respects even superior to that of a dragon, which pleased me greatly. We agreed that in a year or two, this master would make me a standard cut leather suit for a sort of adventure seeker. More classic and solid options will be quite pretentious because the skin texture remains snakeskin, except that the scales are somewhat larger, and the color is dark green, closer to dark turquoise. The only thing I ordered now is a jacket. The costume that will be created is somewhat reminiscent of those of Nymphadora and Delphine: boots, vest, jacket. The pants are much more complicated to make, and the leather is only one of the layers, not the outer layer, the middle one, which acts as a diffuser of hostile magic. Why was it decided to do everything a little later? I do not know when the growth of the body will stop, but such material is extremely difficult to runic embroidery. With adjustment to the size, what they do will remain almost the same. The next big issue on the summer agenda was finding the werewolf that bit me. Yes, circumstantial evidence all points to Lupin, but this must be verified. There are not enough spells for this, at least I do not know such, and therefore I had to suffer for a week trying to make a special potion. I took up the preparation of the potion in a house on Grimwald, in a small laboratory, if you can call that a half-empty room with one cauldron, a couple of tables, and a dozen different alchemical retorts, pipes, and other distillation equipment. 3 attempts came out not good enough, and the worse the potion, the lower the accuracy, but the 4th succeeded in an almost perfect search potion. To use such a potion properly, I had to enchant a large and detailed map of England in a special way, bought in an ordinary store. The charms are quite simple, and you can't really call them charms. You need to send magic to the map while associating what is written on it with real geographic objects and coordinates. Only on such or similarly enchanted map will the search potion give the desired result. As soon as I finished with the map, I dropped 3 drops of blood from the test tube into the vial with the potion, waited until the color changed from translucent gray to red and then to green, and poured the contents of the vial on the enchanted map. The puddle of potion gathered into a rhombic shape, one of its sharp edges indicating the fairly precise position of the target. I had to buy more detailed maps of London, the suburbs, and other towns, just in case. For now, the ROM was pointing to an empty spot in London that must be where Alphard Black's house, which Sirius had inherited, was located. After watching the ROM for a while, I noticed that it would occasionally disappear, disintegrating into a puddle of potion, then forming again, moving rather quickly across the map. I think it's because of the protection of the house. Who can wander around a house now owned by Sirius? Lupin. Well, from werewolves, of course. In general, everything was confirmed. Lupin bit me. I'd never doubted it before, but still. And what to do with it? It's worth understanding that, Judging by some of the entries in various literature, werewolves remember and understand what happens to them during the full moon. Still, they can't really affect anything. Their instincts, or some program, take over the mind, but without removing them from the control of the body. No, you change yourself. At least that's how one of the werewolves, whose notes Hermione duplicated to me when she returned from school this year, described this state. What did it mean to me? Oh. This means that Lupin is a rather cowardly wizard in some ways. Maybe he was once a good friend or something else, but the known information speaks of a not very good wizard in person. He abandoned his best friend's son, can't cope with his problems, can't earn money, and always justifies himself with the same problem that he can't solve. While working at Hogwarts, he forgot to drink a potion that is the key to the safety of others and the reason why Dumbledore allowed him to work at all. He bit the student, but at the same time, did not tell anyone, letting everything go by itself. He didn't say anything to anyone. If only I would apologize, I suppose. He could at least apologize or something. Stupid, but at least something. The third important question is Snape. I must respond symmetrically to what he did. Of course, in addition to him, Dumbledore can also be a legilimate, but I don't believe that he would act personally, even if the unreasonable idea of sending me to the Chamber of Secrets in my second year had arisen in his mind. However, the pocket potion maker should play an important role in the conflict of local wizards. His elimination or incapacitation can have an extremely negative and unpredictable effect on events. In any case, Dumbledore will need his own man in the camp of Voldemort, and who can become one, what will be motivated, what actions will he take? Unknown. Each of my decisive actions can lead to completely unpredictable consequences, which I myself would have to deal with. In the end, it was decided to just watch Snape for now. At least, if he finds his canonical death but manages to survive, I will still help him to pass into the other world. 276, Chapter 276. Chapter 316 already. Thank you and have fun. Toward the end of the first decade of July, Hermione wrote. She let me know that she planned to spend as much time with her parents as possible and that in a couple of days, they would be going to France. This is the closest country for them to move to because of their good knowledge of the language. It's a pity because I was planning to invite her to visit, to study the library in my house, and so I answered. Soon, the girl wrote again that the books would not run away, and her parents needed to be reassured. Here I, of course, agree, but the little egoist that has lurked deep inside protests with terrible force. In general, it turned out that I had only a few activities throughout July: daily visits to the Knights for tea and discussing everyday things, a written exchange of views with Hermione regarding the situation around, unsuccessful attempts to contact Andromeda and Nymphadora. They did not respond to letters. Among other things, I quietly studied the Black Library. There turned out to be a lot of different dark stuff with sacrifices and old magic, massive, spectacular, large-scale, but extremely angular and requiring a lot of magical powers. Judging by the records and the spells themselves, magic was not particularly developed as a science in those distant times. They did not always apply arithmetic justification to this or that spell. Just as the spells themselves were composed rather on personal experience and experiments and not on calculations. The rune chains and spells on the runes were more or less justified, but here, it seems to me, the factor of the antiquity of the runes influences. Perhaps, in those distant times, the magical values of the runes themselves were compiled based on observations of their effect. Therefore, it is difficult to introduce something new into magical rune manipulations, and it remains only to use what has already been studied. By the beginning of August, when Lady Greengrass was supposed to make herself known, I understood several features of the magic that the House of Black was collecting. More than 90% were spells and magical manipulations of a combat orientation from different eras, both before the statute and after. There was very little something useful in everyday life. For many spells, there are no counter spells either because of their uselessness, irreversible consequences came too quickly, or because of instant lethality, or they simply didn't exist. Many spells are not applicable for the present time. Now there is a developed culture of duels, not fatal ones. If you successfully use charms and spells from the Black Library, then the death of your opponent is simply inevitable. However, I studied them anyway, and in a small training hall, I practiced using them, albeit partially just to be able to recognize them, because I don't know if this knowledge has ever gone to the side. By themselves, those ancient spells could consist of 3, 4, even 10 words, and this is not the limit. There are many gestures, a strict order of complex mental images. All this made them very difficult to use and dangerous for themselves in the event of a breakdown. The effects of this magic were also varied, but in one way or another, they were intended to harm the target, or rather, targets in the area. From suffocation to rotting flesh and skeleton inside out. The curse of death in a dream, when, for example, everyone in the enemy camp sees their most terrible fear in a dream and drives them crazy and exhausts to death in a couple of nights, which occurs precisely in a dream. Or, the ritual for the creation of the Architect of Shadows, a pseudo-intelligent entity that, being directed at enemies, under cover of darkness affects their flesh in any way available to the caster's imagination through shadows, strangles, cuts, tears, creates objects and operates with them with special cruelty. Nuance for creation: the painful death of the victim is required an ordinary person or a fairly intelligent magical animal. And there is a lot of that in the library. However, no matter how busy I was, thoughts began to turn towards inadequate ideas out of boredom slowly. In an impulse to occupy myself with something, I went to Diagon Alley, or rather, to one of the adjacent streets. The goal is simple: visit a tailor shop and order a new suit. Graves style, of course. The walk went as smoothly as possible. The magical streets did not show any concern about the reborn Dark Lord, but this is not surprising. In the newspapers, the ministry stated that everything seen at the tournament was part of a complex and thoughtful performance, during which no one was hurt. Unlike the stupid rumors and stories that old Headmaster Dumbledore and the slightly crazy and sickly boy who lived are coming up with, no one was revived. In the atelier, in a light and peaceful atmosphere, measurements were quickly taken, and the order was promised to be sent by mail to my name in a week. Of course, half of the amount is prepaid, and the second is back with an L. Nothing new. 277, Chapter 277. Chapter 317 already. Starting from Saturday, I will publish 2 chapters a day for 5 days. Enjoy, smiley face. After the walk, I thought about the fact that most of the wizards are pure bloods in one way or another. If I remember the canon correctly, pure blood Philistines, after Voldemort came to power, had nothing to worry about. In the books, they all worked as before, went about their business, and only especially rich, influential, or holding important positions felt the pressure of the Dark Lord so that they made the right decision. Muggle-borns, on the other hand, suffered in one way or another. Take, for example, the inventory of the Muggle-born population, during which quite a lot of adult wizards were killed. Although the circumstances of their death remain unknown, but nevertheless. In any case, Voldemortism is not a regime of power that is pleasant to me, and in this battle of local bison, I am somewhat more sympathetic to the headmaster. Of course, he may not be really kind or anything, but a man with this level of influence and some power simply has no right to think narrowly in terms of kindness to individuals. We are bound to be mere numbers on paper to him. Actually, for Voldemort, we are numbers too, but his methods and his regime are too cruel, and the ultimate goals are unacceptable. In general, one could think forever about this policy, the goals of the 2 faction leaders, which is right and wrong. But no matter how much you think, it all comes down to one thing: we do not need the Dark Lord. With these thoughts in mind, I returned to Grimmauld Place again, where Kreaker complained about the uninvited but distinguished guests, whom he, of course, at my own order, did not let into the house. And in general, he did not show any activity, leaving the house protected and inaccessible to everyone except the rare postal owls and me. Who came? I asked, sitting at the kitchen table. Mrs. Bellatrix, said the old house elf cheerfully just as I took a sip of tea. Coughing, I comically tapped myself on the chest, and when I came to my senses, I decided to clarify. What did she want? How would old Kreaker know? The house elf shrugged, at the same time shifting small containers in one of the lower cabinets by the sink. She stood under the spell opposite, like the navel of the earth, she called me. But the head ordered not to let anyone in. Was she alone? Old Kreaker doesn't know. That is curious information. I am extremely interested in the reasons for her visit, but of course, I will not ask myself. Probably. On the evening of that day, August 2nd, a letter came from Lady Delphine. In short, she prepared some kind of tests for the long-suffering me and was in a hurry to carry them out, making an appointment at the Fortescue Café at 10 in the morning on August 6th. Of course, in a reply letter, I confirmed the receipt of the message and agreed to a meeting, after which I sent it with her own L. But as soon as I returned to the library, where, on a large free area of the floor, I laid out a bunch of different maps with a rhombus from a potion tracking Lupin, I could not help but notice the smooth movement of it in the direction of one well-known place, and this is not the Leaky Cauldron. Lupin's rhombus moved towards Little Whinging. I've never been there, but I've driven through the adjoining suburb. Thirst for adventure howled like crazy and was already ready to uncover the drill that will pierce the heavens. Quickly gathering myself and dressing in loose black clothes, I threw over one of the black robes with a hood and pulled the second wand out of the cane, simultaneously ridding it of the pommel in the form of a grim. I will use this wand. Having conjured on myself every conceivable and inconceivable concealment charm, I quickly left the house and right from the doorway, but already beyond the border of protection, apparat to a gas station in the suburb next to Little Whinging, where John and I stopped a couple of times on the way. I looked around again, and again apparat to the roof, and then to the hill. And so I moved towards the neighboring town, jumping by apparition to the areas I was observing. This is one of the few ways to move in unknown terrain, provided that you have good vision and spatial thinking, because you need to clearly visualize yourself in the right place. When I reached Magnolia Crescent near Privet Drive, according to the maps, it was evening, and it was difficult to move without the cat's eye charms because I had to consider the desired place in detail. However, there was no point in moving any further. Once again I cast every conceivable spell of concealment on myself, got to a small hill behind the field, where I had a good view of the Privet Drive, and conjured a powerful echo, in order to receive responses from objects saturated with magic over a large area as if from a radar. Directions to points and a vague sense of distance to them immediately appeared in my head. 8 wizards move in a group, and about 10 are scattered over an area of a couple of square kilometers, which is not much. Do you want to calculate the exact position by the intersection of vectors from 3 points? Do you have enough power? Got it, just a second. 278, Chapter 278. Chapter 318 already. Thank you. Enjoy. I operate to several other places around this area and conjured an echo several times. When I returned, a clear knowledge of the positions of the wizards appeared in my head. Taking advantage of this knowledge, I cast a spell of the magic mark from the grimoire on static magic objects. The only one I didn't put the mark on was Moody. At least I thought it was Moody, for there was too much magical feedback coming from that object. Only this old paranoid can be hung with a bunch of amulets, and his leg is definitely an artifact. I had to repeat the procedure a couple more times, noting the wizards who had moved during my previous scans. Nothing special. Judging by the absence of any change in the patterns of actions and movements, the wizards did not notice my manipulations, which means I can track them. Generally speaking, when comparing conventional weapons and spells, the latter have a very striking disadvantage: speed and range. It's very hard to aim at long distances with a wand. Even 100 meters is a problem. Of course, these disadvantages are mitigated by area-affecting spells, which basically activate in a certain area and affect everything in it. However, the various ray, clot, and other flying constructs are very limited. They are limited by the wizard's thinking capabilities. If you use mental control of the flight of a construct, then you are faced with a similar problem. It is difficult to see and accompany the target at a great distance, simultaneously forcing the construct to bend around obstacles and all that stuff. Even if you know and feel the target's location through different analogues of the dark mark, there are still natural obstacles in the form of landscape, buildings, trees, living creatures. You have to go around them too. In general, hitting something that isn't fairly close and out of the line of sight is no trivial task. Spell speed limits also have rather common roots. You can, of course, simply know which part of the magic construct is responsible for this, saturate this area with magic without destroying the integrity of the structure, and the construct will fly faster. But for this, you also need to understand which area is responsible for this. To understand constructs in general, you need to feel them. This is already very difficult because you need to develop this very sensitivity. Another method that almost everyone uses to create spells and partially change their properties is imagination. But not everything is smooth here either. To increase the speed of your spells with your imagination, you first have to imagine exactly what it's like to move at the speed you want. Of course, very few wizards and people, in general, have experience moving in space at speeds above 150 miles per hour, and wizards even less. Now the ceiling of speed is reached only by one broom, Firebolt. This ceiling is 120 miles per hour. One would say, lots of people have flown airplanes, and their speed is high. However, you need to imagine exactly how objects are flying around you, how this speed affects, literally feeling the air resistance with your skin, and many other factors. From here, by the way, and the speed limits in transgression, the wizard simply cannot imagine what it would be like to move very fast. A simple thought is not enough here: I want to fly faster. Why all these thoughts at all? I have Rowena. Like me, in the near future, she can accurately track the beacons of wizards, control the flight of spell constructs, simulate various situations from the point of view of physics and perception, take into account a bunch of factors, and all this is parallel to one another. And for such a case, wizards have in their arsenal a spell. However, it is rather useless for the average wizard because of the inability to quickly perceive, process, and memorize a three-dimensional map of the area. This is usually used in order to find something specific, and the incoming data array is simply ignored until this specific flickers in mind. Looking around so as not to miss the sudden wizard, I saw only a grove behind and a field in front, behind which the streets of the town were located. Getting down on one knee, put the tip of the wand on the ground, and created the necessary mental image in my head. Locus Science NTIA. My magical sensitivity was not enough to detect the fluctuations of magic. Still, I know for sure that the spell began to spread along the ground around me, and the speed of its movement was amazing. With the help of Rowena, a detailed three-dimensional map of the area was built in my head, on which absolutely everything that somehow contacted the ground and with each other was displayed. Of course, moving objects disappeared, but static ones remained: grass, curbs, bushes, trees, fences, houses, furniture in them, windows. Everything. Now I could mentally track the movements of the wizards with marks on a three-dimensional map. A silly smile spread across my face. 279, Chapter 279. Chapter 319 already. Starting tomorrow, I will publish 2 chapters a day for 5 days. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy. I know, but can't I just fantasize? And why haven't I done this before? Because deep down inside, you realize the uselessness of half the tracking devices involved in a magically saturated place. From your memories, I can safely judge that if the wormtail with Mark had gone far enough into the Forbidden Forest, you could have lost him from the radars. But in the ordinary world, it will work. After thinking this over, I focused on tracking the actions of the wizards. 8 of them entered the Disley's house and began to communicate with Potter, on whom, by the way, I also hung the mark. They chatted there for at least 5 minutes, after which Potter and another wizard went to the second floor of the house and, apparently, were collecting things. A couple of minutes later, they went down, and a few more minutes later, they went out into the backyard, waiting for something. I wish I could remember what exactly. But not for long, I was in the dark. Magical red sparks flew into the sky, and 9 wizards lined up in some order. The rest, who were within a radius of half a kilometer from house number 4 on Privet Drive, remained in their positions for the time being. Another bunch of red sparks, visible only to wizards, began to rise into the air. I raised my wand and instantly gave out the maximum possible density and volume of magic. Stupefy. In a calm atmosphere, without the pressure of someone else's magic and a heap of sources of stress, I managed to create 62 blue clots of Stupefy. Rowena immediately took them under her control, and they, like snakes, flew across the field to the streets of the city at a tremendous, at least transonic speed, accelerating more and more. They have no material embodiment. The laws of physics, such as aerodynamics and inertia, do not affect them, and therefore they could turn immediately and in any direction. On a three-dimensional map, in my imagination, the marks of a group of wizards quickly blinked along the perimeter of the area around Privet Drive. This is how Rowena signaled that the target was hit without removing the mark. A group of wizards led by Potter managed to put up a slight resistance. Stupefy. Stupefy, I repeated the volley twice. It only took a few seconds for the projectiles to reach their targets. By the time the Stupefy beams arrived, 5 wizards had huddled around Potter and, apparently, set up a powerful protogo. 2 had already dropped out of the game, and 1 wizard tried to fly away on a broomstick but was mercilessly shot down and sent to the rosebushes on the Disley plot. The tactics of breaking through protogo is quite simple, as with an egg you need to press not from all sides but concentrate the fire at one point. So Rowena did, in flight, lining up 3 dozen beams one after another, and they broke through the protection, and the rest found targets inside. The wizard with the most magical responses from Echo, presumably Moody, did not last much longer than the rest. It is unlikely that he had previously encountered a swarm of Stupefy beams flying at the speed of sound. Suddenly, an owl hooted from the side, which scared me quite a bit. I was already tense. The bird was clearly flying towards me, and I put my hand out so that it could sit down. Such a big one, not like any owl. As soon as it sat down, I could see a small, coiled letter that was tied to the bird's leg. After running my wand over the letter and not finding anything unwanted, except for the obvious spell of a standard portkayat, activated on command, I untied it, and the bird immediately flapped its wings and flew away. Curious, I said, unfolding the letter. Mr. Knight, read the beautiful calligraphic handwriting of the unknown sender. I would like to introduce you to people who can turn to you for help in solving various specific issues in magic. To my deepest regret, in the near future, I may be extremely busy, and it will not always be possible for me to contact you personally. Therefore, I consider such a measure necessary. The letter is a portkayat activated by a standard command. Sincerely, APWB Dumbledore. Curious. I wanted to watch the paralyzed wizards for a bit so they wouldn't be attacked there or something. But, as you know, the Stupefy effect doesn't last very long, and in a dozen minutes, they'll come to their senses on their own. Just in case, I used attentiveness and other features of the body to the maximum. Porches. I was immediately dragged through by a soft and competently created portal without causing any inconvenience. 280, Chapter 280. Chapter 321 already. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Once in a small park grove, I immediately looked around, holding my wand at the ready. Dumbledore sat on a bench, in his usual purple robes, under the light of an ordinary street lamp, next to an overgrown and unkempt tile path. Mr. Knight, the headmaster smiled into his beard, nice evening, isn't it? The feeling of magic made it clear that it was Dumbledore in front of me, and therefore I did not play spies and ask something. Taking off the hood from my head, I removed the concealment and other charms, except for the muggle repelling, allowing Dumbledore not only to look in my direction but also to see myself. You're right, headmaster. Have a seat. Dumbledore gestured to a seat next to him, and I followed the invitation. There was a silence in which you could clearly hear the noise of the city still not sleeping. I was familiar with this small park literally across the street. Right in front of us, there should be an Alfard house, like the one on Grimald, among other brick houses standing close together. Like Grimald Place, this place was neither elite nor even above average. The walls of the brick houses were slightly blackened, and a few glasses in the windows were broken, and clearly, no one had lived there for a long time. While we wait for my associates, I would like to tell you a little about the situation, Dumbledore began, looking straight ahead. During the last civil war, I gathered concerned wizards willing to oppose the arbitrariness and cruelty of the Dark Lord. I decided to dilute the next pause with my own questions. But shouldn't the Ministry, DMLE, and Aurors somehow oppose the illegal actions of the Dark Lord? They should. You're right, the headmaster nodded. But there are several reasons for their inaction and the inaction of the other wizards. Voldemort. When Dumbledore said the name, I checked the area around for taboo protection. Protected. My actions attracted the headmaster's attention, and he clearly understood their meaning, nodding approvingly. Voldemort has always been cunning and cruel. He attracted people to his side with promises of strength, power, wealth, and permissiveness. He promised the wizards he needed that they would take their rightful place in the world. The greedy went for money, the ideological ones for an idea. Maniacs and murderers for permissiveness. Many wealthy families supported Voldemort in one way or another, not only in word and deed but also with money. A wizard is primarily a human being. And human is a vicious creature, Mr. Knight. You can buy a lot for gold. This is what Voldemort did then, bribing various officials and employees of the Ministry of Magic, and this almost completely nullified opposition from the law. A light cool breeze blew as if bringing with it anxiety, and the headmaster, meanwhile, continued his story. Ordinary people are often simply unable to resist anything. Tell me, Mr. Knight, Dumbledore looked at me. You, being raised among the Muggles, probably thought, but what is so difficult to pick up a wand and protect yourself? There are so many different weapons, methods of defense and attack in the Muggle world, and everyone can take it to defend themselves. But answer the question: how many people are really capable of picking up this weapon, how many of them know how to use it, and how many are ready to use it? Few. Keep the proportion and carry it over to magical England. There you have it, that small number of wizards capable of action. To anyone familiar with the ordinary world, its size, diversity, and population, it would seem ridiculous for one of the opposing sides to have 3 or 4 dozen strong wizards, 100 or 2 medium, and under 500 magical creatures and frankly worthless, but embittered and immoral wizards, weak but capable of any vileness. Another gust of wind hinted that the weather could deteriorate at any moment, and the sky was about to be covered with clouds. But the far more serious weapon of Voldemort and his minions is fear. Banal but inescapable for the magical population, the headmaster ran his hand along his grey beard. It is not customary in the wizarding community to kill. Even more so, it is customary to avoid killing. At first and second glance, one may encounter all kinds of unacceptable attitudes toward living human beings and individuals, but not murder. Even in the old days, before the statute, 2 wizards or families could always find a consensus. Voldemort instilled fear into the hearts and souls of people by the fact that he and his men could kill without any remorse or hesitation. At any moment and anyone, be it a Muggle or a wizard. And it doesn't matter, for the sake of purpose, interest, or banal entertainment. That was what disarmed wizards the most: the fear of the unthinkable, the unprecedented. Fear of death. The fear of something that didn't happen before. 281, Chapter 281. So that's why you gathered like-minded people. That's not the only reason. Voldemort's ultimate goal is war with ordinary people. That is unacceptable. Contrary to his opinion and the opinion of his loyal and not-so-loyal supporters, Muggles are not defenseless at all. And you need to see the whole picture. Up to a certain point, neither Muggles nor wizards in other countries will react, but a forceful seizure of power, along with attempts to exterminate ordinary people, will bring the other magical powers and enclaves out of their self-isolation in order to crush the threat to the statute. But what about World War II? As far as I know, it was Grindelwald and his supporters who unleashed it. And unleashed it in secret. His methods were quite different and did not endanger the statute. That's the reason he was able to get this far. Speaking of this wizard, the headmaster darkened and seemed to have aged even more. Why are they taking so long? Dumbledore looked anxiously into the night sky, trying to see something up there, above, where because of the light of the city, not a single star could be seen. Come on, I'll take you to our headquarters. It is literally 24 meters away. I suppose you can guess where exactly. There must be one house here, which, for some reason, is not there. Yes, exactly. Follow me. Rising from the bench following the headmaster, I walked with him to the road across which stood the very brick houses, the walls of which seemed to be covered with soot and were no longer red in color. Here, the headmaster held out a note to me. Read and remember, Mr. Knight. Unfolding the note, I read, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is located at 7 Camberwell Street. As soon as I read those lines and remembered them, the space between the two houses seemed to open up, revealing to me a previously unseen house of the same red brick. As in the house on Grimmauld on the day of my first visit, the walls of this building were slightly darker, the white paint of the window frames peeled off in many places, and the glass itself was almost black with a layer of soot. Kreaker has fixed a lot of things now, and the house on Grimmauld looks decent even from the outside, although only I can see it, and the old house elf himself. See, Mr. Knight? Yes, I can see it perfectly. Then, let's go inside. We walked through the fence and up the steps of the porch. The headmaster simply turned the doorknob, but I felt the slight magical vibrations of the protection. As soon as I went inside, there was a persistent feeling of déjà vu. A dark hallway and corridor, but lighter, brownish wallpaper with much more modest monograms. They moved away from the walls in some places, and in some places, they bubbled. Because of the lighter shades, all that dirt and cobwebs in the corners was much more pronounced than it had been on Grimmauld in the past. The magic here was strange, too. It was familiar but not particularly pleasant, musty, or something. There is still a lot of work to do, as if seeing my involuntarily twisted face, the headmaster said. We invited Mrs. Weasley, but you know. She should at least manage her house. And it's hard without house elves. I see. The headmaster and I walked along the hallway into a small hall. The layout of the stairs and the passageways to the other rooms were different, but some echoes of the familiar layout crept subtly into my thoughts. From this hall, we went to the kitchen. The antique and solid wooden furniture had long since darkened and now only made me want to run spells over it to renew it. The room itself was large and contained 2 tables, albeit not as long as on Grimmauld. There were only 6 identical chairs, and the others seemed to have been brought in from other rooms. Near the magical semblance of a gas stove, the already familiar plump Madam, Mrs. Weasley, who was already familiar to me, was actively and selflessly bustling about, dressed in a homemade yellow dress of floral motifs with an apron over it. At the head of the table sat Sirius in a casually dressed black suit and a swamp green elongated jacket that looked more like a coat. He has clearly improved his health a little and looks a little better than when we first met, but he is still too old for his age. He nervously twisted a glass of whiskey in his hands, where, judging by the color of the drink, there was once ice, but Sirius did not drink. He only twisted it nervously. Have you come already? He jumped up hopefully, but when he saw me, he sat back down. Not Harry. Amazing observation, I copied Snape's tone and mannerisms while also maintaining a perfect poker face. Usually, such talents are not typical for those who like to drink a strong drink in the evening. And in the morning. And during the day. Mr. Black. Molly Weasley spun around, holding the spatula in one hand and her wand in the other. I got a view of a lot of pots and pans, which actively exuded steam and the aroma of the cooking dinner. Headmaster. The lady exclaimed joyfully, but when she saw me, she frowned. Knight. Thank you for reminding me. I'd forgotten. Mr. Knight, the headmaster looked at me with reproach in his face but a smile in his eyes. Enough with the sarcasm. Obviously, petty feuds amused him. Mrs. Weasley took a deep breath and smiled again, naturally. You can go upstairs. There are twins and Ron. You get along well with the first ones, right? Yes, Mrs. Weasley, I nodded, but the headmaster interrupted our conversation. Mr. Knight will stay here. But he's still just a boy. We are not discussing this, Molly. 282, Chapter 282. Chapter 323 already. Thank you and have fun, smiley face, Molly, have you heard from Alastor? Mrs. Weasley immediately realized the point of the question and remembered that the kitchen was not the only thing to occupy her attention. No. Maybe something happened. I think, the headmaster ran his hand over his beard, Alastor is competent enough to avoid any potential trouble. And the second group should help them in case of unforeseen situations. The rumble of the front door swinging open reached the kitchen, and with it the familiar voice of Moody, but from the small details, it was obvious that another person was speaking. I told you. Grumbled Moody loudly and angrily, knocking on the floor with his prosthesis while walking. Constant vigilance. And you. Rookies. Let's take a seat, the headmaster said quietly, taking the first seat at the table where everyone would see him. Sirius jumped up, shining like a polished galleon. You'll see him after the meeting, the headmaster smiled softly at Black. But. Later. Sirius slumped back into his chair, but he didn't look so worried anymore, drinking a glass of whiskey in one gulp. Disgusting, too much water, Black grimaced. Oh. Max. Amazing. Judging by the voices, someone sent Harry Potter upstairs, and there he was already greeted by the noisy twins, Ron and Ginny. The wizards gradually entered the kitchen, gloomy and a little shabby but in one piece. There were people I knew, as well as those whose identities I could only guess. When the 8 wizards, some thoughtful, some angry, and some just moody, came in and sat down at the tables, the headmaster spoke. I would like to know what delayed you? No one got hurt. Oh, nonsense. Tonks lowered her head, slamming her forehead obscenely against the table. And lack of vigilance. Moody, dressed in his old hiking suit and battered coat, slammed his staff on the floor. They knocked out everyone in seconds, even second group. We were thrown into the shit of our incompetence. And the worst thing that worries us most is that no one was hurt, no one was touched, no other influences. They gave us a thick hint that they were turning us on the D. Alastair. Dumbledore interrupted the retired Auror. Twisted as they wanted. Moody angrily looked around at the wizards, and half of them lowered their heads. Well. I think we will discuss this issue later. And now, while we are all waiting for another wizard, I would like to introduce this young man to you. Everyone here can turn to him for help in matters of magic, not very popular and approved. Dark magic, or what? Grunted Stern Moody and leaned forward slightly on the chair, hanging over the table. He had an artificial eye, but clearly different, newer. What could such a brat know about dark magic? And about magic in general? Needless to say, the wizards around quietly began to grumble about everything. Do you think I don't know much about magic? A slight grin came out on my face by itself. I hope you liked my stupefy, which so cheerfully knocked you all out in little whinging. I was not going to make a secret of my escapade. What? The wizards shouted in different ways, and some even jumped up from their seats. Please calm down, the headmaster raised his hands, and everyone sat down, but now their heads were not lowered, and their gaze was directed directly at me. Someone looked with curiosity, someone with indignation. Tonks just smiled and waved her hand ridiculously. The headmaster looked at me sitting next to him. Could you shed some light on the meaning of your words, Mr. Knight? I've been wandering here and there, looking for some adventure. Of course, breaking laws now and then, casting invisible spells to find something interesting. Of course, I found that something. 2 large groups of wizards were moving purposefully toward Little Whinging. And how did you know that this was where we were heading, hey? Moody leaned forward again, trying to put pressure with his scarred appearance. The 2 groups of wizards were moving along in azimuth without even changing direction, and I know the map of England by heart. It was easy to calculate the presumed point. Anyway, I followed the 2 groups at a decent distance, and when they all landed in the same area, I figured this was the adventure. Ugh! Moody almost spat on the floor, and a big dark-skinned man in a purple robe and clearly national clothes just shook his head. In order to trace, I used spells to search for magical objects. Such charms are unsuitable in the magical world because of the saturation of it with magic, but in the ordinary one, I put marks on the discovered sources of magic. When one of the marks launched red lights into the sky and the others regrouped, I realized that this was the first signal. The signal for readiness. When the second lights shot up, it became clear that this was a signal to start. Being at a decent distance, I used spells for cartographers, getting data about the terrain and landscape. Having created an oversaturated stupefy, I turned it into controlled projectiles and mentally controlled each one to the target, focusing on the map in my head and the positions of the marks on it. But that's... Tonks shifted her dumbfounded gaze from one wizard to the other. That's... I have no words. How did your head not burst, Max? The brain, dear Nymphadora, is an amazing thing. If you develop it, of course, and not just eat with your head. 283, Chapter 283. So, you're a brat, Moody looked at me sternly. Knocked out 2 squads of skilled wizards just out of idleness? Do you realize you've jeopardized an important operation? At the end of the sentence, he was literally screaming. You shouldn't have relaxed, I smiled calmly in response, if you took up the fight with the Dark Lord. Your constant vigilance is useless if you are unable to analyze and predict a wide variety of threats. Are you aware, Moody continued to pester me with questions, that witchcraft outside of Hogwarts is prohibited and punishable by a fine, and considering how many times you've done it, by expulsion. Oh. I threw up my hands. And you, as I see here, are all observing the laws, assembling an illegal organization with a forceful way of resolving the conflict. Here he is, for example. I pointed my hand at a chubby little man with the face of an Italian mobster and a fancy dark suit with various embroideries, monograms, and stuff. But the clothes were old, not particularly well groomed, from different sets. He looked like a glamorous tramp. He is, I repeated. A thief, a crook, and a swindler. Isn't that punishable? Who knows what crimes are on this man's conscience? Moreover, even now, you have the opportunity to look at his reaction and say with certainty that he is a coward. What? The short man jumped up, rubbing his bowler hat nervously in his hands. You. He. Or here, I spoke again, looking at Lupin, who was clearly looking at Tonks. Remus Lupin. Do you know that his place is in Azkaban? Hey? Why so? Exclaimed Tonks. Remus is a decent wizard, albeit a werewolf. Well, that's not news to anyone, is it? Oh, really, Nymphadora? Grinned, looking at the outraged girl changing her hair color, and turned my gaze to a pale Lupin. Didn't Remus tell anyone that, in a fit of his forgetfulness, he didn't drink one cunning potion, and a year and a half ago, having turned into a full moon, he bit an innocent student? Fortunately, that student was able to fight back and at least keep himself alive. Mr. Knight, the headmaster frowned. If such an egregious incident had happened at Hogwarts, I would certainly know about it. Please do not slander Mr. Lupin. Exactly. Tonks warmly supported the headmaster, and the others nodded in agreement. He's not very polite at all, remarked Mrs. Weasley. Molly, dear. The red-haired, plump man in the suit and a small pointed hat, Mr. Arthur Weasley, sitting on the side, looked reluctantly at his wife, and the topic was closed. Didn't you say? I looked at Remus again. I don't know what you mean, Mr. Knight. Lupin regained the equanimity of his face. Remus is my friend, Black spoke suddenly, pouring whiskey into an empty glass. I vouch for him. So, not wanting to upset the headmaster, Lupin didn't report the incident. Didn't report that he almost killed the student who, by the way, saved his friend from the Dementors? Despite being wounded. Excuse me, Mr. Knight. The headmaster frowned again. As far as I know, you were the one who saved Sirius from the Dementors. There, on the shore of the lake. An amazing coincidence, isn't it? So, Mr. Knight, you're a werewolf. Have you ever seen me turned into a wolf? Maybe I wasn't feeling well before and after the full moon? Maybe I was disappearing somewhere? Well, yes, the latter is not relevant. I study a lot on my own. Indeed. Pondered the headmaster. I told you. Jumped Sirius, pointing his finger at me angrily. Bullshit. Remus is a great wizard and a good friend. After draining the glass in one gulp, Sirius sat down, and Mrs. Weasley, judging by the look, did not approve of alcoholism and was obviously thinking how to hit Black more comfortably with a frying pan spatula that she still held in her hand. The rest. As extras, they tried not to get involved in the brewing conflict. So good that he left his friend's son to the mercy of fate, forgetting about his existence? So good that he immediately believed the newspaper stories about your betrayal, Sirius? So good that as soon as Harry fell out of his sphere of interest, the boy was instantly forgotten? So good that for the sake of your friendship in so many years, he couldn't solve his problem. What would you know about how hard it is to be a werewolf? Remus finally burst out. I solved the problem a month before I first turned into a werewolf. Still sitting calmly in my seat, I must have smiled extremely annoyingly at any remark, thereby further infuriating my interlocutors. Unfortunately, in feigned sadness, I spread my arms to the sides. This method is only suitable for me. No one bit him. Sirius jumped up and started waving his hands vigorously. All this time, I have been following Lupin's behavior in order to be able to draw some conclusions about his personality. What can I say? There is more harm from such allies than from enemies. Be that as it may, the headmaster spoke loudly, calming everyone down and drawing attention to himself. We have gathered here for a completely different reason. So. 284, Chapter 284. Chapter 325 already. Thank you and have fun, smiley face. It was as if Dumbledore knew that none other than Severus Snape was about to enter the kitchen like an inaudible shadow. The potions professor looked a little battered and paler than ever. Against this pallor, his hooked nose and greasy hair took on an even greater contrast. Headmaster, he nodded in greeting, and without taking a seat beside anyone else, he took a seat in the dark corner of the kitchen. Severus, nodded Dumbledore. So, now that everyone is here, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Knight. Some are already familiar with him. Some have only heard of him. So. The headmaster took a few moments to introduce me to those present. The dark-skinned wizard in the purple robe turned out to be none other than Kingsley Shacklebolt, an aura of middle rank. I already knew Lupin, Moody, and Tonks. Emelina Vance, a middle-aged, stately witch in dark robes, gave a pleasant impression of restraint and reasonableness. Daedalus Diggle was a strange character in strange clothes. Judging by his age, he is already an old man. Obviously, he's a little crazy, but that can be said about many adult wizards I know. Mundungus Fletcher is a shorty swindler. He could be useful since he's obviously widely known in narrow circles and can extract information. True, I wouldn't trust him with anything at all, let alone my life. Arthur Weasley, there's not much to say about him. Well, and this, the headmaster pointed his hand toward me. Maximilian Knight. He's the one you can go to with sensitive questions if Professor Snape is unavailable. Let me say a few words at once. I drew the attention of those present. I will not help Lupin and Fletcher. But why not? Emmeline Vance, who was already introduced to me, asked calmly. Lupin, for obvious reasons. And Fletcher? Well, I'm not going to deal with removing curses and other crap from things that he safely stole somewhere. Quite frankly, I expected more from your order than that. An old disabled militant with a grudge against the enemy. A former convict stuck in the past. Thief and crook. A werewolf whose entire trustworthy image is a product of the delusion of others. I bet the hypocritical knacker Charlie Weasley is also included in your order, along with the cunning brother Bill. Don't slander my children. Molly was indignant. Arthur silently supported her with a stern look and agreeable nods. It's not slander. It's a fact. I have nothing much to say about the others, but I am sure that many here are also far from saints. Nymphadora. What is your sin? Me? I'm not to blame for anything. I am for justice. Unfortunately, this metaphysical matter is completely unattainable. But at least someone here is ideological. But like I told the headmaster, I will provide all possible assistance. That's good, Dumbledore nodded. That's exactly what we've been missing. But I will not join any orders. I will simply provide assistance to those in need at my discretion. By a happy coincidence, it will be the wizards sitting in front of me who will be in need. The headmaster smiled into his beard, and I didn't really follow the reactions of the others. Since we have solved this issue, Severus, tell us how things are going in the camp of the enemies? And you, Mr. Knight, since you are not a member of the order, I will ask you to leave the meeting. Your friends from the house are currently living upstairs, as Mrs. Weasley said. I think you would like to talk to them. With all due respect, Professor Snape, I nodded to the potions master who had taken a step out of the dark corner. I doubt that you will tell me something new for me. I bet the Dark Lord has set up his headquarters in Malfoy Manor. The current head, Draco, is, frankly, a stupid weakling. But getting his support is important to the Dark Lord, for it is practically a bottomless purse. I believe Azkaban was attacked not only for the sake of manpower but also for the sake of Aunt Bellatrix. It was her release and presence that would allow him to enlist the support of Narcissa Malfoy, and subsequently Draco himself. The Ministry's current policy of denial is extremely beneficial to the Dark Lord and gives the former prisoners time to regain their strength and time to recruit a new life force. For example, enlist the support of werewolves from the Greyback Pack. I believe he has sent ambassadors to the Giants as well. He could get their support simply by promising to smash, stew, and eat stupid humans. With access to the Malfoy money, there is wide access to the Ministry. It seems to me that at least 5 or 6 people from different departments are already dancing to the tune of the Dark Lord. The Department of Mysteries, the DMLE, and the Auror's office without a doubt. And please, don't tell me about honor and so on. Wizards are people. People are vile creatures. I hope that the meaning of this equation has not escaped anyone. And now, rising from my seat, I bowed to everyone. Before I leave your undoubtedly decent society, leaving you to enjoy Professor Snape's useless report, I would like to ask him one question. 285, Chapter 285. Snape grinned, looking at me expectantly. Is my mother doing well? And if not, then what? Snape looked at me seriously. You will take one of England's most protected and unapproachable manors by storm. If necessary. Damn black! Muttered Moody fussily, taking a sip from his flask. Everyone knows that he drinks only from his own flask. Therefore, last year, there were no questions about the fake Moody drinking too much from the flask. If you're so interested, then everything is as good as it can be when a Dark Lord lives in your house. In that case, see you not soon, ladies and gentlemen. Turning around, I quickly left the kitchen. There were 4 redheads and 1 black-haired with a scar peering down the stairs, and at the very wall, almost imperceptibly, hung an ear on a flesh-colored thread. Of course, this thread stretched to the redheads on the 2nd floor. They were eavesdropping. But I don't care. After leaving the house, now serious as, I checked for the presence of a muggle-repelling charm on myself, and apparat to the very threshold of the house on Grimmauld, and went inside. I wanted to sit in the library for a while and think, so that's where I went. Why did I say what I said? Well, in fact, sooner or later, this open secret of mine would have surfaced under the pressure of life circumstances and other difficulties. Lupin himself would have told about his puncture as a person. I put everything in a more or less favorable light for me, or rather, unfavorable for Lupin. As a result, this werewolf did not show any positive qualities, and my already old and dust-covered desire to kill the bastard who almost killed me was aroused again. I promised myself I'll do it. But I'll do it without magic, and days of observing Lupin's movements had revealed several of his habits that I would take advantage of. London at night could impress with its busy central streets, the lights of signs and parties, cars, the soft light of restaurants and tourist centres. But this picture changed radically as we moved away from the center calm and quiet night parks of sleeping residential areas, but life was boiling again on the outskirts, but this time another, invisible to most the night ball in the local ghettos was ruled by gangs. London is a city of contrasts. Through one of the parks, empty at this time of the night, walked quite an ordinary man in a dark green suit that was a little too big and in a dark coat. A couple of small scars adorned his face. Remus Lupin liked to walk around the city like this. There was already too much forest and wilderness in his life. Remus was not surprised by the figure of a muggle walking toward him, wearing a disheveled business suit and carrying a half-empty bottle of whiskey. The muggle staggered and moved not very confidently, but Remus was not worried. Under special charms, an ordinary person could not see him. It was this fact that allowed Lupin to easily walk past a very drunk muggle along a narrow stone path in the park. When he passed by, he could not restrain himself and turned his nose at the bright smell of fumes and alcohol, and after taking another step, he suddenly heard an unusual and new sound, a metallic click behind his back. Turning sharply, Remus managed to see only a muggle looking at him, holding something in his hands. Flash, rumble, darkness. The muggle, who had suddenly decided to shoot into the void, whether out of anger or resentment at the injustice of the world, turned around and staggered away. He had a hard day. He was fired from his job after his criminal record was discovered. They might even go to the police, and there would be bobbies waiting for him at home. Would he get away with it? Or not? These were the thoughts that were spinning in the muggle's head when he, without remembering how, got to the subway. Images of his criminal life kept popping up in his head, and each episode was as if signed, a couple of years for this. A couple of years for that. Hey! The man suddenly came to his senses and realized that he had just stepped off the platform directly under the train. The brief moment of incomprehension and realization ended as quickly as the life of a muggle under the wheels of an emergency braking train. The few people who were on the platform at that moment were shocked. There was a fuss, but no one noticed, and could not notice, a young and rather tall guy with very light, almost ash-colored hair. Everyone will get what they deserve, the blonde guy said quietly, rather to himself, and turned around and walked away from the subway. One day, someone will come for me too. 286, Chapter 286. Chapter 327 already. Thank you and have fun, smiley face. The werewolf is an amazing creature. Lupin managed to survive, even though he received a severe head injury. It was quite simple to understand. I checked the activity of magic objects in the area as soon as I left the subway. Whether this is a coincidence or some kind of providence, but once I understood it, I decided to play this card differently. Quickly reaching the place of the failed tragedy, where an unconscious Lupin was lying on a stone-laid path in the middle of the park with a tangential head wound, I immediately renewed the muggle repellent charms and ran up to the bleeding werewolf, took out a second wand. Vulnera Sanenter. The blood quickly returned to the body, but the wound did not close. This is not how it works. Throwing a stasis on the werewolf, I suspended him in the air, using a locomotor, and went to the headquarters of the order. It wasn't a long walk, but 5 minutes was enough time for me to think about all sorts of things. In essence, my attack with the help of harmless paralyzing spells, the targeting of which was carried out almost with the help of household magic, was supposed to show the smart members of the order that standard thinking and readiness for standard threats is not a guarantee of survival in future collisions. No, seriously. Spells for mapping the area are simple to perform, well known, but somewhat difficult to use, and useless in the magical world due to the saturation of its spaces with magic. A group of spells that leave mental or other markings on objects is 7th year material if you are focusing on herbology and animal care. Herbologists use such marks to track the condition of their plants in their greenhouses, and breeders use them to distinguish identical individuals. Again, in magically saturated places, the link between the wizard and the mark will quickly become clogged with background magic as the distance increases. Echo is a spell from the grimoire, but there are also analogues in ordinary wand magic because wizards have long been using similar developments for those who have lost their sight. In general, they should get the idea that spells can be used in many different ways and in the most unexpected combinations. Take the same dark magic. Often, dark magic spells and rituals serve only one purpose: to cause harm, but among other things, they are also dangerous to the wizard himself or have a strong influence on him. However, even a quick glance through modern manuscripts reveals that Imperio can easily stop a madman from committing suicide. At the same time, Cruciatus, acting among other things on the nervous system, is able to start the heart with a short-term impulse. Well, if you don't know any other spells created for such things. Under reflections, such as, shouldn't I have somehow behaved softer, rocking the foxboat, which is overwhelmed with a sense of its own greatness and importance. I got to the headquarters of the order and knocked on the door. They did not open it to me right away. Who is there? Sirius's indignant face appeared. It was he who opened the door for a simple reason: only initiates can come here at all. Fidelius, it seems. Someone shot your friend. Let me in already. I waved Black away, brashly walking inside and levitating Lupin behind me. Merlin's underpants. Fussed black. Who? How? I have no idea. Don't fuss. He's just injured, unconscious, and under stasis. Where do you want me to carry him? Ah. Follow me. In his black suit, Sirius almost ran down the corridors to one of the first-floor rooms. There were already multiple sounds of rapid footsteps coming from above, but as I realized, there were only a handful of adult wizards here. What is there? A fussy and disheveled Potter ran down the stairs. Not now, Harry. Sirius looked at the guy sternly, but he just scowled. I want to know. Later. We went into the room, and Sirius closed the door in front of Potter's nose and waved his wand around a couple of times. I looked around the living room, but clearly, no one has moved in here. It's just ready for this settlement. After carrying Lupin to the bed, I turned to a worried but focused Sirius. Do you have someone with experience in healing? He was shot with an ordinary firearm. Why do you think so? Don't you smell gunpowder? Obviously, the shot was fired at close range. Sirius moved closer to Lupin and sniffed the air with his nose. Strangely enough, smells penetrated through the stasis spell. Indeed. And how did an ordinary muggle do that? You're asking me. I didn't even have to play surprise because I really didn't know how exactly it happened. So, in general terms, I found him, healed him a little, threw him into stasis, and brought him here. I can cure, but the result is not guaranteed. Healing is not something that you can really learn only from books. That's right. 287, Chapter 287. The door opened abruptly, and Tonks appeared on the threshold. She wasn't wearing a leather suit now, but brightly colored muggle clothes in a slightly punk style. She walked in rather briskly and closed the door right in front of Potter, who had already been joined by Ron. Has something happened? Get Andromeda. Sirius turned to her. Remus got shot. What do you mean shot? She wondered, and looking at Lupin and noticing the distinctive head wound, she was even more surprised. Just like that? Is he even alive? Surprisingly, at that moment, Sirius and I looked at her with exactly the same expression on our faces, which read doubt in her intellectual abilities. And these expressions were understood by the girl, forcing her to be embarrassed and change her hair color from purple to other toxic shades a couple of times. One moment. The girl pulled her wand from the holster on her forearm and swung it. Expecto Patronum. A glowing ball of light burst from the tip of Nymphadora's wand, immediately transforming into a rabbit. It circled merrily through the air, stopping in front of the girl's face, and the girl whispered something to it quickly, after which the ghostly hair galloped through the wall, disappearing. I called my mom. She's not at work right now. Or at work. Wait, you don't even have your own healer. And again, I did not have to be surprised. All the healers are under Mungo, replied Nymphadora. And the Mungo are neutral. In England, you can gain practice or private healing only there. You need to be assigned to Mungo and the guild. Otherwise, it is illegal. Oh, right. Listen, Max, Nymphadora looked at me very seriously. Is what you said true? Bullshit. I'm sure he's lying, said Sirius, sitting down on the chair next to Lupin's bed. Without further ado, I took off my robe. Then I took off my black windbreaker and then my t-shirt. Don't blush. Look at the scars, Nymphadora, I chided the girl with a smile, and she stopped flashing, staring at the right side of my torso, densely dotted with pale, almost unscary scars. Here. I pointed with my finger at the areas of intact skin that were in the middle of the scars. Pieces of skin and meat were torn out by the jaws. And here he bared my ribs. And also a hand, see? Here the claws have already worked. And there are also scars on the leg. If Nymphadora turned pale at the sight of such scars, then Sirius looked with interest, frowning, and seemed to be trying to imagine a picture of what had happened. Well, in fact, the scars are not at all as terrible as they were after the treatment, and my ritual left, in fact, only traces, but the integrity of the picture was not lost from this. I had to do a lot of magic just to close them, and it's a whole story about bringing them to such a stage of healing. Wow! Nymphadora bent down a little, wanting to take a closer look, and even unconsciously pulled my hand, but jumped back and blushed again. It could have been anyone, Sirius said reasonably. It seems that he was not particularly worried about Lupin, but it is understandable he is in stasis, and the healer is on the way. Of course, I nodded, starting to get dressed. But at the moment of our skirmish, in a fit of shock and panic, I inflicted many wounds on him. Bleeding wounds. And figured it out by blood. Nymphadora returned to normal and turned on the brain. Ritual or potion? Or a spell? A spell? Is there such a spell? Well, what if you know? You seem to know a lot. Not that much. What about that attack on us? There was a note of indignation in her voice. brains and an unusual use of common, and more importantly, commonly known spells. Nothing special. But what was the point of doing all that? You can't imagine how scared we were. By the end, we already thought that we would die there. With a wave of my wand, I transfigured 2 chairs out of the air, decently straining my brains, and gestured to the girl to sit down, taking one of them. Partly from boredom. Partly, though. I wanted to see what the old company, as the headmaster called you, was capable of. I knew for sure that it was you for a simple reason. The headmaster mentioned that there is Remus in this company. I'll tell you a secret, I was tracking Lupin. I was curious to look into the eyes of the man who did what he did. Just imagine for a second that a less capable child would have been there instead of me and would not have been able to drive away a werewolf. He would have died. Or, let's say, he didn't die, but a month later, in the common room, the heart of the house would turn into a werewolf in the midst of a bunch of defenseless children. I hope I don't need to explain what the werewolf is guided by. Interestingly, even the slightly insane Sirius turned pale. Carnage. He exhaled softly. 288, Chapter 288. Chapter 329 already. The last day of double chapters. Enjoy. Exactly, there would have been a massacre. And yet Lupin himself didn't tell anyone what had happened. Didn't notify the headmaster. Although he remembered everything, and all the time, he looked at me guiltily, avoiding me. He didn't talk to me, didn't explain the situation. Didn't share the experience of being such a creature, didn't tell me how to hold back or what measures to take. He just let everything take its course. Very cowardly and selfish, don't you think? Nymphadора's mood was not good. So, in general, I was tracking him. Then, on one of his walks, I recorded his movement with a group of wizards. I was bored, so I decided to follow you. It was easy. Any average wizard could have done it. Well, what happened next? I told you, a non-standard application of ordinary spells multiplied by trained brains. Any sufficiently developed wizard would be able to do it, if not everyone. It was, in fact, the surprise factor and the fact that I was far away and out of your line of sight. But to attack like that? Just stupefy. There were no other wizards around. If someone had been following you, I would have knocked them out. Fine, Nymphadora slammed her palms on her knees. But how did you deal with the lycanthropy? Don't get me wrong, an infection from a werewolf bite on a full moon is a guarantee of infection in its most severe form. Your method could help many, many people. My method is too unique. It's an extremely energy-intensive, individually calculated ritual. Energy-intensive. The Nymphadora's look unmistakably hinted at certain peculiarities of energy-intensive rituals. Oh, no, I waved away with a smile. No sacrifices, unless you count the almost completely decomposed corpse of the 1000-year-old basilisk that lived in the sewers of Hogwarts. Sirius and Nymphadora looked at me with a completely stupid look for a few seconds, which was quite amusing. What? Well, the Slytherin's basilisk. Judging by its size, it's lived about 1000 years. Give or take 50 years. The table of the dependence of size on age is the same for all types of basilisks. But how? Nymphadora jumped up from her chair and began to pace up and down the room. That's... wow. All this time. Such a dangerous creature lived there. You're not lying. I'm serious. Harry and I killed it in the 2nd year, saving Ginny. You'd better ask Harry for the details. I was dragged into this at the very end, and events were gathering momentum for almost the whole year, and Harry was somehow involved there. Nymphadora paced the room for a few more minutes, thinking. Sirius sat thoughtful and shocked, but I can't guess what he was thinking about. It turns out, Nymphadora stopped. Did you decompose the basilisk into magic for the ritual? But this is a huge amount of magic. Where to? Do you know about the triad of being? Millimeter. No. Sirius stirred. The result of dark magical research on the soul by wizards of the Middle Ages, Black said in a low voice, looking at the floor. Research may be darkly magical, the process of which I did not approve, leafing through the ancient parchments, but the results are very ordinary, useful, and opening eyes to some of the secrets and processes of the universe. Nothing is clear, Nymphadora shook her head, and it's not clear how it helped you. I reconstructed the body based on information from the soul. Something like that. What? Nymphadora's eyes bulged amusedly, and Sirius nodded importantly, as if for him such things are commonplace, like breakfast in the morning. What part of my sentence escapes your understanding? All of it. All parts of the sentence. How is that even? And don't tell me it's normal. Nymphadora was surprised and outraged, but you can't blame her. Well, all the information is in the Hogwarts library. There's lots and lots of different information out there in general, the level of which ranges from the most basic knowledge to those that far surpass the masters. You just have to be able to read, have the desire to understand, learn about the world in a variety of ways, and be able to count, if possible, quickly. That's nonsense. Nymphadora sat down on a chair. I actually went to Hogwarts, too. I've never seen anything like it. Well, no one will provide you such unique knowledge in its pure form and by a happy coincidence suitable for your situation. At that time, I looked through a third of the library, and to achieve the result, I had to use almost all the knowledge available in my head while calculating the ritual scheme from scratch. I didn't even have much of choice. Remain a werewolf. Undergo treatment and for 4 days a month become magically, physically and mentally disabled, but safe. Brew an expensive potion every month while still remaining a werewolf capable of infecting other people. And this option to risk everything but be cured. But... Nymphadora spread her hands to the sides with incomprehension, looking at me. Where do you get such ideas from? To use almost basic spells this way. Even that ritual. You haven't read Muggle fiction. There are far more ambitious ideas than mine. All that remains is to adjust the magic to the fantasy. Everything is here, I tapped my temple with a finger. 289, Chapter 289. Well, are you cured? I don't know, I shrugged, causing Nymphadora and Sirius to look even more surprised. How is that? Black looked at me blankly. There are some consequences remained, it seems, because of the basilisk carcass as a source of energy. But no loss of control and transformations. According to calculations, it turns out that I am not contagious either, and the result just changed my nature a little. What about the headmaster? It must be a dark ritual. What's so dark about it? Dark magic is magic whose only meaning in essence is to cause harm. According to the Ministry's classification, there's a whole coven of dark wizards around here. It's called Mungo. And that's where they heal people. The door opened, and Andromeda, in her bright yellow robe, walked into the room, immediately closing the door in front of the 4 redheads and 1 black-haired boy. Mrs. Tonks, I nodded in greeting. Mom! Jumped Nymphadora. Here. The girl pointed her hand at Lupin lying in bed. I'm not blind, Dora. Max. She nodded to me and then to Sirius. Then she walked over to the bed and took her wand out of the depths of her robe, and began to move it around Lupin's head. After a dozen seconds, Andromeda cast a couple of wound healing and tissue restoring spells and a couple more unknown to me. That's it. Injuries are minor thanks to timely assistance, Mrs. Tonks summarized. Give him Skull-Gro 6 drops per glass of water, and the damaged bones in his skull will recover. A simple Wiggenweld potion, coupled with his increased regeneration, will restore the rest. Andromeda stepped away from the bed and looked at me. I wrote you letters, I smiled, wanting to see the reaction. Don't get me wrong, she smiled back. We are all connected with the Order in one way or another. We all avoided any outside contact in any way until a fully protected shelter was finally established. A reliable means of communication will appear in a couple of days, and we thought to answer you just then. To be sure that neither the message nor the addressee could be intercepted. We contacted ourselves with the help of fox and 2 special breeds of owls. We don't know, Nymphadora took the floor. Even with information from their side, what exactly Voldemort will do. Yes, and I wrote to you right after the start of the holidays, but the owl flew back. It looks like Kreaker took my instruction too literally to lock himself up in the house on Grimmauld. I see. Okay. Anyway, I got up from my chair, I should mind my own business, too. Max. Jumped from Nymphadora's chair. You wanted to see what the Order is capable of. Let's say, I turned around at the door. Would you like a little sparring? There is a duel hall, the girl smiled predatorily. Sirius was paying all his attention to worrying about Lupin, and Andromeda just shook her head dejectedly. Don't confuse a fight with a duel, Nymphadora, but I agree. Lead on. And don't call me Nymphadora, she remembered suddenly, heading for the door and opening it. Follow me. Outside the door, as before, the redheads and Potter were waiting. What's going on? Harry asked the question immediately. Yo, Max. The twins nodded in sync, smiling, and Ron's place was taken by Bill, who had recently shown up here in a business suit but still wearing the same dragon skin boots. He didn't say hello, but he looked at me in surprise. Lupin got shot, but it's all right, said Nymphadora, and we have a duel. Grunted Bill, and if Potter headed into the room, then the twins, who had been silent for the time being, Ginny and Bill followed us. A duel. Ginny spoke up. How serious is it? We'll just test each other's strength. Yeah? Okay, then. The girl turned toward the stairs. The twins looked at each other. We'll go check on the Marauder, too, then. The boys headed back to the room where Lupin was resting. We went down to the first level of the basement, where we walked literally a couple of meters down a gloomy stone hallway to a large wooden double door. Come in, Nymphadora pushed the door open, and we found ourselves in a spacious and simple stone hall with high ceilings. The room was divided into two sections. The smaller one, closer to the entrance, had sofas, a table, and a couple of narrow and tall bookcases. A much larger part was completely empty. There was nothing to look at except the bare stone walls and floor. Even the light here was the same as in the Chamber of Secrets. It is not clear where it comes from, but good enough both for reading and fighting. So, Nymphadora turned sharply, putting her hands on her hips. Max and I go there. The girl nodded toward a large, empty part of the room. And you're here, she added for Bill. Unbeknownst to us, Andromeda appeared here, all in the same yellow robe. If anything happens, I'll put your arms and legs back in place. Bill grunted once again. I took off my robe, remaining in a casual black suit of pants, high-toe boots, and a hoodie. Restrictions. No unforgivable and dark spells. It's a duel, Max. All right. 290, Chapter 290. Chapter 330 already. Thank you and have fun. We stepped apart to either side of the empty half of the hall, and Andromeda, coming to the edge of this zone, raised her wand into the air, creating a kind of barrier between the two parts of the room. Just like at home. She said faintly, and a logical question arose in my mind, where on Grimmauld is the same hall? I've seen the other one. I'll have to ask Kriaker. On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Without noticing how the wand was in my hand, I caught a ray of nonverbal stupefy on its tip, sending it back together with a thick blue reducto beam. Nymphadora simply bounced off the trajectory of both rays, throwing Incarcerus and hiding behind a flying ball of threads the materialized essence of the spell, a couple of transparent nonverbal ictus, air fists. Incarcero can mislead a wizard accustomed to transfiguration. Reverse transfiguration charms or shields from material attacks do not work on these ropes since they are not actually real. It is also difficult to dodge because, in flight, they open up like fishing nets, and as soon as they touch the target, even with the very tip, the whole spell immediately hits the target. These thoughts flashed instantly, and I simply apparat with black smoke 2 steps to the side. The semi-transparent clots followed me, and I again took them on Protego Duo with the tip of my wand, sending them back together with the reducto rays. Nymphadora dodged to the side in the white smoke of transgression but a couple of steps further. I had to go into a transgression again, simultaneously throwing Bombarda into the floor in front of her, forcing her to go into a transgression as well. We circled around the hall in a wild and fast dance of black and white smoke, keeping our distance. Throwing spells at each other that are not particularly dangerous but painful or disabling in case of a hit. Along the way, we tried to create obstacles and difficulties for each other. I used transfiguration, forcing Nymphadora into transgression from various dangerous objects, small and not so small, and then tried to catch her with energy spells that could pass through the transfiguration field of space. On the other hand, Nymphadora was ruining the local landscape with Bombardas following my first example, forcing me to move in transgression from the shards as well. Although, by doing so, she created material for me to transfigure. After 20 seconds of combat, several things became clear. I forcibly slowed myself down to the level of perception and reaction of an ordinary person. This is not enough to quickly defeat a rather talented, judging by the reviews, junior Auror. Obviously, I'm pushing her slowly. The speed of the fight is gradually decreasing. However, we don't use overtly combat spells. Having decided to speed up a little, I began to create Stupefy saturated with magic, sending 5 or 6 beams into a white fog, in which the figure of a Nymphadora could sometimes be seen. It was at this moment that Nymphadora sped up abruptly, almost immediately being next to me. She decided to enter a kind of clinch, using the fact that I was distracted by the concentration of oversaturation of Stupefy with magic. A powerful Stupefy almost escaped the girl's wand, but I raised the speed to the level of Nymphadora and used one of Delphine's tricks oversaturated with magic reducto from the transgression. It creates the effect of a powerful shock wave. True, there are a couple more ways, but here you need to get out of the transgression. The transfiguration of space distorts some of the effects of spells. Nymphadora flew out of the transgression like a cork from a bottle, hitting her back against the nearest wall and falling on one knee, put her hand to her head. Expelliarmus. Incarcerus. A dim ray of the first spell disarmed Nymphadora, and the second bound her tightly and qualitatively. You can accelerate? Not bad. Mordred. Nymphadora said dejectedly, lying tied up on the floor and wincing a little from the pain in her head. Well, almost. You shouldn't be able to accelerate. I shouldn't be able to use transgression either. What made you believe that you know my limits? It is better to overestimate the enemy and win. Having dispelled the binding spell, I helped Nymphadora to stand up and return the wand. It was a pretty smart decision to catch me concentrating while I was oversaturating my spell. I would have done it myself if I was sure that the enemy could not accelerate. Yet, I lost to a schoolboy. Well done, Max. Nymphadora poked me in the shoulder with her fist. 291, Chapter 291. Chapter 331 already. May the magic be with you. Enjoy. Hey. Fight me now, Bill came up to us, defeating a girl is not a lot of honor. Hey. I'm actually an Auror. Nymphadora was indignant but left the dual zone, falling into the tenacious diagnostic hands of her mother. Fortunately, the diagnosis was completed in less than half a minute, and the countdown began again. 3, 2, 1. At maximum mental and physical acceleration, with the sharp and careless but very quick wave of the wand, I created as fast a single non-verbal stupefy as I could. It instantly hit Bill, who did not have time to put Protogo right in the stomach. The guy flew into the wall with the speed of a bullet and fell. Andromeda announced my victory and came to diagnose Bill. He's okay. Just stupefy and hit the wall a little, she stated and looked at the wall. They won't let you crash here. Okay, I really have to go. It's already night. Nodding goodbye to everyone present, I headed for the exit. I'll walk you out. Nymphadora jumped up from her comfortable chair, and together we left the room. When we reached the first floor, Nymphadora looked at me. Someone is teaching you, right? I realized this from that wave such nuances are not written in textbooks, as well as methods of going into transgression. Yes. Who? I won't tell you. Already at the door of the house, Nymphadora turned to me again. Come back in a couple of days. We should have a reliable means of communication by this time. If I have time. Nodding, I cast a muggle repelling charm on myself and left the house, immediately operating into one of the dark alleys on Grimmauld Place. The 6th of the month, on the morning of which the appointment with Lady Greengrass was scheduled, came very quickly. I took full advantage of those free days in early August, almost locking myself in the Grimmaulds gym, leaving it only to sleep and eat. What did I do? I experimented with hemomancy long overdue. A truly secret place, the house on Grimmauld, was now at my complete disposal. I could have done it last summer, but I was too excited about the idea of an apprenticeship, and this July, I spent in the library. But if the meeting with Lady Greengrass and her brilliant ideas do not take too much time, I will definitely spend August here. I found out about my own hemomancy, not so much new, but there was something. Experiments with purchased animals have shown that I can only influence myself and the blood I create. Experiments with created blood showed that it is not real. It is rather a kind of material manifestation of energy, just like ropes of Incarcerus spell. They are there, but they do not obey the influence as on matter. Oh, but how much it would simplify the search for material for the transfiguration because it is much more difficult to make something out of the air than out of dense matter. I have had an understanding of my hemomantic abilities for a long time. More precisely just guesswork because these abilities did not intersect with magic. However, I still believed that they were sort of separate abilities strengthening or weakening the body and creating blood. Perhaps my delusions were indulged by the behavior of the created blood. It obeyed the laws of physics as a liquid, so it was perceived as a liquid. Now, when I perceived the hemomancy as manipulation of some energy, incredible possibilities opened up before me. Though, I don't see them. The thing is that judging from my manipulations, other beings don't have this energy in them, so I can't manipulate it either. Attempts to use it instead of magic when creating spells did not lead to anything. Well, I create a construct from this energy, so what? Nothing happens, and with sufficient saturation, the bloody structure of the magic construct simply appears in the air as if mocking me. Mixing this energy with magic while creating constructs in amounts tangible but not enough to form blood led to something because this energy flew away together with the construct, but I did not find any tangible difference or change in the effects of the spells. However, in the materialized, bloody state, this energy can easily break physical objects, destroy them. It can destroy even magical bonds and constructs, but then again, I knew that. Another important observation was the increase in the degree of control of hemomancy and the amount of materialized energy as control and sensitivity to magic increased. There is a logical explanation for this. Both are some kind of energy with similar principles of managing them. Well, I am still growing and developing, growing up, gaining experience, which inevitably leads to an improvement in qualitative and quantitative indicators in working with energy. All in all, on the one hand, I have learned a lot, and on the other hand nothing. The most frustrating part is that I simply have nowhere to get literature or a mentor on how to work with hemomancy. It looks like I'll have to learn everything from personal experience and experimentation, just like the ancient wizards, and hope it doesn't kill me. Although, I know at least one application processing materials at any conceivable degree of purity, cutting out ideal ritual schemes with it, and so on. And also, importantly, materialized energy in the form of blood is an excellent conductor of magic. 292, Chapter 292. Chapter 331 already. May the magic be with you. Enjoy. I didn't find out anything else during the 3 days of training at the house on Grimmauld. On the morning of the 6th day, I was already dressed in a brand new black business suit, a three-piece with a rare vertical stripe, a coat over it, a muffler, a wand in a holster, the second in a cane. Behind my shoulder is the invariable bag with an extension charm on it, in which I carry all my belongings. I spent 2 hours to put everything in order and sort everything into its places. I put a muggle repellent spell on myself and left the Grimwald house, but as soon as I was out the door, a clearly disgruntled owl flew up, defiantly dropped the letter, and flew away, hooting furiously. I intercepted the letter with my telekinesis, and after checking for surprises, I opened it from Hogwarts. A list of everything I needed. Shouldn't they have been sent out earlier? Or did Kreaker again decide to close the house from seemingly necessary but not mandatory correspondence? But Hermione's letters come without problems, even if they do not come often. I'll have to talk to him about this. I put the letter in the inside pocket of my coat and apparat to the leaky cauldron. Having entered the pub, I expected to plunge into the unpleasant atmosphere created by the regulars again. However, in fairness, it should be noted that, frankly, homeless characters were not observed here today. To some extent gloomy, yes. And in general, it somehow became cleaner, and the smells of something mushroom with vegetables and spices were quite pleasant. Like the appearance of other wizards, my appearance attracted a little attention, but just enough so that the locals did not recognize their acquaintance in me and continued to go about their business, drinking, eating, reading books. Oh, what? Hawking's book? Without any trouble from the bartender, who obviously recognized me, I made my way to a dead end in the backyard and tapped my wand in the right places to open the passage. Life on Diagon Alley was just getting into its normal course. There were almost no wizards always scurrying back and forth, some shops had just opened, and some were still closed. On the walls of some of the shops, there were wanted lists of prisoners who had escaped from Azkaban, but they were not looked at as if they were fascinated by the diversion of the eyes. Careless wizards. Since I found myself on Diagon Alley, it would be logical to buy everything for the upcoming school year, especially since the main stores are already open. Moreover, time permits. Without queues and crowds, having managed to do my shopping in just half an hour, I stood at the Fortescue Cafe, enjoying the taste of just-bought ice cream with chocolate chips and watching the wizards gradually arriving on the alley. Exactly at the appointed time, I noticed in the crowd the familiar figure of Lady Greengrass in a black fitted coat and a hood, from under which only the lower half of her face was visible. However, this and the peculiarities of movement with gait were more than enough for me to recognize her. Approaching me, Delphine slightly lifted her hood, letting me see her face, and at such a distance, I could easily feel her magic. It's her. Hello, she smiled politely and held out her hand, but not for a polite greeting. We're leaving now, with the portkayette. Nodding, I took her hand, and we were immediately pulled into a soft portal, and a moment later, we were standing in a small clearing next to her Norwegian-style wooden house. Still, what a huge difference it makes in the air when you're surrounded by woods. We walked into the house in silence, and it was only during the tea party in the great central room, sitting at the table in the chairs across from each other, that at least some conversation broke out. I'll be brief, Lady Greengrass spoke in a serious tone, looking at me. The program for the next couple of days is simple. First, we'll decide on training, schedules, and other things. After a couple of days, through a ritual and a potion, we will reveal the effects of your lycanthropy treatment. As I understand it, something is left, and the form of this something is unknown. Exactly. After that, you'll have to study on your own for a while. I'll give you all the materials, instructions, and the work of other Transfiguration Masters, so you can orient yourself on a future project you can start now. Nodding, I reached for a simple raisin cookie. Now, over the next few days, we'll go over the basics of these works. The rest is up to you. Questions? Why so little time? And how will the learning take place during school hours? Time is short because now everyone has little time. The rebirth of the Dark Lord is an extraordinary event. All the rich, powerful, or influential. Or all in one. Everyone now has an unthinkable number of problems and worries that need to be solved, as usual, yesterday. Supporters are recruited, old ties are restored, voluntarily or forcibly it doesn't matter. I've already thought about classes. Will it be a problem for you to get out to Hogsmeade once a week? I don't think it would be a problem. There are plenty of secret passages at Hogwarts. Then that's what we'll do, Delphine nodded. 293, Chapter 293. Chapter 332 already. May the magic be with you. Enjoy. Immediately after tea, we began sorting through a huge pile of copies of handwritten parchments and folios that contained the works of various Transfiguration Masters for which they had been awarded titles. At this point, according to Lady Greengrass, I have mastered the Transfiguration base fairly well. Now it's just a matter of practice to improve skills and increase strength so that there is enough for the exam program for the master's degree. To test these very powers, we used information from 5 exams from the previous years. As I was told earlier, they required a series of transfigurations of a certain complexity in the allotted period of time. I completed the certification program for the Master of Transfiguration by 3/4 if I did not strengthen myself in any way and did not use Hermione's spell resonance from the second wand. But at nightfall, I decided to check how the addition of Hemomancy energy to transfiguration spells would affect whether I could meet the standard, thereby compensating for the insufficient density of magic. Strangely enough, there was an effect, and if I added Hemomancy energy in a reasonable amount, avoiding the formation of bloody magical circuits, then the certification program met the deadline. If I concentrated enough, thereby connecting Rowena's computing power to the process, the program was even easier. Back at the beginning of the summer, I was only doing the apprentice program, but there I was weakening myself to the level of an ordinary person. Such progress made me wonder if Hemomancy and Rowena could be considered part of my abilities. I mean, isn't using them a kind of cheating? Before going to bed, I ran this thought in my head and came to the unequivocal conclusion that it isn't. It's as much a part of me as my arms, legs, magic, etc. After all, the masters of chimerology, who are engaged in improving their bodies, do not ask such questions. So it is here. On the second and third days of my stay in Lady Greengrass's house, we were engaged in an analysis of the directions of transfiguration, in which it would be interesting and useful to write a couple of scientific articles necessary for defending a master degree. In the end, it was decided to write about combined transfiguration from living to non-living and living at the same time. The topic of such combining is completely unexplored, and my experiments and calculations where I combined organics and inorganics, transfiguring myself, would be very helpful in such a thing. Of course, if you do not know the question, then such a topic will seem stupid because incomplete transfigurations from living to non-living, or when a mistake is made, are very similar. For example, the same Ron and Harry more than once in class made small mistakes. Their living subjects were transformed into all sorts of utensils, but not completely, soft woolen and squeaking glasses, chitinous buttons on legs, thorny boxes made of hedgehogs. But this is completely different because, in fact, there simply changes the shape. Simply put, if you cut open a squeaky woolen glass, you will see organs and bones inside. For this reason, McGonagall categorically prohibits applying transfiguration to people and even pointing a wand at them for this in her classes. You can get the dirtiest and vilest detentions until the end of the year. The whole fourth day, we were preparing for the ritual, but even so, I noticed a certain concern of Lady Greengrass for several days, and even when she was carried away with preparing the potion, she looked somehow wrong. Closer to the evening, the large and spacious ritual hall on the second basement level was prepared, with a rather complicated scheme carved by magic on its floor. Understandable and, in my opinion, quite safe. The cauldron with the potion was moved here, and it had to brew for about 20 minutes more. I was only in a robe and underwear in case of transformation, the shape of which differs in size. It's a pity for the clothes. Of course, only the head was not covered with cloth. It's not the first day that something has been bothering you very much, I spoke in a flat voice to Lady Greengrass, who was looking thoughtfully at the potion in the cauldron. Delphine looked up at me and was silent for a dozen seconds. There are a few minor problems. Of a personal nature. Don't worry about it. With a shrug, I continued to study the ritual scheme, analyzing and memorizing interesting solutions in the rune chains. Perhaps something similar might be useful to me in the future. When the potion was infused, Lady Greengrass used a scoop to fill a medium-sized cup with it and handed it to me. The procedure is as follows, Max. You drink the potion, stand in the center. You don't need to do anything else. If we achieve the desired effect and the transformation occurs, it will last 8 to 10 minutes. The ritual will be isolated inside, and if you lose yourself during the transformation, as a werewolf should, you won't be able to get out. In turn, I will collect all the data, and then we can analyze and understand the depth of the consequences to which your own research has led you. Questions? Is there any chance that the transformation is final? Absolutely not, Delphine shook her head. Any transformation requires certain conditions to be met. For werewolves, it's a full moon. It was under the light of the moon that you noticed the change if I remember correctly. Yes. So the full moon is one of the factors. Now is the new moon, and at least this factor is not met. When the energy from the forced transformation runs out, the factor that is not met will cancel the transformation. If it happens at all. 294, Chapter 294. Hello everyone. I am writing to you from McDonald's, thank them for their free Wi-Fi, since there is no internet at home. I'm sorry that there was no chapter yesterday. So that you don't get upset, I went to the city to publish the next chapter. I hope the internet will be fixed today and I will be able to continue writing for you. Sincerely, HP Man. May the magic be with you. Enjoy. I see, I scrolled through the theoretical possibilities gained from the basilisk, the dragon, and the hemomancy in my head. But, if anything, run away. I will be very sad if I lose such a teacher. You explain the material well, the pay is symbolic, and also a joy for the eyes. Even an inappropriate compliment can be pleasant, Delphine smiled sparingly but sincerely. Drink already. My only excuse is that Lady Greengrass is really beautiful and looks young. Calm down, schizophrenia. Where did such a manner of speaking come from? The constant exchange of data with your mind, subconscious, and memory imposes certain imprints. Having drained a glass of potion in one gulp, which tasted pleasant in contrast to Skull-Gro, I returned the empty glass to Lady Greengrass and went exactly to the center of the ritual scheme. True, it was not difficult. There is a big empty circle, it's hard to miss. Ready? I don't think so. Well, don't worry. Muggles say nerve cells don't regenerate. Lady Greengrass waved her wand, and the ritual diagram under my feet glowed softly blue. As she did so, a translucent dome of protection closed over me. From Lady Greengrass's wand, blue clots were constantly breaking off, soaking into the defense and strengthening it. Fiantu Duri. I couldn't hear the words, but I could read lips. An unusual warmth began to spread through the body, and the magic inside seemed to go berserk, starting to be generated at a frantic pace, immediately consuming it for something. Hemomancy behaved similarly. I am recording strange data. Skipper. We have problems. Rowena's mental voice came as if through a thick layer of water. Too done. A pulse was pounding in my head. Too done. As if a shock had been sent through the nerves. Too doom. Consciousness shattered like glass. The consciousness that self-identifies as Rowena watched with great interest as Max's mind seemed to split, but it wasn't really. It was no secret to Rowena that the spirited weapon could absorb souls, unknowingly transforming them. Of course, the very essence of the soul went to unknown distances, but the rest remained. At this moment, the situation could be imagined as if Max's mind consisted of a multitude of tiny particles that flew away to the most related spiritual structures. It was certainly an interesting experience, but Rowena understood that without help, it would take him an unknown amount of time to get back together. At the same time, she noted the fact that the transformation launched by the ritual and the potion requires much more resources and energy than both the ritual itself and Max himself can give. The problem was seemingly insignificant, and the ritual would have worked as it should, except that after rebirth, the body had one of the many undocumented functions, the absorption of energy like the sword. Because of this, the possibility of turning off the transformation process seems somewhat impossible. The body would be autonomously searching for energy. Of course, even if this were not the case, Rowena would have provided all possible help to put this puzzle back together. Determined to properly document every detail for a future report, Rowena set to work began to put Max's mind back together, speeding up his natural recovery. 295, Chapter 295. Chapter 334 already. I wanted to post this chapter yesterday, but the internet said no. So here it is. Fortunately, everything is fine with the internet now. The next chapter is in 1 hour. From the first seconds of the ritual, Delphine noticed that it was not going according to plan. But all factors had been taken into account. However, now, in the center of the working scheme, surrounded by a hemisphere of an impenetrable and fortified dome of protection, there is a young guy in a tightly wrapped robe. Someone else would say that everything is fine. Standing and Merlin with him. But the data from the ritual, received through the mental block, clearly made it clear to the master of chimerology that something in the body of her student was going wrong, devouring magic in huge quantities. A brief moment and the guy's gaze acquired a certain meaning, the pupils became vertical, and the iris glowed faintly blue. Interesting. Delphine held a wand in her hand and prepared for any surprise. Max jerked his head in a sharp, broken motion and looked at Lady Greengrass. For a brief moment, the boy's silhouette blurred, and now he was standing exactly in front of the protective dome, pointing the finger at it. Circles spread across the dome as if on water, but this protection was too good to collapse from a mere touch. 8 minutes. Muttered Lady Greengrass, keeping her eyes on the boy in the tightly wrapped robe. And there's nothing clear. Suddenly, a thin red vertical line appeared from where the dome made contact with the guy's finger, and in the next instant, that line literally pulled the defenses apart, forming a passageway. On reflexes alone, Delphine sent a series of nonverbal paralyzing and stunning charms at the guy, but the guy carelessly and lazily ducked, following the beams with a glance and again looking at the woman with a blank look. With a sharp blurred motion, he jerked his head. Another series of spells with a white cone broke off from the tip of Delphine's wand, but even her perception improved with the help of chimerology failed in an attempt to catch the speed of the guy's movements, which was already very close. Without thinking, Lady Greengrass apparat outside the hall will now be sealed. For a while. A sense of strange magic forced Delphine to turn around as soon as she was outside the house. It was evening. In the west, the sky was red with the light of the setting sun. Even before the deformation of space from the apparition really disappeared, this funnel seemed to be turned back, revealing the figure of a guy who was still looking with dimly glowing blue eyes. Delphine tried to evade such intrusive pursuit at a maximum acceleration of mind and body, literally scattering magical trap constructs behind her and transfiguring space while instantly operating from the coordinates of her surroundings that popped up randomly in her mind. Even for her perception, the pictures of the terrain were changing too fast. Still, to the woman's surprise, Max didn't lag behind for a moment, nonchalantly passing through obstacles, unraveling complex constructs, reversing the transfiguration. The only thing that stopped Lady Greengrass from using Avada was that the data was still coming through the ritual's mental block, and Max was closing the distance not so fast, which means that soon the effect of the ritual and the potion would go backwards. A minute, 2, 5. Perhaps never before had Lady Greengrass had to give her best so much as to simply delay a pursuer. Everything was used, except for frankly lethal means, but Max, in passing, without gestures or words, just looking at the spell I was casting, literally took it apart. A ridiculous guess flashed through the woman's head, but such conclusions suggested themselves. And it was incredible. The thought that captured the woman for a short time knocked her concentration, and that was enough for Max to be able to get closer. Delphine already wanted to apparate, but with just one touch, the guy inflicted some kind of magical blow, spell, or charms. 296, Chapter 296. Chapter 335 already. May the magic be with you. Enjoy. Lady Greengrass literally flew out of the apparition funnel, rolling along the edge of the forest and crashing into a tree with her back. Nothing serious, not with her body modification. But again, these mere fractions of a second allowed Max, who emerged from the funnel of the apparition, to be there immediately, and with another tap on her shoulder, to take away the woman's ability to move. Leaning over Delphine, lying on her back in her casual leather suit, Max moved his hand over her, touching her with his index finger in seemingly random places. It was as if he was touching an unknown animal. The thought seemed absurd, and contrary to the situation, would have made Delphine laugh if she could have laughed. On the other hand, Max's gaze was not funny, it was blank, and it was as if he were looking through a woman. After trying to cast a couple of wandless cancelling charms, Lady Greengrass realized the depth of the danger of the situation. The magic did not work. More precisely, it didn't obey her. Attempts were in vain, and after listening for a moment to the sensations of her own magic, Delphine was even more surprised. In the places where Max touched her with his finger, the magic began some wild, unknown dance, spending itself on something. Ha-is. A real snake whisper came to the woman's ear from the guy's mouth. Sha-asss. The guy jerked his head sharply, tilting it to the side, and instead of a hiss, he growled a couple of times, again staring somewhere deep into the woman's body. And anxiety grew into fear. The only thing that saved her from panic was the countdown in Lady Greengrass's head, a couple of seconds until the end of the ritual and the potion. But these seconds passed, and Max was still engaged in the same incomprehensible and making some changes in her body, actions. Quiet whispering from his lips now and then was replaced by growls, sometimes quite different in intonation, and a couple of times even quite understandable words and phrases burst out. Do not eat, cultivate, then tastier, do not spoil your own garden, drink, well, at least try. The uncertainty and fear made her heart beat at breakneck speed. In addition to the disobedient magic and the inability to move at least a finger, some tension grew in the body, which tingled throughout the nervous system. Thoughts jumped from one to the other, but one stood out brightly. Another series of hisses and growls ended with, just a little bit. Much to Delphine's shock, Max put one hand under the back of her head and lifted her off the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw his fangs, and the picture gained certain integrity. Right now, she would be drunk or poisoned. And nothing can be done. The phrase just a little bit inspired hope and then the opportunity to recoup properly. However, the situation changed again. Max jerked his head sharply, put the woman back on the ground, and rose to his full height. Once again, he broke into a series of hisses and growls. As if arguing with himself. He looked somewhere in the distance, toward the sunset. Only under disguise. He said in English, and his robe turned to black smoke, changing its outline to a dense black suit and already another hooded robe. Passing a black-gloved hand in front of his face, the guy created impenetrable darkness under the hood and disappeared into a whirlwind of apparition. Delphine felt incredible relief, along with the deepest disappointment. I've never been so neglected before. Gradually calming down and looking at the slowly darkening evening sky, Lady Greengrass, who was not at all aristocratically lying motionless as a doll at the edge of the forest under a tree, tried to regain her body's mobility. Not without success. All it takes is time. 297, Chapter 297. Chapter 336 already. May the magic be with you. Enjoy. Severus Snape hated this day. He hated it like so many others in his life. In recent days, due to orders, requests, and other polite appeals, obliging him to voluntarily and compulsorily engage in the affairs of two influential wizards with exaggerated self-esteem. He was deprived of sleep, rest, and other needs so necessary for a living person. Moreover, this insane combat unit, better known as Bella, decided that her company was vital for him today. And why? Because tonight is the night, Severus has to go to the Nocturne Alley to pick up ingredients and other supplies for the Lord. It was the night when the crazy bitch got tired of pestering everyone else and periodically running away in an unknown direction. It was that night she realized how wretched her nephew was as a wizard, and trying to teach him anything at all would only drive Draco to his grave. However, this will not upset anyone except Narcissa. Why is Maximilian an outstanding wizard and Draco a caricatured parody of him? Is the Malfoy blood so? Severus, Severus! Bella sang in a hoarse chest voice, wrapped in black clothes and a hooded robe. Look what a squalor there is! She walked lightly as if she hadn't been in Azkaban for almost 14 years. However, if you apply diagnostic charms, then your eyes will pop out of their sockets in amazement and move to the back of your head, to a permanent place of residence. It's easier to say what problems she does not have. However, they are all like that. The good thing is that at least they have not become weaker in terms of magical powers. That's not why we're here, Snape calmly tried to stop the witch. We should come and get some, we shouldn't kill everyone, Bella. The crazy lady still decided to try out some kind of curse on the unfortunate man and has already pulled out her wand. Sev, why don't you throw one curse at him, and I'll throw another and see what happens. We don't have time for that, Snape said quietly without turning around, moving on through the narrow, dark alleys of Nocturne. It was surprising how their appearance frightened away the local regulars. Severus. Bella's voice changed abruptly from playful to demanding. Don't you dare leave me alone with my whims. The click of her heels on the stone-paved alley made it clear to Severus that Bella decided to keep up and caught up with him. Together, turning another corner and finding himself almost in complete darkness from the closely standing unkempt stone houses, Severus sensed something was wrong and pushed Bella behind his back with his hand while stepping into a small niche in the wall. Hands! Exclaimed Bella indignantly, but Snape only gestured, silence. Attention! Danger! They pulled out their wands in sync, and just at that moment, 24 yards away, further down the alley, the stone wall of the house shattered as if from an explosion, and along with crumbs, dust, and large chunks of stone, the body of a wizard in dirty clothes flew out into the street. The light from the formed opening pulled out of the darkness a very quickly moving black figure in a robe, which immediately appeared next to the unfortunate man and grabbed him by the chest with one hand, lifted him into the air. "No!" cried the wretched man. His skin began to crack, and a dim red light pierced through those cracks. Severus recognized him. It was he and a group of the same bastards who supplied human internal organs for experiments. Humans and non-humans. They were werewolves themselves, but that made little difference. The red light escaping from under the cracks in the unfortunate man's skin seemed to turn into trickles of liquid, quickly flowing to where the mouth should have been under the impenetrable blackness of the hood of the figure holding him. Another figure in rags ran out of the opening in the wall, the accomplice of the werewolf that was drying up in the grip of the unknown, and began to crumble into ashes, scattering in a non-existent wind. The accomplice tried to escape but absurdly stumbled over the fragments of the wall. He didn't see that the figure in black had already finished eating and paid attention to him, waving his hand. The unfortunate man was literally knocked into the stone road and, for a brief moment, he saw Severus and Bella. "Run, you fools!" Obeying the gesture of the black-clad unknown's hand, the second unfortunate man instantly flew into the air and found himself in the unknown man's death grip. Severus logically assumed the same fate awaited him. "Let's go," he whispered quietly to Bella, who was fascinated by what was happening. Without waiting for a reaction, Snape was about to leave the crazy bitch here, but imagining the punishment from the Lord, he changed his mind, grabbed her by the arm, and dragged her away from the alley. They had only walked a dozen yards before the figure of the unknown man in black appeared in front of them. Snape's reaction wasn't bad, and the first thing that came to mind was Avada Kedavra. Severus breathed out the spell in a calm voice, pointing his wand at the unknown, but he dodged the almost close-fitting Avada in a smooth motion. Bella swung her wand, but suddenly the wand slipped out of her hands, as well as out of Snape's. Neither Severus nor Bella saw the figure move before they were paralyzed by its mere touch. The unknown man leaned slightly over the frozen woman's face and froze as if examining. "You look worse than a muggle bum." The unknown man spoke in a deadpan voice. "Not only to kill, even to stand next to you is disgusting." With a sudden twitch of his hood, the stranger hissed in Parcel tongue and operated away. Snape and Bella stood in a daze for a few more moments, but it passed quickly. "What the hell?" Bella screamed, beckoning her wand from the pavement with a gesture. "That's me. That's with me. Crazy. What is she thinking in this situation?" Resented Snape in his mind, thinking in passing, why not actually take the Lord's order from the dead criminals? Better than Cruciatus, anyway. 298, Chapter 298. Chapter 337 already. May the magic be with you. Enjoy. The starry sky did not please Delphine at all, though she loved the stars. She had almost managed to regain mobility, but the magic was still not responding, going to the unknown needs of her body. Just as Delphine was about to regain mobility in her arms and could barely move her eyes and head, a man in black appeared from the apparition funnel nearby. He quickly walked over and took off his hood. Max. But contrary to the woman's fears, his eyes were quite sane, though his iris continued to glow dimly blue. The boy picked her up quickly and gently in his arms and operated, to the woman's surprise, quite gently. Once in the main hall of her country cottage in the woods, the guy gently laid her down on the couch. I owe you an apology. I'm fine now, and I'm in control of myself. I have no idea what exactly I did while in that state, but I know one thing, you need to get some sleep. You'll definitely recover by morning. After leaving for a minute, the guy brought a blanket and carefully covered Delphine. That was awkward. Yet. You don't know how to apologize. In a hoarse voice Lady Greengrass noted the obvious, with great difficulty forcing her facial muscles to stretch into a slight smile. Yes. The boy smiled awkwardly, running his hand through his blonde hair. Delphine closed her eyes, immersed in fantasies of righteous retribution that would overtake her student in the morning. So what if it wasn't his fault? The morning of August 10th was rather unusual. The sunbeams, which seemed to have taken on the tradition of waking me up outside of Hogwarts, irritated me with incredible force, bringing me out of the darkness of dreamless sleep. Once consciousness was in reality, I couldn't help but be surprised that I was clearly asleep in a chair. In one of the armchairs in the main hall of Lady Greengrass's country house. My brains were not yet working sufficiently, and I had to strain to understand the reasons for such a thing. Ritual, unplanned fragmentation of consciousness, lack of resources. And then everything is completely strange. It's good that I kind of came to my senses and didn't mess up two big things. I even found a Delphine and brought her home. Well, am I not a good fellow? Oh, my schizophrenia, you're still here. That's good news. I got up from the chair and looked around. The common room was unchanged, and Delphine was still asleep on the couch, covered by a warm-looking blanket. Stretching, along the way, slightly flexing the muscles that were stiff from an unusual and not particularly comfortable position, I went to my room. After changing clothes there, I went outside to run, think, sort out the information from Rowena. The August morning forest was full of coolness and pleasant smells. It was while jogging through a forest like this that I turned to Rowena for information. Well, what had happened there yesterday? A flood of information rushed into my consciousness. And now, please, with a verbal interpretation. Original. What about now? And after such a journey, haven't these inhabitants changed? 299, Chapter 299. Chapter 338 already. May the magic be with you. Enjoy. For about a minute, still running through the woods, jumping over tree roots and other uneven terrains, I pondered this analogy this way and that. Still, for a better understanding, I should use some occlumency techniques later, in a quiet environment, to learn the essence of these souvenirs. However, even now, I can say that they will be hidden in slightly altered reactions to stimuli. Slightly altered. It may not even be noticeable. Okay. What about the body? For a complete understanding, it will be necessary to combine my information with the data from the ritual that Delphine received because for the purity of the experiment, I did not use spells or magic, analyzing only body sensations and other information that usually passes the consciousness and even the subconscious of a person. For the next few minutes, Rowena talked about what roughly happened to the body. It turned out to be nothing special, as absurd as that sounds. Every full moon, the parameters of the body do increase slightly, as do the output of magic and the control of hemomancy. However, the point of the ritual is to manifest the final stage, so to speak. The problem turned out to be that at the current level of development of the body and with the existing genome, even taking into account the changes from the restoration of the body, taking into account the soul of the basilisk, this very final stage is simply unattainable for me without self-destruction. In order to avoid this self-destruction, my body required an infusion of magic and hemomancy energy far more significant than my soul and body could produce. However, the ritual tried to forcibly reveal this form. The energy consumption began. The shattered consciousness, giving in to the instinct of self-preservation, tried to solve the problem, but each in its own way. The option of absorbing the necessary resources from the outside was accepted for execution. The first source of resources was Delphine, so I tried to get to her. Or is saying I not very appropriate? Never mind. Anyway, when I got to Delphine, the three countries, none of which had humanity in them, somehow scanned the woman and came to the conclusion that it was unwise to drink or eat or otherwise consume Delphine. It's like eating the whole of some delicious fruit instead of planting it. Neither Rowena nor I could figure out what exactly this trio conjured in the woman's body. It was definitely meant to make her more tasty in the long run so that there would be more goodies and their resource would be replenished quickly. Based on my own memory and knowledge, I always have access to this resource. It sounds awfully vulgar no matter how you look at it, but the fact is that there is no vulgar context at all. It seems that the three countries did not think that the situation would go back to square one, so they made such an investment in the future and in their quiet existence without any fuss. To provide the body with energy and to stop the beginning of the energy and physical degradation with decay, it was decided to go to the evil place. Nocturne Alley was chosen because of quite rational considerations. Who cares about scum? It took only a minute to find a small lair of werewolves. 3 of them, in whom I saw something that I didn't like very much. I immediately turned into porcelain dolls and left them in reserve. I decided to use Hermione's energy resonance spell and other knowledge to fuel the body, which resulted in the following. I caught a werewolf, poured some of my magic and hemomancy energy into it, and triggered the process of energy resonance in the victim's body. As a result, like an engine on an ungodly afterburner, the victim began to produce an incredible amount of diverse energy, which I absorbed. Of course, the victim's body would wear out incredibly quickly in this mode and essentially die of old age. Still, because of the partially adopted functions of my sword body, even organics were eventually converted into energy. The funny thing is that I have a hard time remembering what happened because of the difference in perception from each personality. It's just a wild contradictory mess in my head. I also find it funny that I met Aunt Bellatrix in the Nocturne in the company of Professor Snape. If I remember correctly how she was perceived by my consciousnesses in the magical and other planes, then she has many serious reasons to take care of herself, both in terms of health and appearance. Although, it's hard for me to judge the latter because these 3 personalities did not look at the appearance at all. On the way back, I came across another unknown werewolf, who was doing something in a dark corner. He suffered the fate of past victims, but it was his energy that stabilized the state of the body, and then the Delphine ritual worked. Even if the final stage of transformation was not reached, but as soon as it was stabilized, the magic circuit embedded in the body stopped forcibly maintaining the resulting form and turned off, and all the changes reversed. Along with this, consciousness returned to normal. However, the werewolves did not die in vain. The effectiveness of control over the energy of hemomancy and magic increased, albeit not phenomenally. At the same time, judging by Rowena's report, the effectiveness of hemomancy in relation to my body has also increased, which means that passive and active amplifications will work somewhat better. However, this also means that it will be harder to weaken myself to the human level, the load on the nervous system will grow, and I don't care at all about such ephemeral flaws. It is generally useful to keep your brains in good shape, and constant concentration on hemomancy and magic, in general, is only a plus. 300, Chapter 300. Chapter 339 already. May the magic be with you. Enjoy. Returning after a run to Delphine's house, I could not help but notice her absence in the hall. There was a note on the table in which, in casual handwriting, she said that she had gone to the laboratory to analyze the data and that I should clean myself up and show up there. So I did, and 5 minutes later, having cleaned myself with magic and dressed in loose army cut pants and other home clothes, I entered the laboratory on the first basement level. I hadn't been here often, but it looked the same, tables with various artifacts or alchemical devices and distillation retorts, cabinets with books or numbered boxes and chests, a vacant section of the floor with a universal diagnostic diagram on it. In a simple dark blue long, strict dress, more like a business suit, Delphine was sitting on a chair at one of the tables and making notes in an ordinary notebook, eating breakfast along the way. Lady Greengrass's clothes hinted that today was the day of brainstorming. I had seen this picture repeatedly at the Ravenclaw table, so I wasn't surprised at all. I wonder what house Lady Greengrass was in? After all, I do not know this. Noticing me, Delphine waved her hand, saying, "Sit down," and I, taking the next chair, sat down next to her, looking at the notes. With just a gesture of her hand, she showed that, "I'll finish eating, and then we will talk." So I just waited, reading her notes along the way. The woman suddenly froze for a second, and taking a plate with a large number of sandwiches with several varieties of meat, sausages, cheeses, and herbs, put it so that I could also reach for something. Without refusing the offer, I took the first sandwich that came to hand. It took at least 5 minutes to empty the plate, and the drink, in general, was water created by Aguamenti in transfigured glasses. So, Delphine finished writing, and putting her fountain pen aside, she looked at me. "First things first. About last night's incident. Here." Delphine extended her hand in front of her with a small vial, with a silvery thread floating inside it, as if it were a memory pulled from her head. She waved her wand over it, and a 3-dimensional spectrogram of countless columns of different heights appeared above the table. Their colors varied throughout the range, from an almost invisible violet to a fading red. "Right now, you can observe the magic spectrogram of your body and magic at the beginning of the ritual. To my surprise, it is quite smooth and does not have any outliers in individual indicators, which is somewhat strange, given your capabilities. And here. Delphine put the vial away on the table and picked up another, with a similar glowing string inside that floated there as if in liquid. Once again, moving her wand over the vial, she created the illusion of an almost indistinguishable spectrogram. How many different applied, specific spells are unknown to me? See? The differences are minimal, and it's hard to even notice them with a quick glance. Here, Delphine began pointing her wand at certain colored peaks and troughs of the spectrogram. Here, and here. And here. This tells us that the body's structure, its proportions, the proportions of its indicators, and other interrelated parameters, even the genome, remain pretty much the same. For understanding, even relatives differ significantly in the spectrogram. And representatives of different species, especially magical ones, and even more so. The spectrograms of a werewolf wizard in their form differ like heaven and earth. It turns out that what the body seeks to turn into is not particularly different from it. If you draw conclusions from spectrograms, yes. However, Delphine dispelled the illusion with a gesture of her wand and put the vial aside, taking the other two and waving her wand over each in turn, creating the illusion of two very different spectrograms. One spectrogram was quite flat, its readings were low, and the columns glowed in the range from blue to thick green, forming a kind of hilly surface. On the second one, these columns were much higher, had red and maroon colors, but the surface was not smooth, and there were hollows of infinite depth in it. It seems that in these areas, the readings literally fell into an infinite minus. Or a plus, it's not clear yet. On the first, green spectrogram, you see the interpretation of the body's numerical readings. I had to raise the average for the person to your level to get the right picture. Here and here, Delphine pointed to a couple of high spots on the graph, you can see the production of magic and other energy components of the body. As you can see, it's high in relation to the other body parameters, which indicates an increased consumption of them by the body for some of its needs. This indicates a constant and powerful development and self-improvement of the body according to some program, instructions. This is observed in young children and other rapidly developing organisms. Or those who have undergone chimerization. In general, undergoing changes. 301.